could turn back time? What if I could make the stars align? Could we get across the line into the rest of our lives? Would we have what it takes? How close is make or break? I can see us start to make our great escape. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. I stare into the sun. Need to live while we're still young. Don't walk, we just run alive. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever. We can chase the future together. Tonight
This is game over, you can feel the ground rumble. When I hit the ground running, you should move a lane over. Rain holder, we don't run on the same motor. I'm a chain smoker, you a lighter to a flamethrower. I come from an insane culture, living like a trained soldier, just to make it a day older. No closure, remain closer to the days when I could feel the hunger pains I knew I would take. I knew this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this. I feel colossal, choir sing the gospel. I can make the sky move, breathing through my nostrils. Sharks in the water, looking for imposters. You ain't in the bloodline, Prince and the Papa. Stand between my digits, then you better be a comma. Leave you in the coma, you don't want no problems. Destiny designed us, made us for the finest. Born to be legend, long live your highness. I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I will never lose, I'm the greatest. Just face it, I was made for this, and I ain't going out till I take it. What I came to get, I was made for this, and I ain't going out. I was made for this, and I will never lose. I was made for this.
You don't have to wait, you know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were younger, innocent in our ways. We were dumb, girl. But nothing really mattered, I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless, so let me give it back to you. 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 Don't have to wait, you know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were younger, innocent in our ways. We were dumb, girl. Nothing really mattered, I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless, so let me give it. I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless, so let me give it back to you. gets dark on your own, I need someone to take me home. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Dark in your own, I need someone to take me home. So turn the light on. So turn the light on for me. Oh, turn the light on.
Don't you coming back no more? Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
my hand. You used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know, we put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart and I fell apart. I couldn't understand what you did to me, but I'm stronger than you think. I'll make a brand new start. So don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. You thought you had it all, but up against the wall I walk right through another open door. I'm gonna hold my tongue, it can't be undone. I'm taking all that I can get from you. I'm not thinking about you, nothing about you. Nothing you can say will change my mind. I won't be back for more, well that's for sure. I'll be flying now underneath the sun. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over.
Like a siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, that's where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, that's where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back, you run you down. Look behind a fallen angel, like a siren. I'm a beacon in the tunnel, light me up like Greek lightning. Danger, danger, look where you're going. Your heart is open and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is calling after you. Danger, 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 danger. Look where you're headed, got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is coming after you. We're not the only ones. 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 We're not the only. We're not the. We're not the only ones. We're not the only ones.
Days gone, I won't waste another one.
Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Take me back to you. Just shake the ground. Oh, this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Back to you.
that you would just embrace it. Thinking to myself, could you take this? You said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Girl, you got that symmetry. You touch me carefully. Got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you, you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me sad. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. Give it to you right, there's no complaining. Have you climbing up these walls like you need saving? No, I don't care about your past and if it's tainted. She said I want a challenge, so I'm willing to face it. Girl, you got that symmetry. You touch me carefully. Got hit so instantly. You make me high. Want you, you got me. Just take it from me. It's real. You make me sad. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You like it like that. Pleasure is pain, yeah, you're wanting to tap. Tell by your eyes, girl, there's no need to ask. You're so connected, don't wanna detach. You get me high, I don't wanna come down, and I mean it. Girl, you're the realest, want me to win it tonight is our secret, hoping you keep it. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes. You got that something in your eyes, something in your eyes.
Body bad, that's baby mama. Pretty girls come and play in my arena. I'm so cocky with these bands, mucha Janita. She's so cocky with her hands, oh mamacita. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. Spinning bands, what a time of life. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them look, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, diamonds up. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. Pull up to the spot and get 'em hype. My girl extra crazy, just how I like. She a ride or die, she here for life. If you cannot respect the code, then pay the price. Don't do drugs, it's a natural high. Making money daily, it's a natural high. Focused on this guapo like a fiend day and night. Spinning bands, we don't see no price. My team be the dream. Wake up every morning and I'm counting all my blessings. Then I count the money cause I triple these investments. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. We stay lit and they mad, we don't care, get the bag. So let them look, cause we don't mind. 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 Diamonds up, so let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind. Let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. So let them look, cause we don't mind. Just let them look, cause we don't mind.
Took the keys to your Mercedes and went for a drive. Never Dance Again was playing, I'm going 85. I taste the liquor on my breath now, I'm out of my mind. But you're the one who's burning bridges, so let's go for a dive. Got the gasoline, gonna make a scene. Standing on me, edge of a cliff, I bet no one ever sees. You're dipping out on me, I got the receipts. I was hanging on the edge of the words you said, but I found your secret. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. 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 I lit a cigarette and burned a heart shape on my tongue. Starting to lose all the feeling for you going numb. Don't tell that shaky alibi you're way out of your mind. And I don't need your 2 cents, not a nickel, no a dime. Pour the gasoline on your off-white beam. I'm placing all my bets on the cards you've got me. My hands gon' beat you. You're dipping out on me. I got the receipts and all the things I let you get away with. You gon' find your keeper. Liar, liar, car on fire. You tried to hide her. Now it's your turn for you to burn. Look what you made me. Look what you made me. Look what you made me. Look what you made me.
Yeah, picture yourself with your arm raised. Yo. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. Yo, the place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, no, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds. The place is here, the time is now. On top of the world and I can't come down. No, I can't come down. This is how it feels to stand on the clouds.
I look back when we just met, when we were young and restless, always looking both of us for something pure and breathless. It seems so long ago, as I sit here just looking back. We moved on from something strong to where we are, it's just another day. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling, the only one I believe in. But you're so far away, so I pray one day. In these worlds there's revelation. We are two, not really one. We live our lives in isolation of the friendship that has become. There's a wall that comes between us, 1,000 miles to overcome. A shadow falls in the evening, in the moon and in the sun. You're so far away, you're so far away. Guess I'm here to stay. In the blink of an eye, it feels like goodbye. It feels like goodbye. You're the only one I'm feeling. The only...
Answer for what you have done.
Yone, turn back.
You have dishonored us. You swore to protect him.
You swore to protect Ionia. Look around you, brother. Your honor stains the ground.
Better than living without it. I'm sorry, brother. I will not fail you again.
Apologies, Opa. I didn't mean to.
It's all right. Ah, this Spirits wait for no one.
No, I'm not.
Looking to commune? Why else would the great Yasuo come? But are you ready?
Does that matter? I'll never make it up there in time.
True, the road is long. Perhaps my own temple can still provide a way. The choice is yours.
Is it?
It's taken years for the spirit blossoms to return. If the land is ready to heal, perhaps you are as well.
And this is the way? Old men, flowers, and hope.
Maybe hope is enough.
Maybe.
Immerse yourself in the river Whaley. Let the waters cleanse you. Let the currents take this burden you carry. Remember who you have lost.
Let me go, Yone! I was winning! Did you see me take out that big one?
I saw you dishonor yourself.
You fight?
When I have to, not when I want to.
You don't have anything to prove.
There is always another fight, Yasuo. Finding it proves nothing.
Your place is here. With Elder Suma.
He trained me for this. I can help end this war.
Your duty is to this school. To your master. To Ionia.
Then I should be out there protecting her. I won't fail you, Yone.
It seems I have already failed you.
Drink this. It will help forge a bond between our realms.
A drink rarely gets me out of trouble.
Sometimes we must go looking for our demons.
Show yourself.
I'm not here for you.
Killing me does nothing, Hunter. If he lives, I will return. Suma's great pupil. What a disappointment. And your honor broken.
no murderer.
Then why are you running?
I'm done running. Have your revenge, brother.
You might deserve death, but not by my hand.
Then there is nothing left for me in Ionia.
Even the wind has a path, brother.
Farewell, Ione.
May the spirit of Ionia guide you.
It's easier looking back, isn't it? The trick is seeing what lies ahead.
From what I hear, most likely thieves, beasts, and drink.
It is a lawless place, where you can decide your own fate. Besides, we're both looking for something, aren't we?
And you think we'll find it in Bilgewater?
I think we'll find many things.
Hello everyone, as you can see I'm joined by a very special guest here today. We've got PP God joining us to have a little conversation with you guys, the overseas audience at home. So let's start things off at the very beginning. You've become a little notorious within the overseas crowd because of your name. Where did it all come from, Mr. PP God?
就是我刚打职业的时候，一个朋友帮我取的。
Alright, so I want to dig a little bit deeper into that origin story as well, because a lot of players across the world have a bit of turbulence going into their professional career. How did you end up becoming a professional gamer, and what was it like telling your family? Were they supportive of the move to become a pro?
原来上课的时候就学习也不是很好，就经常出去上网，然后就打网吧赛，然后就被网吧老板送去打职业，家里人不是很支持。
Alright, now you and Sam D in the bottom lane have obviously got incredible synergy. You've been playing exceptionally well, taking on 2v2 kills against some of the best bot laners in the LPL. How have you guys managed to do it? How have you guys managed to get past the language barrier that exists there?
一开始就交流不是很好，就每天都一直双排，然后就打得会越来越好一点。
We've got some questions now from social media. Some of the fans around the overseas broadcast want to ask you some questions themselves. So the first one is, do you have any people that you would consider a rival or players that you look up to within the LPL, or vice versa for players internationally as well?
第二个是的福禄，感觉他很厉害。
Sweet. Okay, so I want to ask you now about your Weibo profile, because when we go on your Weibo profile, your profile picture is currently Eminem. Are you a big fan of Eminem? Where did that all come from?
就很喜欢听他的歌，他就在我低谷的时候，他的歌就给我很大的能量。
The next question, obviously, you're on V5, and back in spring, V5, it's no secret, didn't have a great split. It had the worst split in the history of the LPL. What are your expectations joining V5 when you first joined the team, and how did it feel to be stepping into those shoes?
当时就想着，就自己就也算打到 LPL 去了，就希望能多赢几场，没想过会跟队友配合这么好，打得这么好。
Alright, so final question from the English-speaking audience then. Who is your funniest teammate? What's the atmosphere like in V5? And do you have any funny anecdotes of your time that you've been on V5?
最有趣的应该就是小东北吧，每天听他说话就很想笑，比较有意思听他说话。事情的话就暂时还没有。
So final question then, that's all of our community questions done with. Is there anything you'd like to say to the overseas fans at home that have rallied around you so heavily?
感觉得到大家支持，感觉很荣幸，很意外。就希望自己接下来能打得越来越好，就不让大家失望的。
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, PP God. Thank you so much for the interview. That's going to be it for us. Make sure you get in touch with him on Weibo. Give him a follow over there. But that's going to be it for the interview. We'll see you guys next time.
Got a feeling nothing is forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating slow. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
What if I could turn back time? What if I could make the stars align? Could we get across the line into the rest of our lives? Would we have what it takes? How close is make or break? I can see us start to make our great escape. Tonight we will lie awake in the stars, and I'll let you into my heart. Chase the future together forever.
"一支队伍的崛起可能要花费几年光景，可联赛的格局洗牌只需要短短几十天。守旧的章法反而成为牵绊自己的枷锁，看似华丽的班底也不一定能收获成
这边
效。
发条是没有用惩戒，直接把龙打下来，正面团战，包括摧枯拉朽，接着沐浴龙血，远古龙血可以直接摧枯拉朽，毁掉EDG的团战。
胜利的攻势在新的关卡里失去效用， 记忆力渐渐模糊的人们重新被聚焦。
后续的一个控制和流人能力，哎，这波
小花抢下来，直接硬抢自己，应该是他有一个阳明升起，等到加里奥过来以后，狼行这波的 TP 就没有问题了呀。
年轻的力量令人心生畏惧，陌生的面孔同样值得铭记。
对着3D 就是一顿 EQ，3D 这里疯狂的走 A， 靠了一个虚弱的汉子跟后续没有气能的，只能向后拉开身位。
就算偶有失利，可胜败总是常事。找到对的方向，就能循着光继续前行。
倒了，后续魔法水面跟出来，成了17再次倒地，现在是滔博的一个收割局面啊！
群雄并起，诸强攻伐，旧将示威，新人辈出，更替的乱流中做破局的英雄。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. We're in the final day of week number 9, which means we have just 8 days left of the regular split, or at least until we get to our playoffs. That's when it all really kicks off. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda as always. And Dagda, we're starting the day off with a celebration.
We certainly are. We've got a celebration in store because SMLZ got his 2,000 kill.
So
we got our party popper.
We've got some party poppers. We're going to get some serious value. We bought these way earlier on in the split. SMLZ, 2,000 kills. Got it yesterday. He's up there, I think, third place.
Third place at the moment, yeah.
The third person in the entire league to grab himself that 2,000 kill accolade. So bravo to SMLZ and congratulations.
Yeah, big congratulations to SMLZ. Obviously, very difficult to do. We actually were looking, it was only Uzi and Rookie who have picked up that accolade so far. So joining like those legendary names in that 2,000 kill is absolutely very impressive. And unfortunately, obviously, we weren't able to celebrate as much yesterday. But yeah, damn it, we're going to get used out of these balloons. We're going to get used out of these party poppers. And it's good to see SMLZ picking up what is a massive accolade for his career.
Yeah, fantastic stuff for him. And he got it yesterday. So let's look at the game that he managed to grab that result in. We start off Rogue Warriors LNG. LNG managing to win that one out. EDG beat BLG. And then in that series between IG and OMG, that was when SMLZ grabbed his 2,000th kill.
Yeah, and a very short day yesterday despite the 3 series. 2 O's across the board, and EDG was the impactful, well, massively impactful one there, where they are just about keeping their playoff hopes alive. They're trying to get to that 8th win on the board that maybe can eke them into playoffs, but that still relies on a lot of other results going their way.
And you mentioned them, look at them on the standings. They are in 11th place right there, and they are desperately holding on for hope that they can make it on in. But let's bear in mind, if teams start to get to 9 wins, if WE and FPX get to 9 wins, EDG are out of the running at that stage because they already have those 8 losses. The middle of the table certainly heating up. Up towards the top of the table though, JDG and IG have both already guaranteed themselves top 4.
Which is incredibly impressive from both these squads. And, of course, they'll be happy to put themselves into that 4th place spot, both for seeding and also looking at those guaranteed points, those championship points for that gauntlet run, for that Worlds qualifier.
And you can see V5 there as well, just on the cusp of finding themselves in playoffs. We've mentioned JDG, we've mentioned V5, which means it's about time to talk about the series we've got coming up today, because I'm sure a lot of you already know we're starting off with V5's 5th trial. It's up against JDG to see if they can defeat their trial of intellect. Then later on in the day, we'll jump into E-Stars versus WE, and then Top Esports against RNG as well.
And again, we'll be looking not only at V5 versus JDG, but certainly WE trying to keep their hopes alive, getting to that 9th place win, which could knock out some of those contenders down in the relative pack that is trying to move up into that playoff spot, and Top Esports and RNG trying to battle it out to see if RNG can remove themselves from that middle of the pack and put themselves up very close to that playoff contention.
Yeah, there is only a single team playing today that is out of playoff contention, so all of these games are going to be really, really crucial for seeding, for trying just to make it to playoffs at all. But let's start with V5 against JDG, because this is going to be an insane series. As I mentioned before, this is the 5th trial of V5. They started off with the trial of everything against Top Esports. They lost out in the trial of strength and the trial of confidence against IG and Suning. They managed to beat WE just a couple of days ago in the trial of coordination, and now the trial of intellect, the trial of if they're a 5-head.
Exactly, and we will have to see how that will play out here today. I think a lot of people were surprised that the Trial of Confidence couldn't quite go their way. That game number 2 ended up falling to Suning after getting that lead. But Trial of Coordination going their way, and one last trial here today against our top 3. JDG looking to keep V5 from pushing forward into that top spot.
And there's an extra caveat to all of this as well, because as they move into this 5th trial, and we saw a little bit of this against WE as well, is they've swapped out Sam D. We're getting more of Y4 down in that bottom lane, which is a big change. And when we consider Y4's performance back in spring, he did not look great as an AD carry, but feeling like maybe the communication is better with another Chinese player.
Exactly, and even you saw it in the PP God interview, there were some communication issues there where Sam D, coming over from Korea, not quite able to communicate as well as they would like with the rest of the team. So it looks like Y4 is coming back in, and we want more Y4, because right now they looked really good in their game against WE. He stepped up massively. I know it's only 2 games, but a 15 KDA is pretty damn impressive for this AD carry coming in.
And importantly as well, he looked good during the laning phase, which was one of his big weaknesses in spring. Alongside PP God, it feels like they really have that coordination and that aggression that has kind of given V5 their identity down on the bottom side.
Exactly. Certainly in that duo as well. I mean, we've seen multiple dual lane kills when it is Sam D paired with PP God, but that doesn't mean it's going to change up with Y4 in the mix. They are just as potent. PP God can support him just as well, and you can be damn sure that they'll be looking to try and take some kills themselves against Loken and Lumao.
Yeah, Y4's been looking great on the Ashe, but so has his opponent that he's coming up against today. Loken will be the guy that he has to take down, and Loken is broken. He's been looking absolutely insane. You can see 7 MVPs so far this split. Absolutely one of the best AD carries in the league.
He's been playing out of his mind. This is the best League of Legends that I've seen Loken play throughout his career. 6.8 KDA, the top of any AD carry at the moment in the league. 28% of his team's damage. His damage to go percentage is absolutely nuts. And his carry performance in these mid to late game fights cannot be understated. If you want someone on JDG to step up and provide that clutch factor, it is going to be Loken. And paired with Lumao, they've turned into a super aggressive duo lane on that bot side, which is not what we would have expected at all. But the duo lane kills are racking in for Loken and Lumao.
Yeah, it's been looking fantastic. And when you consider Loken's growth as a player from him on Top Esports back in 2019 to where he's at right now, he went from a player that was, I feel, fairly underrated back in 2019. Now I feel like he's one of these guys that is fighting for the upper echelons of AD carries, not just within the LPL, but within the world. And this is going to be a series that will really test him because this bottom lane for V5 has been so dominant.
Exactly, and especially on like the champions that we talked about, like the Ashe has been super important for him. The Ezreal, he has a 14 KDA on as well. Like he's a 90% win rate on that champion. There are certain champs you just do not give to Loken anymore because his ability to play super aggressive in these fights, his positioning, how he's able to just eke out every little bit of damage cannot be understated. And why now, especially as Kanavi's been stepping into this more kind of lane-focused role, Loken has risen as the main carry of this team.
And I'm curious if he's still going to prioritize the Aphelios in the way that we've seen across the course of this split, because there are a couple of nerfs in 10-15, so we'll dig into that once we get to the draft. But I do quickly want to talk about the junglers coming in as well, because when it comes to V5's bottom lane, a lot of the dominance and a lot of the prowess has been down to Weiwei making things happen on the bottom side.
Exactly. It's the way the jungle paths on both these squads is super interesting. So as you talked about, we have Weiwei who does like to play down towards that bottom side of the map, oftentimes working with PP God, especially if he's on these hook champions like the Nautilus or the Thresh, to set up these plays in the bottom lane. Otherwise, you'll have PP God on something like a Bard. They'll go hand in hand and start roaming around the map, playing through that mid lane, through that top side as well. If we look at the other side, it's a pretty similar story where JDG will actually try and play a little bit more so through the mid lane though, trying to enable Yagao before they start playing in through this bottom side of the map. And this is where I think a lot of action is going to be happening, is through this bottom lane, towards these early dragons, towards these early objectives, and we'll get to see a bunch of brawls on our screen.
One of my favorite things is just that both of these teams are willing to go for these early brawls. This is not the style that we would think about with JDG back in olden times, but these days, this is the style that has started to define this team, and it's one of the reasons that they've become more successful as of late.
Exactly, and you can see here on your screens that those early brawls are often coming with not only that jungle, not only the mid laner, but the support in tow as well. This is not mid-jungle 2v2, this is mid-jungle support 3v3, and that cannot be understated. The impact of all three members on these teams to get these early games set up is absolutely insurmountable when you're trying to play against these guys.
PP God has certainly built his reputation in getting involved in these fights, but Lumao,
He invented it back in spring. His Bard was game-changing. He's the guy that brought Bard into the meta globally. So, like, you cannot underestimate the opponent PP God's up against here today. But also, when we look at these teams, and especially JDG, the identity is so dramatically different from what we saw in spring. And there has definitely been some turbulence for JDG. They have had games where they've looked somewhat inconsistent. They've been dropping games in quite a few of their series, but they have not been dropping series. They are on an 11 series win streak. That is insane.
It is absolutely nuts. And as you said, look, we have seen some shaky performances from them where they will fall behind in those early to mid game, but the ability of them to control those early dragons, control those early rift heralds is absolutely incredible. Especially when we look towards those early dragons, they've got second highest dragon control in the league right now. And despite the fact that they're falling behind at 15 minutes, they are still keeping that super high score when it comes to dragons. So I'm very curious how this starts to play out as we go forward, because when you talk about, hey, look, they do fall behind, but they end up winning out later, it's because they've got this super strong objective control where they can fall back on going towards Dragon Soul, having that prep so then maybe they can threaten a Baron. It's the beauty of how JDG, even if they're falling behind, still set up their early game for success.
It still feels like JDG are relying on these mid and late game fights, though. It's not just about dominating laning phase, which is kind of interesting because it's a sort of opposite to V5. When you see V5 coming in, when they're ahead at 15 minutes, their win rate is 85%. If you let them get a lead, they are going to snowball and crush you. But on the other side of the board, the win rate from behind at 15 for JDG is 61%. If that's over 50%, it's already exceptional. So I'm expecting V5 ahead of 15 every game, and then we just have brawls for the rest of the match.
And that's what makes me so excited about this game, is the ability of V5 to snowball these leads is why they are so strong. It's why they took down Top Esports, why they took games off of Invictus Gaming, why they've looked so good. So when you're going against the JDG, who's so good from these positions, but even if you put them behind, the mechanics of Kanavi, where he's able to make these insane Lee Sin out plays, where you look at Loken, who's got this immaculate positioning, this insane damage potential, where they're just outperforming pound for pound when you hit those late game fights. There's going to be a lot of on V5's back to try and get control early, keep that lead, outperform JDG, and be the smarter team on the day where they are running away with the map play.
That's a tall ask, to be the smarter team against a squad like JDG. And when it comes to the top lane especially, it's going to be a very interesting matchup between these two players, because when we talk about smart play, for JDG, Zoom was a huge part of that. He was the consistent engage. He was always moving down to be a part of the team plays with his team. And when you think of him, you think of this Ornn right back in spring. However, he's changed his style up a little bit coming into summer. We're not just seeing the Ornn every game, we're seeing him try out some of the different styles, and that has been sometimes where these losses have come from. However, it's felt better and better as the season's gone on.
Especially when we look towards some of the bruisers he's found more of a home on, right? The Volley Bears, the Wukongs. These have been the stronger performers from, because he gets to be that big engage tool. And that was what the Ornn provided back in spring, and it's what we're now seeing again in summer, is that when Zoom is able to be the engage tool for the squad, everything looks a lot easier. They're all on the same page. The coordination is there. And especially on that Volley Bear pick, Zoom has really found a home on it. They are willing, well, even before we saw Volley Bear rise into the upper echelons of the meta, where he was that ban or pick style, it was Zoom who was the pioneer of that. He was the guy that was always wanting that super high priority on the Volley Bear, because they knew how strong it was. Now, they still have the flexibility there in putting it towards Kanavi, but Zoom is definitely the top laner that we've seen the most Volley Bear out of this split.
And I would say as well that he's one of the few top laners that is still taking the Volley Bear to the top side, because generally it's become a jungle pick here in the LPL. But it's about time that we head over to the stage and get this series underway. I know all of you guys at home are just raring to get into this one, so let's head over to the arena as we head into V5 versus JDG. This is the 5th trial of V5. We'll see if they've got the intelligence to take on our spring champions.
As you said, that is a tall task to go against. We've seen how potent JDG are, how Kanavi can set up these plays with early dragons, early Rift Heralds, and at least start to bring some of that gold into the favor of JDG. How they can play those late game decisions around Barons, where they are able to secure those late game fights, that late game lead. But V5 will have to figure out how to go toe-to-toe against them here today.
It's going to be a challenge for them. JDG, though, going to step onto this stage, and it's the squad, you know, this is not a team that brings out substitutes. This is a team that has been solid and confirmed for the entire split. Zoom, Kanavi, Yagao, Loken, and Luma stepping onto the stage. And they have been indomitable, as I mentioned before. 11 series win streak. But it's important to mention that the games have not always been as consistent as that win streak would allude to.
Especially in their last couple of series. I mean, if we look at the last 3 in particular, LNG, they aimed at dropping a game. BLG and E-Star didn't look that strong either, where it was a bit shaky, but they could bring it back. But that's not what you can do against the team that's on your screen here today in Victory 5.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, their win rate when ahead is 85%. This is a team that is going to grab every opportunity you throw at them. It's going to be Bew Bew, Wei Wei, Mole, Y4, and PP God down in the bottom lane. And it's interesting that they are bringing Y4 back in. We did see him against WE. We saw him all through spring, which I don't think he wants us to talk about, to be quite honest. But he did look a lot better than what we saw in spring in their more recent series.
Certainly did. And I think the team as a whole has thrived. And we can even see it represented through Mole, who's looking strong on this roster now as well. And bringing back Y4, I don't feel like it's a massive mix-up in the style that they're still going for in this bottom lane. When we look at Sam D, he was still like Callista, the Ashe, these kind of more, well, you can still have these big carry performances, but definitely fitting a certain style in this roster that was enabled through Wei Wei, through PP God, through Mole, and that's not going to change for Y4. He's just been enabled a little bit more on this pick.
And one thing that Y4 has brought to the table that Sam D didn't for the entire split is this center pick that has been sneaking back into the meta, and it does add a very serious scaling option to the table. It's the farming center that's come back from a good, I don't know, 8 months ago since last time we saw it. So we'll see if that kind of style, that most scaling option is going to be there for V5, or if they want to just try and snowball. And I have to say, against a team like JDG, if I'm V5 looking at this series, I want to play aggressive, I want to play fast, and I want to try and end this as fast as possible.
And that's why I think there's going to be a couple of contested picks coming into our draft here. The likes of the Volibear, the Zoe, the Nidalee, the Lee Sin. I think are going to be a lot of them, but already we are getting in fast and furious to our draft.
Look at these bans, Dagda. We got the Ezreal ban. We already mentioned how Loken absolutely adores the Ezreal pick, but Caitlyn being banned away as well by V5.
So Caitlyn has risen in priority. We saw it a lot yesterday and even the day before, where she started to come through quite a bit and has made a name for herself as this aggressive bot lane that can shove in super hard. But curious to actually see V5 first picking the Renekton. So this is something V5 actually do a bit. I was expecting them to go for the Volibear because, as we talked about in the Champ Select, JDG loved this Volibear pick and being able to take that away. Could have worked out super well for them. Wei Wei has been playing a little bit of it, but when we look at Wei Wei's champions, especially when he's been pinched a little bit with the Graves and the Nidalee gone, I thought that Volibear would have been the priority.
To be fair to them though, the Renekton does exceptionally well into the Volibear if it's in that top lane matchup. So it's kind of saying, hey, if you want the Volibear, you're going to take it to the jungle role. We'll see if JDG are going to respect that though, as they are going to be looking towards this Ashe. It's Loken's second most played champion alongside Ezreal and Aphelios.
I agree with the Renekton into the Volibear matchup. The only thing is, I think there's so many high priority picks in this. I mean, you've still got the likes of the Twisted Fate, which both Yagao and Mole have been putting super high priority on. We already saw the Zoe taken away, so it feels like that's the next go-to, especially for Yagao here. And when you have the Volibear, you've got this Ashe, and now you could potentially be locking in the likes of this Twisted Fate for JDG. You have a super strong pick composition that can come out in these first 3 picks.
Yeah, the center we talked about before has been locked in for Y4. This is a unique pick that he's brought to the team that we didn't see from Sam D previously. And Mole, he grabs his Syndra that he's looked exceptional on all split long.
Yeah, there's a couple of picks that Mole has looked incredible on. The Zoe's one and this Syndra has been the other. So I'm excited to see once again what Mole can do, because in their last 2 series, Mole has really stepped up as the hard carry for this team in a lot of situations where he has had the play that turns the game around. One of them was on this Syndra pick right here.
And Yagao, he knows this matchup. He's going to lock in the Echo. It's kind of this counter pick to the Syndra that we've seen go both ways, because while it is a counter pick in that mid lane, you have to be able to play it well.
And this is interesting because it's now the 12th unique pick for Yagao. It's not something he's picked up previously in summer, so I'll be excited to see what he can do against Mole here today. And especially when we talked about, hey, JDG like to play through this mid lane at the moment, setting up Yagao for success. This is a pick that can most certainly snowball in this matchup.
Well, these two teams know something that we don't, Dagda, because there was a Caitlyn ban earlier. Now there's a Karthus ban in the second round. The respect ban immediately goes towards Lumao as that Bard is taken off the board as well.
Isn't it funny though that both the likes of the Bard and the Thresh that we often see prioritized, especially for V5, have slipped through the draft, and even that Bard that we've seen other teams first pick, that super high priority, have slipped through the draft. Karthus as well banned away. This is something we've seen a little bit more so in LCK. We haven't seen a huge amount here in the LPL, but obviously JD Gaming, as you said, these teams, they know something's up.
Tom Kench being removed because it's such a potent combo alongside the center there. It's Gangplank removed from Zoom's champion pool. Just in case that Volibear does go into the jungle, and now JDG, they have to decide where they're going to go next. Bear in mind, that Thresh that you mentioned before is still open. That could be an option for them.
It could also be the option here across the way for V5 if they want to go towards PP God. Like, he has had the most success on the Bard and on the Thresh. These have specifically been his two most picked, and even when you look at the likes of the Thresh, it's got a 70% win rate on that champion, so potential here to go towards that. However, when we look at JDG locking in that set, that's still a lot of flexibility here in the JDG draft. Set can go support, jungle, top, you can have that Volibear even going towards the jungle, so we're still waiting to see where a lot of these picks on the JDG side are going to end up, but here we go.
We got the Lilia locked in. I'm assuming for Weiwei here, since Mole already has a pick, since BuBu already has a pick. And then we're going to see PP God hovering onto this Leona. Bear in mind that Thresh is still available, but Lilia Dagda, this is going to be spicy.
It really is. And the thing about Lilia is we often see her, at least in solo queue, in that top lane. She runs the Conqueror. What we've seen in the LPL so far is that she'll go phase rush in the jungle, and then you're looking to be just teetering along the edge of these fights, trying to make sure that you can get enough damage off with your Q and maybe put a few people asleep with your ultimate. But especially what Lilia likes is when there's a multiple different carries in the other team that are coming into her, because it makes it a lot easier then for her to spin that shillelagh around, hit onto multiple people, and then get a big sleep. And when you look at JDG's composition, that's a lot of people that are diving in on top of it.
So it's Anar as the final pick. That set is going into the support position. Kanavi's taking the bear into the jungle. And I don't know, Volibear against Lilia, I have no idea how that jungle matchup works out, but Zoom certainly got himself a comfortable matchup for the top lane.
They certainly do. Well, when we look at that jungle matchup, at least to start things off, both super good at clearing, will both have pretty much a similar clear path as how, well, a clear speed, sorry, as to how quickly they can move out onto their path. It's just a case of where they want to start, what lanes they want to influence. But when we look at the JDG gaming composition, these guys can play either that 1-3-1 where Nar can go towards a more split push orientated build, or they can look to just shove out these waves and then group up massively and then have this insane team fight where you've got the Gnarls coming in, Echo Stuns coming across the board, multiple flanking positions that could do super well against Victory 5's composition.
And I have to say, I'm just really curious what Weiwei is going to be able to do on this Lilia during those kinds of skirmishes and team fights. That lilting lullaby, if he can get a stack on everyone before popping the ult, that can win a fight in itself.
It really can, and that's where we want to see V5 if they are able to go toe for toe in these team fights. Their composition is set up for those 5v5 brawls. We'll have to see if they can do it here today.
We'll have to see what they've got up their sleeves here. BuBu with the Renekton first pick up against that Gnar in the top side, and BuBu's been one of the more aggressive top laners of the league. We'll see if he can take on Zoom. People calling Zoom the best top laner in the world back in spring.
JDG 加油！希望你们有精彩的发挥，打出好成绩。JDG 加油！
It's time to head onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Victory 5's 5th trial, the trial of intellect, and JDG looking good coming out of the draft here. Very cohesive composition from them. V5 on the other side, they're pulling out some wild cards here. Lilia in the jungle, Y4 on the center once again. And I'm really curious if they can keep up this tempered aggression that we know them for.
It's going to be exciting to see here, and especially, I mean, you're talking about wild cards, even looking just straight off the bat at Weiwei on this Lilia. We talked about, hey, we've seen Conquer in the top lane. We've seen Phase Rush from the jungle. This is a Dark Harvest coming through for the Lilia. So he wants to get into these lanes, start stacking up those Dark Harvest procs, and be a real big carry for the team in this scenario. And the way that we've seen Lilia built has been a lot through like the Leandri's Torment, the Riley's Crystal Scepter, these kind of items that synergize so well with our kit. So I have to see if that's going to be the name of the game here for Weiwei once again, or if you'll see him even prioritize something like an early Zhonya's, which is what we saw from Leian in that Vici series.
And it's interesting to see both junglers going with a solo start as well. No leashes on either side of the board, which means the bot laners are going to be fine to just get into lane and try and contest for level 2. And you can see both PP God and Lumao, they're battling for dominance already in that bottom lane.
They really are already.
Skirmish going on as PP God's in trouble. He's ignited, has to flash away as Loken gets the slow. JDG winning out the trade.
Yeah, you don't win out in a level 1 trade against this set. Huge amount of damage, a lot of burst, and as well paired with Nash. But there's brawls across the board here, Munch.
It's already kicking off. This is what I wanted to see. And you can see that Yagao knows he has to be aggressive in this matchup. And he's going to be exactly that as he gets his Z drive once again onto Mole. But that's the thing about this matchup, is the Syndra's always going to win on the backside of this. This might just be a solo kill as Yagao barely holds onto his flash.
Just about managing to get away from that one. Will be forced to recall. Mole can push in this wave and then recall, which works out pretty well for himself, but not going to be too much when all is said and done. Both these guys will end up burning pretty much the same amount in this round.
So let's talk quickly about the game plan, because I've got a feeling we're going to have a lot of action here this game, Dagda. Who's the ones that need to put their foot forward and find advantages early on?
It's not so much about who finds advantages earlier on, whereas so much about how both these teams want to play. So as we get to the later points in the game, you've got those, as we talked about, the options here on JDG to go for either a split push style with Zoom, with Yagao, or at least with the build that we're seeing, or the rune choice from Zoom. It looks like he's going to be looking more towards these team fights because he's gone for the grasp. Weiwei?
Yeah, Kanavi grabs himself the Scuttle Crab as Weiwei tried to contest for that one, but in the 2v2 right now, Weiwei not feeling that confident.
And this sucks for Weiwei because what's going to happen here is Kanavi can move down towards this bottom side. Look at where the bot lane is pushed in, although as I say that.
So we've got a bit of a 2v2 in the bottom side, and I think PP God actually might not be able to get away with this one. The flash forwards, and that's a kill. Going the way of Loken, we talked about this bottom lane. JDG winning out.
And they've become so much more aggressive on JDG's side, but Weiwei is here to punish
It's not
that.
over just yet. Loken doesn't flash in time, and it means he has to flash after the fact using the cleanse as well. But take a look at the graphic on the bottom of your screen.
If you have time.
If you've got time, because this is all about seeding right now.
It is all about seeding. It is all about V5. Still capable alongside JDG in hitting that first place spot, but we need V5 to try and, well, they need a couple of results to go their way and win every single series, but that's going to be a tough call for them. They've still got EDG and Rogue Warriors left after this series, but they got to take down JDG first here today.
Yeah, I got backing away in the mid lane. He's going to be under constant pressure so far this game. But I just want to quickly iterate what was on that graphic there. V5, the way that they make playoffs is defeating JDG here, or if RNG loses to top esports later today as well, V5 will still manage to find themselves locked in at least in the top 8.
So, after all the shenanigans we've had and all this early aggression, I want to take a quick look at where we're at. Because right now, you've got advantages for JDG on that bottom side of the map, which is why when you look at Kanavi's jungle path, he's gone towards that Raptors, he's going to clear down towards this bottom side and try and use the pressure from Loken and Lumao, either to try and make another gank onto the flashless Leona, or he can even look at this dragon that has just spawned. And that seems to be the game plan here, with Lumao already trying to get vision around that objective. Whereas when we look at Weiwei, he's kind of been set behind a little bit. He did manage to grab the scuttle on the bottom side of the map, which is so good for him. I was worried he'd actually lose both scuttles because of the way Kanavi had already taken that fight topside and because of the pressure JDG had bought. But at least for the moment, Weiwei has been able to farm up. He's going to get his first back now and then can have a bit more influence onto the map. But with Kanavi backing first, he's got the one that can make the plays. And there's that dragon that we talked about.
And it is so crucial that JDG and specifically Kanavi is finding these kinds of advantages early on in the game. We already mentioned before the game how when V5 are ahead at 15 minutes, they have an 85% win rate. JDG cannot afford to let this team find advantages, and you can see that they are matching the aggression early.
And the thing is, both of these squads revolve super heavily around that dragon. They want to have that pressure of that third dragon. the sole point coming onto their side. When you look at JD, oh, hang on.
Loken's in trouble. He doesn't have any summoners right now, but he walks away from the play as Weiwei looks for his route into the battle right now. Lumao will be the target. He's CC'd. The Haymaker onto PP God, though. They turn this one around. 1-for-1 now as Kanavi finally enters the battle. He's going to jump straight onto wide 4. Should be able to trade it, but there's a flash coming out from the center. And suddenly, Kanavi's found himself alone. Yagao and Mole in a 1v1 in the meantime as the double kill comes through. Mole is just about to go down. There's the chrono break to pull out for Yagao. This is absolutely nuts. But Weiwei wants himself 3, but Yagao turns it around.
Yagao managing to dodge
Wait,
away.
what?
What is
Another
going
kill.
on?
Zoom gets a solo kill under the enemy tower.
This is the League of Legends that I wanted. This is the brutality I was expecting in this series. Intellect be damned. These teams, they may be playing smart, but this is living by the seat of your pants, making sure that consistently they are outplaying, outperforming their opponent.
And, you know, a lot of people will be saying, this is not intelligent gameplay, this is wanton aggression, but it's not. This is JDG reading what V5 have to do and outplaying them at their own game.
And what we talked about coming into this, V5 want to play through that bot side, but Kanavi has mixed things up. He's already made this gank to try and turn that bottom lane play around, while already Logan and Lumao have done a great job of doing that for themselves. But Yagao matching Mole on these roams. Mole will oftentimes get involved in these plays in the bottom lane. He said it's a 3v3 a lot of the times when it comes to the mid. It's a 4v3 when it comes to that bottom lane. And for Yagao, great job. One, making that play and counteracting it. This flash away as well means that the watch out Eep, the W from the Lilia, doesn't connect. He manages to get another kill. And in this top lane, Zoom with this counter pick does a great job. Hop away and manages to turn this around onto Bubu. Just looks like hit 6. Here comes the push in. I'm surprised Bubu stuck around with this low health because I imagine W for the stun. There you go. Q, wallop, and you're done for me.
I mean, he had Dominus up, but he didn't get a chance to use it. In a full CC chain there, Bubu not quite respecting enough. And Kanavi, off the back of all of these early advantages, now gets to go towards the Herald.
And we highlighted in the segment before this how important these objectives are. JDG is first for Baron Control in the league and second for Dragon Control in the league. When you look at V5, they're third for Baron Control and fourth for Dragon Control. Both of these teams' game plans revolve very heavily around these early objectives, so then they can set up for later game where they're in control, they can find these fights where they are comfortable, they've got a gold lead, they've scaled to the position that they're happy with, and now JDG are the ones that off of these early plays are setting themselves up through these early objectives.
So we do have JDG with a 1,000 gold lead as of right now, but I do want to bring your eyes to this scoreboard where Weiwei does have 2 kills for himself, also an assist. He's got a tiny CS lead, but importantly, he's already finished his Runic Echoes. One of the issues with this Lilia is sometimes it can take a little while before... Oh, that was close for Yagao there. It can take a little while before you get your items on board, but those 2 early kills will bridge that gap for Weiwei.
The issue when we look at JDG, for V5 fans, when we look at JDG though, is look at where those kills are gone. We have 2 kills already onto Yagao, who are saying, hey look, he wants to try and play in a side lane and then come in for picks or a flank. And now that he's got 2 kills under his belt, this mid lane matchup goes heavily in favor of Yagao, especially now that he's going towards that level 8, level 9. This is usually the point in time where that matchup does swing in favor of the Echo. That's only doubled down thanks to all that extra gold. And when we look at Zoom as well, he's heavily bullying Bubu in his top lane. Look at the CS difference and a kill, and he's working towards that black cleaver. You've got so many problems now on V5 side to try and deal with against JDG.
And these advantages are not going to go away unless Loken gets caught, but he has this cleanse, so he's okay, gets out with his life there. Valiant effort from PP God, but another effort towards the top side here. The Zoom is going to look for a way into the play. It's going to be Mini-Nar for now, but he's got a whole team alongside him. Shields across the squad as well. Coming out from center as Bubu survives for now. Chrono break out of Yagao, but he goes straight on into the loving arms of Mole. Now looking for Zoom, but he hops out over a minion, and he'll be out of the play.
Swirl Seed not able to connect with Zoom, and he will manage to get out, but good turnaround from V5, and that's exactly the kind of plays that they need to do. Weiwei throughout this split has been so strong at tracking the enemy jungle, tracking the plays that the enemy wants to make. And this time, Weiwei's able to get one up over Kanavi.
So, good little answer there from V5, and it's important that they're starting to fire back in some of these plays.
Yeah, and you can see that Swirl Seed there comes in, manages to set things up. But realistically, the TP for Mole and Weiwei being here just completely turns that around. And you can see Weiwei already knew that this was coming, going straight towards that top lane to make sure no shenanigans, but Kanavi.
See you later, Volibear. He's going down immediately. Showstopper from Lumao, and there's a next face breaker as well. Mole can't do anything about this one. Wow, what an answer from JDG.
You don't have the damage from Y4 to try and turn that around. Weiwei, because he's still this Lilia, is quite squishy at the moment. Same when it comes to Mole. So when you get Lumao with these monstrous face breakers, it's turnaround time for JDG.
And that's the thing. Sure, you've caught out Kanavi, but he doesn't have the gold. Look at the two carries on the side of JDG. If they're near the play and you've got Lumao CCing people, it doesn't matter if they're outnumbered. They're going to win.
They definitely are. And this is where we've got to start looking at, okay, so what does this mean for the next couple of minutes? Because we've got an Infernal Dragon on the card that both these teams are going to be looking for. You've got 3 kills now into Loken. He'll be able to most certainly, well, won't have time to back before the Blade of the Rune King now.
Goodness.
But JDG, using this Rift Herald, creates pressure in the mid. They can turn towards this Dragon. They will get the Blade, and they're all going into the hands of Yagao. Yagao is so far accelerated in this game, it is unbelievable.
It is rare that you see a first tower of the game with plates as well going down in the mid lane. That is such a phenomenal advantage for JDG, and it means that V5 have just lost a ton of map control.
And it's not too bad at the moment for V5. Because remember what we were talking about. Hey, look, JDG, they are more focused on these side lanes, especially for Yagao. Well, what they want is Yagao to get these side lane turrets down so he can shove in a wave, and then he can move to join in with the rest of JDG in this 1-4 split push. So although the mid lane tower going down does suck, it's still savable for V5 where they can push out these waves, and then as long as they're able to try and protect some of these side lanes a little bit better, they can keep themselves in check. V5 also, at least with Yagao backing now, no teleport available, they're the ones that get advantage over towards this Dragon, which I'm surprised at. I really thought that JDG, after using that Rift Herald mid, would have turned that in towards the Dragon.
I mean, JDG had a 3,000 gold lead leading into that Dragon. It's still V5 that just managed to waltz in off the back of the recall from Yagao, as you say. In the meantime, though, Zoom is like, oh, Yubi is not here. Fine, I'll take a whole bunch of turret plays for myself as well.
And I think that's why. This is, why JDG are trying to make this play is like, look, we can go get a recall.
Oh, hang on, they're under the tower onto Loken. Look at the burst damage coming on through. Ash doesn't get to move. Lumao pulls PP God in, but he's got himself a stopwatch, so he'll move out with his life right now, but this sleep comes through. There's no way to escape from this team of V5. They're locking everybody down, and Yagao, not long for this world, trying to break into the play. PP God barely survives. The last second heal from Y4.
And you can see Weiwei is doing such a good job in this Lily of playing around that true damage. The Q, the edges of it, that little shillelagh swing, that's what is where you can get that true damage, and that is doing so much work against Yagao in that situation. So 2 kills back in favor of V5, and JDG now, that 3,000 gold lead, starting to get a little bit smaller, but they did manage to get that top lane turret.
They got literally 10 times the turret plate gold of their opponents right there. The top lane turret went down. As you said, they got the first turret in the mid lane as well. But in terms of kills, scoreboard right now is 7 for 7. It's a 2,000 gold lead in favor of JDG.
And this is the play where we got to see on bot side. Loken gets just about caught by the Zenith Blade of PP God. And then that burst damage coming through over the top is just crazy at the moment. Let me look at Weiwei here as well. Yagao realizes too little too late that he's been caught out. There's the sleep from the ultimate. Then you got Mole following up. The burst damage is too high. Fair play from Yagao to try and finish off PP God. Nerdy manages it, but just not quite.
So now, finally, V5 are going to be the ones to grab themselves a Herald, and they might be able to get down one of these towers. But they are 3 towers down right now. They're falling so far behind in tempo when it comes to those, but Yagao is in a 1 versus 5 right now. Everybody jumping on in. Does get himself the shield, which means he can escape. And now Kanavi looking for the re-engage onto PP God. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there's a whole bunch of action. But it's Mole up in the top side right now.
Look where Lumao is, though. He's still looking for these plays. Doesn't have the flash available.
He's kind of lonely right now, but Bubu looks to be the target. Face breaker in. Loken is here. The Crystalline Arrow going to be held onto for now.
But as you said, Munch, Mole is still in this top side. He's still pushing in this turret. And at the moment, V5, because they haven't gone down to any of these plays, they're still relatively okay. So we get a lot of tussling back and forth. No one falls except this tower in this top side.
So V5 finally get themselves their first tower of the game. 3,000 is the gold lead for now, but once this tower falls, that will be minimized ever so slightly here for V5.
And we're starting to see these crucial items for Victory 5 come in as well, because this game has been very much accelerated with how quick it has been. So you've got that Black Cleaver nearly completed now for Y4. You're seeing the Rylade's Crystal Scepter is going to be the first port of call for Weiwei as well. So a lot of control in these fights, but bot side.
Yagao wants to go for a 1v1 onto the Vietnamese Alligator. Not going to find it for now. And he will just force BuBu out of the lane. BuBu is not having a fun game. Look at the CS deficit that he's found at the top lane.
He's not having a good time at all, and this is why Zoom is actually pretty terrified when you give him a counter matchup, especially if you're going to first pick this Renekton, and BuBu just won't be able to stand toe-to-toe. I mean, look, he hasn't even got his Black Cleaver completed. You look over at Zoom, Black Cleaver. Now he's got that Abyssal Mask completed as well. Like, he is so far accelerated right now, it is unbelievable.
I mean, you're absolutely right. He's on 2 tanky items for himself. Well, I guess the Black Cleaver, not really that much of a tanky item, but he's going to be getting massive. Once he turns into Mega Nard during these fights, it's going to be difficult to deal with. But I'm keeping my eyes on Weiwei here as he recalls, might be able to finish off his second item. Oh, he's so close, but he's not going to be able to finish it off just yet. Could be the Rylai's, could be the Liandry's. You'd expect potentially the Liandry's first.
Well, he's kind of gone for a bit of a mixture there. I wasn't sure what we'd see. Usually we do see the Liandry's first, or at least the Haunting guys, and then you can go build into something else. A little bit of times we'll see like Haunting guys into Dead Man's Plate, and then you would just stick at that. But especially when he has that Blasting Wand already, could just work straight up towards the full Liandry's Torment, then over into the Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
So everything has suddenly slowed down a little bit here, Dagda. We're seeing these two teams take a breather. So what is the next step? If you're a JDG fan, they've got themselves the lead. How do they turn this lead into a victory?
Well,
they
have to hang on.
Lullaby comes out onto Loken. He's going to have to cleanse. Just about survives the Unleashed Power. Mole might not be able to survive, though, as he's taken down by Kanavi. Yagao on the backline, jumping onto Y4 as well. Forces a flash for himself. Still has the Chrono Break available as Weiwei ignited and trying to prance away, but the bear chomps on down and hits him with the paws. PP God just about gets underneath his tower here, but another fight going the way of JDG.
And that's how JDG tried to accelerate this game. It's by shoving out a side lane and then having Yagao come in with that teleport, come in from a flank position, and get onto V5. If you've got multiple different directions that this fight is trying to kick off from, it's actually pretty difficult for V5 to deal with. Whereas for JDG, they are looking so good right now. They've got their 4,000 gold lead. They're getting their second dragon. Rift Herald, though, is still in the hands of Weiwei, but it's going to time out pretty quickly. He's got to get that one out onto the map.
It's not ideal when you're just going to have to drop it in a random lane either. So it started off onto Loken.
And this is a major overcommitment from V5. There's no reason to try and go for this play. All they really wanted to do here was take the tower. You had the Rift Herald there, you had the members, but unfortunately, when Mo gets caught out by that Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Loken, that's when JDG are able to collapse. And you actually have a ward there that spots that JDG are kind of sitting in that river area. So I'm surprised to see V5 go for the play.
So they do finally get this mid lane tower down. They're going to look for a second charge with the Rift Herald. They should be able to get, at very least, the charge here, but there's no way for them to fully contest onto the tower. And I want to quickly mention that play before we get more action coming off here, Dagda, that this is JDG we're talking about. And the second that you overcommit, the second you overstep as V5, like they did onto Loken in that mid lane tower, JDG of all teams is going to punish you 100% of the time.
And that's exactly what JDG are doing. They are trying to, with this composition, punish the draft from V5. You saw that early Renekton come in. Right, we're going to go straight towards this now. We're going to have a fantastic laning phase here for Zoom. Same with Yagao. Kanavi making sure that Yagao again is set up in that mid lane beautifully. And then we have Loken and Lumao powering home in that bottom lane. The duo kills again and again. JDG are looking so on form. And after what we'd already highlighted as a couple of shaky series from these, this is the JDG that we saw in that Spring Split final. Why they are our Spring Split champions.
JDG feels like, even though they did have some rough series this split, they've had some games that they've lost. It feels like it's all been part of the training montage. I feel like I'm watching Rocky Balboa right now. They've been training up, and now against the tougher opponents, they're pulling out all of the stops. And this is the clean, consistent JDG that we got so used to back this year.
And unfortunately for V5, it's not exactly the V5 that we have seen. They tried to play through this bottom side of the map, hasn't quite worked out for him. Wei Wei is going still for these carry-orientated junglers. I mean, the Lilia here, but no engage from Yagao. He has gone towards that Riley's Crystal Scepter as a second item, so trying to be a little bit more utility-focused here, but
there's going to be the lilting lullaby here onto Kanavi, who's just going to leap out of the play. This is the thing about Volibear. He's so damn safe. The jump is just so hard to deal with.
And as well, when you're on Wei Wei's side, he has actually used that ultimate, so trying to lock down Kanavi, but they weren't quite able to do so. So it's ultimate for ultimate. And for anyone who's a little bit confused by Lilia, actually, we probably should mention that. Basically, the way Lilia's ult works is, if you deal damage to someone, then you can ult, and they will fall asleep after a short period of time. So that's why V5 are very much relying on Wei Wei getting multiple people hit by Wei Wei's abilities, so they can then put to sleep multiple people in JDG's.
It's a little like Zoe's sleep, where it's going to take a second to kick in, and then you'll be essentially stunned for a few seconds there. But it's important to mention that the actual ult itself has unlimited range. It just has to have a mark on someone previously. The marks can only be applied by Lilia, but that Swirl Seed, the E, has unlimited range, so there are ways to make picks happen at a very long distance.
And as well, just like with Zoe's sleep, if you wake someone up from that sleep, they're not happy because they've just taken a whole heap of extra damage as well. So this is where you've got to be relying on multiple people sleeping in these fights, and why Wei Wei wants JDG to be jumping in on top of him, and how V5 can potentially make these fights work. But though, unfortunately for them, JDG are doing such a good job of separating out these fights, finding more skirmish-orientated scraps where they are more suited to that style of play.
I do just want to quickly mention, as we look over the scoreboard here, that Y4, despite being the guy that was on the V5 that really didn't work out in spring, despite being essentially the new member stepping back in, he's looking like the most consistent member on the entire team right now.
And that's what we said in the last games. He was on that 15 KDA after 2 games. He had been looking good. The problem is, V5 as a whole have to be looking good for them to try and face off against JDG. And right now, JDG are controlling this map. Now moving in towards this more split push orientated role that we were talking about. Yagao in a side lane. Zuma's built not for a side lane. He's built for these team fights. So it will be this 1-4 split push with JDG trying to enable Yagao or have him joining these flanks with TP or just wandering through the jungle of V5.
So Dagda, I want to quickly talk about some scaling options here for V5, because Yagao actually maybe stepping a little too far. Does have the TP available for himself. But when you see a center on a team, when you see things like Syndra as well, what does it look like for V5 in the later stages of the game? Does this get better for them?
It's not, as we said in the beginning, so much of a scaling thing. It's like V5 want to try and find 5v5 fights where they can actually set up front to back. Fortunately for them, though, JDG are not giving them that option. Yagao in a side lane, they're coming in from multiple different positions, and here we go, TP for this dragon fight.
TP down into the bottom lane right here from Yagao. You can see that JDG really want to fight for this one. It's only a Cloud Drake right here. This is getting them to soul point, but it wouldn't be the soul itself. Zoom looking to try and build his Rage Gene before the fight kicks off, but he's forced into the pit here. Yagao looking for a 1v1. Dragon finally taken by JDG, and they're forced to fight immediately. PP God with the Stone Plate increases Lumao's damage. Look at the combo. JDG, that was perfect.
It's not even close. JDG wiped the floor with V5. They get the Dragon, and they can turn directly towards this Baron. And Loken, with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, sets up everything.
Lumao, you are a beautiful, beautiful man. That was insane. The split-second PP God Stoneplate comes up. He goes for the showstopper. It just half-healths everyone on the team of V5.
It was so well played from JDG, but that's the decisiveness we want to see from our top team in the league right now. This is the play we've been begging JDG to show us in the last couple of series. And once again, when they are up against the top teams in the LPL, that's when they show it. Yubu does a good job here of trying to separate Yagao from the fight, but that doesn't matter, because Lumao slam dunk face breaker onto everyone. And from that point forward, there's no turning back as Yagao comes in from the side and Loken's free firing the whole time.
Some beautiful positioning there from Loken as well to dodge away from the solar flare. So with that lethal tempo, he could just be hammering these arrows out. And now suddenly, things have gone from bad to worse for V5. They were about 5,000 gold down before. Now they're about 8,000 gold down. This is starting to become insurmountable. They've got to find a miracle play.
And that's the thing, is that JDG, although they're opting into these fights, although they end up all brawling constantly, it's JDG that are playing the map better. They are always trading up in towers before these fights were happening. They are willing to sacrifice a dragon where Zoom could get pressure topside. They can make plays towards Rift Herons. This is why this was the trial of intellect, because even though JDG can tussle with the best of them, they've still got the mind of a fighter behind it.
And that's the thing, right? It's not that them being intelligent means that they're not good mechanical players. They're exceptional mechanical players. It's just that it's not their only strength. They have way more in the arsenal than that. And one important thing about that last fight as well is Zoom didn't even have Mega Gnar. They didn't even have all of their ultimates available. And the Gnar ultimate is such a crucial team-fighting team in most compositions that run Gnar. JDG still get away with it just off the back of loop.
And this is now so difficult for V5 to try and defend against. Zoom is super far ahead of Bubu, so he's able to control this bot side. Yagao,
Oh
well,
my goodness.
here's a demonstration.
Mole's being pushed towards the rest of JDG here. The Z-Drive Resonance not going to be able to be used though, and actually Yagao's the one in trouble, trying to get out of the play, has a stopwatch to keep himself safe as everybody jumps into the fray to keep this mid laner alive. Yagao gets out with his life. Kanavi might have sacrificed his own to make the play happen though. PP God looking to chase his Bubu, looks to find a way in. In goes the Croc, spinning it around the shadow across the squad, and suddenly things turn on their heads.
V5 managed to find the play, over aggression from JDG, nets at opening for V5, and they will not be able to get onto Yagao, but they are going to be very happy with defending that Baron play and getting so many of them removed from the JDG side.
And they kept their inhibitors alive. This happened before the siege could really commit, but in goes Yagao once again. PP got to the target. He finds one for himself, looking for the 2v1. He's way forced out of this one. Swirl Seed. It looks like the ultimate on cooldown.
Echo with these double Cloud Dragons is so disgusting. Look, his ult is nearly back up. It's halfway off that cooldown, and Yagao is playing around this amazingly. Bit too far here when we get to this play, where JDG are forced to try and rescue Yagao, but I believe at this stage, it's not going to net too much here for V5. There's not like there's any big objectives that they can go and play for. It will give them a bit of gold back in the favor and shut down the farm play, but we still have that Cloud Soul that's now coming up and available for JDG. And you've invested a lot there from V5. The TP on Bubu, flash from Bubu as well. So I'll be curious to see now how V5 try and approach this next dragon fight, because that's going to be the big one here. That's where you can have JDG running towards that soul. And as we already saw, Yagao is a nuisance when he gets this ultimate cooldown reduction. And now give him a speed up after that as well. It's going to be super hard to lock down Yagao.
So Yagao oversteps his team pace for it during that skirmish, but it looks like it's V5 that have overstepped this time. 3 of them caught out in the mid lane, and the whole of JDG is here to punish. Loken got found by Mole. He's just going to get annihilated, as Syndra often does annihilate AD carries. And Mole, he's looking to proxy a wave because he knows he's in trouble. Yagao going to be chasing this one on through, and I don't think there's a way that Mole gets out of the play. It is possible, however, to see some kind of shenanigans. Wait, no it isn't. The rest of the squad's here as well. Kanavi in with the bear slap onto Mole.
Phase rush.
Should finish him off in the end. It was a long charade. He bought a lot of time, but Zoom's in the base.
Buying time is better than actually losing more of their base, because Bubu won't be able to defend against Zoom. Zoom will get this, but it does stop the likes of that bottom lane turret, which is super low, from going down. Unfortunately, though, JDG will be able to pick up this dragon. V5 cannot defend, and now we've got Elder in 6 minutes. We got a Baron in a minute, and JDG do not look like they are going to stop taking over this game.
Absolutely not. Yagao as well has a Dark Seal with 10 stacks right now. I'd love to see him go and upgrade that for his final item. But what an arrow coming out onto Wayway.
What coordination from JDG. They see a single opportunity. Slightly overextended here from V5, and that's all that JDG need. The arrow into the showstopper, into JDG, picking off so many members of V5, and then you don't even get a chance to fight for that dragon.
Look at the Gnar ult cooldown ticking away on the top right. Well, he's just changed form, so he ruined it, but the Gnar ultimate looks like it's got about a 20-second cooldown at this point. You can maybe do that twice in a fight.
It gets a little bit silly when we get to 3 Cloud Dragons for JDG's side. This is why they're perfectly happy to start firing out these ultimates willy-nilly. Like Loken's Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you can just fire that out. Maybe you make a pick, doesn't matter. You'll have that up super fast. Same with Yagao and his ultimate. He's able to play a little bit more forward, try to be a little bit more aggressive, try and make these death-defying echo plays.
Swirlseed not going to connect. Here we go. Arrow in. It's going to be a flash from Maul to dodge that one out as Lumao stops from the play. Yagao has to go golden to keep himself safe as Weiwei on the back line, getting chased down by Zoom, who finishes him on the back side. Now BuBu trying to get into play, but he's knocked into the wall as the rest of the squad from V5 is taken on down. This is going to be game one. This is a dominant showing from JDG.
JDG come out swinging in game number one, saying, hey V5, welcome to playoffs. This is what you've got to face.
Yeah, this is your final trial, the intellect of JDG. They're going to read you like a book. They're going to look at your strategies and counter them beautifully. Not to mention the insane team fighting that we see every single time. What a performance from our spring champions.
Amazing performance from JDG. And look how cool, calm and collected they look on the stage after what was a slobber knocker of a game. I'm excited for game number 2 after that. But we got to look at how JDG approached this, because 2v2 kills in the bottom lane from Loken and Lumao, looking absolutely incredible. Kanavi reading what Weiwei wants to do and shutting down those continuous plays to try and win that bot lane back in favor of Y4 and PP God. And again, we talked about these objectives, how crucial they would be as we started to move forward. Well, Kanavi got off the bat rolling very quickly, was managed to pick up the first Drake. They let the second Dragon go, but they managed to get Rift Herald, snowballing these leads, getting gold in their favor. And then when we got to those team fights, there was just no coming back for V5.
It felt like, you know, I was coming in expecting it to be like V5 get themselves an advantage early on, and then once it gets to the mid-game, JDG try and outsmart. But JDG, they rip that page out of the book. They're not interested in losing the early game. They're like, all right, V5, your strength is the early game. We're going to match you. We're going to outdraft you, and then we're going to play around your very strategy. Beat them in the 2v2 in the bottom side. And then once that bottom lane is not ahead for V5, suddenly the entire strategy falls apart.
And it also felt like JDG were always a step ahead. Every time V5 tried to make a play, whether it was a pick and river where we had Lumao come out of the bushes, turn that around so it's JDG favored. When they try to make these bottom lane plays, Kanavi manages to follow through and make a play.
Yeah.
And then you've just got Zoom, who's manhandling BuBu in the top lane. It never really felt like V5 were able to get a footing in this game, because every time they did, JDG pulled the carpet out from underneath them.
And this is, I just want to reiterate how important this win is for JDG, not just in terms of the standings, in terms of seeding for them to try and make it to number 1 or number 2 seed by the end of the split, but also this is a team that beat Top Esports. Top Esports are widely regarded as JDG's biggest opponents in the standings right now, with IG coming into that conversation as well. Being able to defeat V5 in this kind of fashion, if they can push this to 2 games in a similar fashion, JDG honestly will look like a favorite for the whole tournament for me.
Yeah, this was absolutely incredible. And we've been having conversations off air about, you know, where do we see all these people lie, those top 3 teams? Well, JDG is definitely making a statement here today against Victory 5. And we do have to look at V5 and kind of go, well, what's going on? Because we talked about how strong PP God has been, how well that bottom lane is performing, and this isn't like, oh, well, Y4 is in, they're doing terribly. This is PP God overextending, getting caught out by Lumao, and then Loken following up super well with that synergy Loken and Lumao built up over years of playing together. This is where we kind of go, okay, V5, we got to go back, take it a little bit slower, and don't just rush into these headlong brawls, because JD Gaming, they'll match you toe for toe, but they're winning elsewhere on the map as you go and go for those fights.
And it's important to consider that JDG were winning all of these lanes, like Nart doing really, really well into Renekton. Obviously, Senna is not exactly a lane-dominant champion. And then in the mid lane, because Yagao got that early lead, because he had the theoretical counter matchup and was able to snowball, there was no point on the map that V5 had an advantage.
And especially when we look at that jungle, and it really felt like Weiwei didn't get a look in this game. The Lilia didn't really do too much.
That's twice now.
Twice now we've seen it happen, where I was like hoping to see a little bit more, because I'm still looking to see how Lilia kind of slots into the meta at the moment, and I haven't been convinced by both of the performances that I've now seen, especially when we're looking at the jungle role more so than the top lane role. I think I would have preferred to see him go back towards something that he's found a little bit more success on. I know the Graves and the Nidalee were taken away, but I mean, we've seen him even go towards Trundles, we've seen the Lee Sins come through. I thought that would be the style that we would fall back on. I don't think after that performance we'll be seeing Lilia again, because even when Zoom came in, I think he whittled away maybe
I think, like,
of his health
look,
bar.
This is an important series for V5.
Yes.
If after that performance they play Lilia again, I don't know what to say. Unless I'm missing something, unless it's worked amazingly in scrims and there's something that we're just missing here, Lilia does not look strong enough to be a priority jungler right now when you've got things that are just so much stronger. Things like the Volibear that was a priority for the other side of the board for JDG. Like, Lilia just could not match up in any way.
No, it really couldn't. And that's why I was super surprised by the draft that came in from V5. Because if you cast your minds back, Renekton first pick, they end up giving across both the Volibear and the Ashe, which have been super strong picks for V5. And then you end up going for this Lilia. It just felt... I wouldn't have agreed. I don't agree with that Renekton first pick, and especially as we even highlighted some of the other major picks that are in this, like the Twisted Fate. Yeah. Although we have seen obviously the nerf come into him, but still the LPL is perfectly happy playing him. We're still seeing massive impacts from that Twisted Fate. So I would have preferred to see them go towards some of these stronger picks in that draft.
Yeah, definitely feel like the draft was maybe off, and I'm not against Lilia. I'm excited to see some successful Lilia, but we're not seeing it just yet, and I'm not convinced just yet. We've got more action, though. That's just game number 1. JDG looking fantastic to start things off with V5. They've got another opportunity to come back into this series. We'll see if they can push us to 3 right after this.
光辉这边的一个状态也很差，这一波 RW 还是蛮有信心去打这一波的。
哎，但巴德这个大招又是看到了熊熊，这时候怎么说？一炮打到熊熊，他们开始抱人进场，自己的血量还可以，打出 W 技能，自己没有死。卡牌的大招有没有机会飞？
那这个阵型 RW 很尴尬呀，要溜了。
但是
叫一个闪现拉
能大招吗？定住了，张无忌直接被秒。卡牌的 Q 技能刮到3个，这边一个进化追过去，一个黄牌定住了巴德。这边熊熊闪现过墙，一技能拉到奥拉夫，给到一个惩戒，奥拉夫也死了。这一波团战还要追吗？卡牌这里没有闪现，看移速能不能跟得上。给到罪名减速，还想杀 Holder
有闪现，什么时候交呢？
哎呀 ，Brado 这一炮也直接宰掉了无名了，这样的话可能要打一波团灭，
走不掉了呀。整下路水晶正面5打5了呀，看一下
这个杀的上。
两边的操作了，泽山这边大招刷一下伤害，
没先手呀，没先手的话，阿卡丽也没机会上去。
那大眼瞪小眼儿，等边线了，只能。
这勾了巨魔，黄牌跟上，
哇，这伤害好高啊！
这3个 ADC 打得太快了，一剑是逼出了一个干锅，哇，艾希直接被泽山2发包就带走了，我天！
那这后续感觉有机会一波了，
杀你毫不费劲儿。
Rampage。
中路佛佛等下被逮，但是有塔姆在旁边，
先射到了，
没关系。对，有塔姆，这里 TP 过来，奥恩有机会留人吗？反手被推了一下，这里反手打一套奥恩。
哇，这个加速皇冠确实是有点
这波你别说可以反打，标记
推哪里？
哎呦，
没推到人，
撞空了，
那就尴尬了呀。奥恩在这个时间点没有大招的话，其实他正面的团战能提供的帮助非常的微小。
这里反手推了一下，假阳来了，杰杰打倒3个人，反手要秒奥恩直接被秒了。西魔的话这边吞了一下队友，魔豪被救了一口，
直接追 A，
后补直接闪现过来 A 了 ，A 死了西魔。
他们
打到的速度不是那么慢，但是
4打5接一波，看有没有机会
利用手长优势，可以看拉扯的一个情况吧。
是的，3射手这个时候要发挥作用的，
拉扯还不错，但是
闪现过来闪现。
哇，刚说拉扯不得，但是 Hold 终于站出来了。那这样熊熊想去抢，看能不能抢到。拿到4个人，空拳轰完之后，看一下大龙是谁了。
机会，
大龙
还好
加2
打下来。
不过这波团战呀，张无忌这边加入一个闪现拉开，但还是走不掉。后续只有乐意存活，这波团战
4杀
，Maple 4杀，
那必须是我了。
那这个时候有没有一手 TP 啊？没有 TP 了。因为中路的兵线已经到了，这个时候正面不打其实才是最稳妥的一个选择呀。
抽了一个假阳，
你看家里面已经开始锤门牙了，但这个时候 BLG 选择了接盘，他们选择了主动打这个远古龙。
对 ，BLG 这里不能再拖了。
这波团战，
杰杰拿了5个人， 假阳撞起来4个，直接被秒掉。哎，死伤还很高的，这死高的过来想秒 ，Vince 小榴莲被吃了进去，被突了出来，
但是也没有什么后续了。这个时候小榴莲还在走 A， 一直没拿到 A， 有点机会。双 C 好像
没必要啊，打大龙就可以了啊，打远古龙就可以了。
哇，这一波两边都有点上头。
这我怎么输啊？
While you put your jacket on and count the final steps you take before you're gone. I wish you turned just one last time around to see the skies above me falling down. I don't know why you just can't stay here while we say goodbye. You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. You came like a natural disaster. I didn't run away. I thought, bring it on, I'm getting faster, but it's far too late. Now I'm right in the middle of your earthquake, swinging back and forth. I try to hold on to wind and weather, but you're heading north. I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here, don't you realize? I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. I need more than a keepsake, I need you for real. Don't end with a handshake. I need more than a keepsake, I need you to feel. Don't cut out the outtakes. More than a keepsake. I need more than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. More than a keepsake. Oh, I don't know why you just can't stay here. Why we say goodbye? You can't deny we had a thing here.
就接下来比赛嘛，我们会就全力以赴，然后尽量把每场比赛都赢下来，也尽量2-0，因为我们目标是常规赛的第1嘛，因为第1的话就打第4，2、3尽量是 IG 跟 TES 碰一碰嘛，然后就这对我们来说是好事。
I love how the way Luma was looking at this is like, we got to manage this bracket for ourselves. So that means we got to get first place. Luma as well, looking amazing in game number 1. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda once again. What a way to start the day, Dagda.
Oh, that is better than my morning coffee, to be honest. If you aren't awake after that
this
one,
guy
this
likes
is
coffee.
amazing. I do like coffee. I like a lot of food and drink, to be honest. But either way, coming into this, you can see where Lumau's thought process is and why JDG came out swinging. They are looking for that 2-0 because, as you said, you do not want to face IG or top esports as you start to move in towards those playoff brackets. So I really want to see here what these guys are capable of if they can have that similar performance in game number 2.
And this is their second to last series as well. They are running out of time to get those wins on the board. But Lumau, we just saw him talking about the series. He's going to be MVP for game number 1. And I mean, there is the dragon fight where he got the ult onto PP, got face breaker onto 4 people. I think that in itself just clinched the MVP from there.
Yeah, most certainly did. And Lumau looked absolutely amazing from the get-go. Here's that duo lane kill that we talked about in those early stages of the game. We even talked about, hey, when we started to move in towards potential picks from V5, it was Lumau here who was able to turn this play back around and shut down some of this aggression from V5. He was everywhere, and Munch, after this, like that play at Dragon, that massive showstopper was beautiful from this guy.
And this is without having your Mega Gnar as well. They managed to make this play happen. Just beautiful stuff going through. And I mean, you see Lumau just waiting for PP God to use the stone plate. The second it's up, he goes in.
Yeah, and this is why Lumau looks so damn good on this set. We see it here today against V5. We've seen it previously against BLG, where he had these massive flank maneuvers with the Hextech flash over the wall to catch out wings and set up JDG's victory there. The amount of playmaking ability from this bot lane between Loken and Lu Mao has been absolutely magnificent, and it's great to see JDG having this playmaking potential, because that's kind of what we said lacked from this team, right? Was the star power, the people that can stand up and be accounted for sometimes when they need to get into those clutch scenarios. Where now we're seeing Kanavi, we're seeing Loken, and Lu Mao in that game is showing that he needs to be in that conversation as well.
I mean, Zoom as well stepping up in this game, who's been a little bit shaky this split, so really, really excited to see JDG clearly firing on all cylinders. And when it comes down to that bottom lane, we have to go back to the draft for V5, because I feel like the biggest strength V5 had was that they were one of the best 2v2 lanes in the bottom side of the map. They were willing to be aggressive and find advantages through that lane. But when we look at the draft, Sana is not going to dominate a laning phase, and Leona struggles against Set because the true damage just ignores all of the defensive stats that the Aftershock and the Eclipse are going to offer. So I feel like they need to reinvent what is happening down there so that they don't lose the 2v2 to Loken and Lu Mao.
Exactly, we've seen them go towards a lot of these picks, like the Callista, the Ashes, these kind of picks.
Yes.
And looks like they agree with us here from V5, because Sam D is the player to bring out the likes of this Callista.
And what did we say about Y4 when he first came in at the start of today? He's been playing the Ashe, he's been playing this Senna. It feels like Y4 is their Senna guy. They're using this sub for a specific playstyle, but Sam D, when we think of him, we think of things like this Callista, like the Ashe, that can be more aggressive and make plays.
We think of those MVP performances as well. He is tied with Loken at the moment for 7 MVPs on the V5 side. He's been so instrumental to the victories for Victory 5, and now you can see that priority coming through for Sam D as we get into this draft.
Get rid of the Renekton first pick. It was ridiculous. I think they realized that. They're going back to what's worked in the past. Get yourself a strong AD carry.
Still, though, we do see the volley bear left open here for JDG. They can go towards that once again. We also talked about some of these higher priority picks, like the Twisted Fate for Yagao and Mole, LeBlanc for Yagao as well, his signature pick from Spring. There's a lot here for JDG to work with.
So now it's JDG saying, hey, we're going to go with the center. We're the ones that are going to go for more scaling down in the bottom lane. And I'm curious how Loken's going to do on this center, whether we do still see aggressive bot lane play coming through. And they're going to go along with this Lee Sin for Kanavi. So kind of a very different take on the draft here from JDG comparatively to Game 1.
I did assume they were going to take the volley bear here. Like, they have prioritized that so much in this summer split. And again, as we talked about, that flexibility between Zoom and Kanavi. But okay, that was quick. Forget the volley bear. The Camille coming through for Zoom. He wants to dominate this top lane, but this is interesting because it feels like Zoom, especially after the performance he had in this last game, is just like, right, I can bully up Bubu, I can take these aggressive trades, but you are picking this blind.
Well, they have immediately banned that Renekton, which we've all seen the paint drawing of the 030 Camille when it goes into Renekton. Whack, whack, whack. None of those kinds of shenanigans here. But it is worth mentioning quickly, we have seen little bits of Camille in the mid lane as well. This is to some extent a flex pick. That is more specifically against Zoe though.
Yeah, we've seen a tiny bit with Zoe banned, and I'd be surprised to see Yagao just lock it in. There's a lot of picks that you can still play super heavily against, although you do know he's against the Syndra. Could kind of work. I still think it's not the best of calls in that mid lane. I feel like Syndra still does pretty well into that matchup. But we're going to be looking anyway at the rest of this, because JDG banning away that Karma, making sure that Bubu can't get his hands on that, or even PP God, which has been his fallback when the Thresh or even that Leona's gone from. And there's that Twisted Fate that we were talking about, that high priority pick we thought we'd see a little bit more of in this game.
Now, it is going to be the Camille up in the top side. It's going to be Yagao going with this matchup once again. Looked fantastic in game number 1 of the series, so rinse and repeat with the Echo.
And I'd be a little bit, like, there's a little inkling here for me that we have seen Camille support previously, and we, like, this is going way, way back. I'd be very surprised to see that down there, but can work okay against the Ashe because you can always use the ultimate.
Let's get away from the Camille shenanigans. Let's come back to that if it happens. We've got a Mordekaiser in the top lane here for Bubu.
Yeah, and there we go. We're going to be looking over at the Thresh. I'd actually like the Bard to a certain extent here. You can shut down some of these plays, get onto the likes of this Immobile Senna, make sure she's not part of the play. It does make it a little bit more difficult because, as we talked about with JDG, if this is a Camille in a solo lane alongside this Echo, very much a 1-3-1, very much trying to spread out the map. And at least for the Bard, you can set up for these plays where you can get a guaranteed engage onto the 3 members of JDG. But if you end up in this flank scenario where you've got Zoom and Yagao joining in the fray, the Bard can't quite be as good because he's not as strong against some of these dive compositions.
Good amount of long-range engage, though. And that's a Pantheon as the final lock in here. We have no traditional supports locked in. I think that's the Pantheon for Luma.
It is. It is going to be the Pantheon for Luma. We have actually seen PP God play a little bit of this Pantheon in the bottom lane. It's very much about trying to get out of lane and get involved in that mid lane matchup where you can use the ultimate, join in with Kanavi as he goes towards those ganks, and use that ultimate from the Pantheon to have super high map pressure.
Okay, they are going to swap around.
Yeah.
Loken was holding that Camille a little bit too long for me. I was getting a little bit nervous. It is going to be JDG with the Camille up in the top side that they picked blind in that top lane. I'm really curious what Zoom has up his sleeves to that pick, but the Pantheon support as well from Lu Mao. JDG with a game in hand, really pulling out all the stops here.
And this is where I want to see what JD are capable of doing here. This is very much a, hey, we want to go towards this 1-3-1. We think that we are stronger when it comes towards map play, which I don't disagree with them with after that last game. They were definitely the ones consistently trading up when it came to towers, when it came to objectives, and once again, they want to try and make that happen. However, you need time here for JDG. They want the Camille to scale to those 2-3 items. Same when it comes towards this Echo, even to a certain extent towards the likes of the Senna. So when we get towards those mid-game fights where you're looking at 1 to 2 item spikes and the little bit less expensive items for the likes of Sam D and Mole, that's when V5 are going to be strong.
I'm keeping my eyes on this jungle matchup once again, though. Wei against Kanavi as we head into game 2.
JDG 加油 ！JDG 加油！勇者无畏，愈战愈强。
Great to see some of the LCK
Yeah.
players as well representing for JDG. I guess that's a respect thing after JDG did so well internationally as well. But I'm excited now as we get into game number 2 because this draft got real spicy, Dagda. JDG are 1-0 up, and apparently that means that they can kick back and bring out some of the craziness in game 2.
And we'll have to see if that's what they're capable of going for here. Because as we talked about, look, JDG, what they're trying to do is get Yagao ahead, get Zoom ahead, take over in this 1-3-1 style. And the best way for them to do that is have Kanavi play towards this top side of the map. But honestly, when you've got Lu Mao on this Pantheon, he becomes another factor in that play, especially as he gets towards that level 6 mark, where he can man drop all over the place, try and set up plays towards Zoom, towards Yagao, and get these 2 split pushers ahead. Or even at level 1, apparently.
Look at this from Lu Mao. He wants to make plays. There goes Mole's flash. That is such a great play immediately out of Lu Mao.
Exactly, and he's doing this all while Loken's actually helping get with this leash towards Kanavi. So it's not like he's missing out anything. They are going to have a super hard push from Sam D and PP God in this bottom lane, though, and Lu Mao actually might have to take the long way around.
No, he's a Pantheon. He's quite happy to just run at PP God, apparently. Loken here to back him up as well. Lu Mao taking a lot of damage from this one, but focusing the damage on towards Sam D, Loken is able to actually grab himself a couple of souls off the back of that.
Yeah, sometimes the scenic route is a bit better for Lu Mao, but it does take a bit of damage. We'll be able to heal up off the pot. Loken does get some traded damage, but when you look at JDG's bot lane, they can actually start to heal up. Of course, you've got the Senna there, you can help heal. But
Lu Mao did his scenic route stack to back on Mount Targon. He's done with scenic routes now. He's just looking to brawl. And you know what, off the back of that, like, sure, they don't get level 2, but that was never going to happen anyway, so I think it was fine. Get yourself a couple of souls, why not?
And this is going to be very much a Lu Mao and PP God type game, because we've got both of them on these supports that want to get out and roam. Especially as we talked about in our opening desk, is PP God, when he's on this Bard, likes to work with Wei to go for these plays where he's roaming around the map and trying to influence towards this top lane, which definitely needs a little bit of help right now.
BuBu already really struggling up on that top side. I can't say I'm an expert in Camille against Mordekaiser, but it does not look good for the big metal man.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that it was the Mordekaiser that they went. But it does get a little bit easier as you start to get towards like the level 6 and stuff, but definitely not a direct answer towards the Camille. However, here we go.
Kanavi on this Lee Sin, but he gets denied on the kick, has to slide out of the play. Yagao gets a slow onto both members of V5. Kanavi read like a book though by Mole.
Yeah, really good job. That means that, hey, look, Kanavi will be taken a little bit low, but Weiwei can continue to shove in this wave. Clear at the moment. He's just trying to help Mole shove in this wave so he can get it back, come back into the lane, although the stun.
Oh, they're straight onto Yagao, forcing his flash, but it's going to be followed! And Weiwei grabs himself first blood.
Massive mistake from Yagao, not respecting that stun from Mole, and is able to take down the JDG mid laner. Now Kanavi trying to see if he can answer for a play on top side.
He'd love to answer, but Weiwei's coming along as well, and Kanavi realizes this is not a fight that he can win. Now a TP coming through from Mole as well. Suddenly JDG are in trouble. Weiwei doesn't have his flash, but he's gonna force the flash out of Zoom anyway. Nice play so far from V5.
Yeah, they're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to make sure that they're the ones getting onto the good footing in this game. And so far, Mole has done an excellent job of doing just that. Will lose some of these creeps to that mid lane wave though, because he did TP top. Yagao just trying to play keep away here and make sure that he can stop Mole from getting in. But this stun, fantastic from Mole. And a bit of disrespect from Yagao, not realizing, hey look, there's just enough mana in the tank for him to set that play up.
Beautiful stuff here from the mid laner in Mole, and it's important as well because we talked about this matchup in game number 1. If Echo can get ahead, it's exceptionally difficult for Syndra, but the same goes the other way around.
Exactly, and with Mole now firmly in control of this mid lane, it becomes a lot easier for V5 to turn towards these dragons, start setting up for objectives, and that is why it's so strong now for V5 that you can have Weiwei go through, start clearing out this bottom side, move over towards this dragon, try and use the pressure that Mole is now creating in the mid lane. And you can see Kanavi, he's trying to turn that around, because right now, he's trying to make sure that he's sitting here, working with Yagao, even to a certain extent Lumao right now as well.
Lumao moving to the mid lane once again. I love watching Lumao, man. He's such a creative support player. Mole gonna get stunned up here as they're trying to finish off the all-in ignite. Is ticking away, and Lumao grabs the kill.
And that's what we wanted to see from Lumao, getting out of this lane, getting this impact known nice and early, gets that turnaround kill for Yagao. Does go the way of the support, which does kind of suck, but look at the amount of CS, experience, and gold that's being lost to this tower now for Mole.
Lumao gonna start off the Scuttle Crab as well for Kanavi. And you know, we've seen this Pantheon support a little bit, not even just here. And it's been to mixed success. And sometimes we've been pretty unimpressed by it. But Lumao clearly has this game plan under wraps.
And we've seen it from his opponent here. We've seen PP God play this, and he wasn't able to get out and get aggressive in those early stages. And then he just started to fall off super hard, super aggressively. Lumao, though, is not willing to let that happen. He's the one making these plays happen, and successfully, which means he's actually keeping up when it comes to those levels, and will hit that level 6 point and can make this play just ramp up even more so.
So let's talk win conditions then, because we've got pretty different compositions, especially with this Pantheon coming on in. Although Weiwei, I don't think he's going to let us have a conversation right here, Dagda. He wants to go for a tower dive. He's level 6 on the Volibear, which means can be that Stormbringer. He can get under this tower, disable that objective. Kanavi's just realized something's up because the Krugs aren't there. Weiwei going to sprint out of the play because Yagao is heading him off as well. This is going to turn into a 3v2 at this rate. Is BuBu going to be hammered away on by Yagao to start this playoff. Kanavi comes in as well and he's brought straight into the Death Dome. That's not a 1v1 that Kanavi can win. Might have to use his kick, but actually just dodging away from the hammer blows. Mole's arrived as well. Stun across the whole team. Look at that out of Mole. It's going to be traded. 1-for-1. No, BuBu survives somehow. Zoom barely gets out with his life. And now Yagao has to chrono break back, but he's in a 2 versus 1. He gets a stun, but phase dive onto the minions somehow. It's a 1-for-1.
And they can't get the slow, they can't get the kill.
Hang
There's
on,
the stun.
Okay, Weiwei's not interested.
No, they can't manage it. Yagao manages to outplay that so well. So Kanavi does fall, but also BuBu goes down. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. And when all said and done, getting some of this gold back onto Yagao, being able to answer for these early plays of V5 is a big win for JDG.
JDG managing to answer once again. This time, though, they're not getting advantages out of these early plays like they did in game number 1.
But the thing is, this is what we were trying to bring up before that shenanigans happened up there, is that JDG, they're the ones that are looking to scale. They're the ones that have this Camille that's going to pop off in a side lane when she gets to those 3 to 4 items. Same with Yagao, who can have control in the side lane when he gets to his item breakpoints, where he's got the likes of Hextech Protocol, where he's got those Lich Banes, where he's picked up more items. So when we look towards who needs to make plays happen early, it is V5 that have that burden to get this gold lead rolling. Start working with Sam D and PP God, especially towards these dragons that we still haven't seen one taken by 8.5 minutes.
Yep, Dragon not been taken just yet, and now Herald is on the map as well. So if someone does commit to that Dragon, it's very likely that we just have a trade of objectives. But then again, with these two teams, Dagda, it's always possible that we do just see a big old brawl, because based on the gameplay so far in this series, nobody's letting their opponent away with anything.
But we have seen both, well, at least JDG certainly put some pressure towards those objectives. Kanavi, while all this brawling, this fighting was going on, Kanavi was still picking up early dragons, was still getting Rift Heralds, was still making sure that that ticking time bomb that is that Dragon Soul is available for JDG. This time around, though, we're not seeing that. Instead, Lumel is trying to make sure that he can use this Pantheon, get these roaming plays happen, and then try and use the pressure from that Pantheon ultimate to make picks and then turn into objectives.
So we are going to see Loken in this bottom lane. That first turret plate does go down, but there was no one to collect the gold, so it's just going to be given over to the minions. They get themselves a Brucey little bonus for Christmas. Very nicely done from them. I'm sure it's Christmas somewhere. I know it's August, but you know, you got to hope, haven't you, Dagda? Bubu going to pull Zoom into the Death Realm. I don't know if he wins that 1v1, though. This is a Camille we're talking about right here. It's pretty even so far. But Zoom's going to look to dodge everything. Dawning Shadow across the team. Flashes on out, but he gets taken down. Lumao's arrived a little too late to the play. He will be slowed. PP God's here as well. Tempered Fate available if they need to disable the tower. Doesn't look like they're going to need to right now, though. Great Scatter of the Week stops Yagao getting into the play, and immediately Yagao just bursts down, jump over the wall. Tempered Fate goes wide, but it's another kill for V5.
Again, V5 are ramping up the pressure here, though. They're the ones that get the pick, and they get to turn this in towards the Rift Herald. And it's beautiful from V5 in being able to get so many plays out from JDG, so many cooldowns, like that ultimate from Lumel. That is critical for them in trying to make this Pantheon pick work early.
Army wants to contest for this one. I'm not sure that was a good idea, though. Will get himself out with a war jump. In they go. Lumel flashes to make the play. Teleport being channeled as well by Yagao. Can they make it into anything, though? Dragon is available right now. Maybe that's the play for JDG.
It looks like they're actually just going to try and turn this into turret plates on the top side. You have a wave that's pushing in. You have Loken and Lumel moving up there as well. So Dragon plus some plates. Not the end of the world. At least we'll get some of that gold back in their favor that has been lost to V5.
That's going to be the most important thing. You got to get at least 2 plates for that to be worthwhile when we're talking about that Herald being taken. But on top of that, there was a couple of kills taken for the side of V5. So when it comes to that gold lead, they are slowly but surely starting to build it up for themselves.
I do want to look back at this Dragon, though, because the reason I was trying to point it out was that the fact it's been taken so late means that now our Dragon Soul play is pushed far into the future.
What?
Is there even a
There's no wall!
Okay, fair enough. But Zoom, you got to run, buddy.
Yeah, Wei gonna get in onto Zoom here. I don't think they can turn that into anything. What is going on right now? Where were these walls that PP God is hitting?
Look, I want to go back to this Dragon point, though, because now that Dragon Soul is going to be so much further down the line, because our first Dragon was taken at 10 minutes, well, then you don't have to worry about fighting for some of these earlier ones, especially on JDG's side, because you're the one with that first Dragon. You've now got 3 dragons that can go the way of V5 before you actually have to worry about it. So 15 minutes into the future, or well, 20 minutes realistically by the time you end up fighting for them. So you're now looking at that 30-minute mark by the time that JDG have to fight, which is when they should have Zoom at a really strong point. Yagao should have a bunch of items, and even Loken will have picked up a bunch of souls for himself.
Yeah, he'll grab a bunch of souls. He'll also start to get those items online. As you can see, already gone for that Mana Moon, so that'll be stacked well and truly by the time we get to any kind of Dragon Soul shenanigans. And you'd expect him to go with things like the Black Cleaver in this build as well. On the other side, though, Sam D on this Ashe. He's got himself that Cutlass. He'll be heading towards the Blade of the Rune King. Once he does get to 2-3 items, when they can force fights with the Crystalline Arrow, you'd expect that is when V5 are going to be able to force some of these issues.
The thing is, though, that because of all these early movements in the game, Mole has found himself at a CS deficit, so he's a little bit slowed down. Sam D, not quite in the same position. He's okay. He's steadily working up towards that Blade of the Rune King. But the key carries for V5 are actually not the ones that are ahead in the GOAT.
Well, we mentioned that Rift Herald that was already taken with a Demolish coming in as well. They're going to be able to grab at least a couple of plates here in the mid lane. I thought they were going to be able to commit a little bit harder, but good job by Yagao and Kanavi to defend this tower. It's going to be 3 plates taken in the end. Maybe a 4th, but Lumao threatening off to the side means that V5 have to back away from the play.
V5 is not trying to force that tower to be taken. They just want to make sure they get the turret plates off of the Rift Herald. So they do split it between multiple members, so it's not like it's going to be one person very far accelerated, but at least they are still getting some of these turret plates back in the fight.
So let's kind of revisit something we started the day off talking about here, Dagda, and that was the not win condition in terms of the compositions here, but the general win condition for V5. It's been playing through the bottom lane, and it's when they're ahead at 15, they've got an 85% win rate. At what point do we see them really put their foot down? Are they able to just brute force some kind of win here? Because they do have themselves a small gold lead. Hang on, Mole in a 1v1. He's going to be able to get away. They do have themselves a small gold lead as we head towards the 15-minute mark.
Well, the best way I would have said for them to try and force these plays was through dragons, is through objectives. But because that dragon wasn't taken by V5, well, now JDG don't have to try and fight at these early dragons. Same when it comes towards these Rift Herald plays. You're actually okay as JDG is just conceding some of these towers and making sure that you at least slow the game down. You're not giving a bunch of gold over to V5. So V5 need to make plays like this, where they're trying to force dives, they're trying to push out these waves and use the small gold lead that they have to go for dives, get turrets, and accelerate the game back.
So less about the neutrals, much more about just trying to find that standing goal. Great kick through, but it's actually Yagao not really able to follow up too much. Chrono Break to dodge damage out of the Syndra. Wei now suddenly caught, but there's a great tempered fate from the PP God himself. Now they turn it around onto Lu Mao. The PP Father, Son, and Holy Spirit saving the day, but suddenly it's turned around once again. Yagao and Kanavi managed to answer with a kill onto Wei.
Too far forward. Wei just tried to, well, bounce off of the high, bounce off of what PP God had just created, but unfortunately for him, goes underneath the tower, the stun turns around, and it means that it's again a 1-for-1 trade, and oh, it's not quite getting over the line here for V5. They're trying to make these picks happen, but JDG are answering really well.
So let's take another look at what on earth happened here. Because it was a great, it looked really nice from Kanavi at very least.
There's no follow-up here from Yagao. I mean, what do you try and do here? You're the one that's actually running away. You've now had the Syndra kicked into you who could potentially turn for a bunch of burst damage. Yagao has to piece out using his ultimate, and there, that's the mistake. Wei, you've already been ignited. You know there's a heap of burst damage can come through from an Echo and Kanavi as well when you're on low health. Tower in the mid lane, though, trying to go down.
Yeah, Vivi should be able to finish this one off. Pulling them in! Look at Mole's damage! That is absurd! Now into the death throne they go. Yagao just going to be trying to hide underneath this tower. Vivi realizes he can't go for the solo dive.
I think Yagao is happy with that. It's like, get me away from the bad lady. Because that damage from Mole, now having that Luden's Echo completed, you can see that burst damage has come through. He's 700 gold of anyone else in this game, and that is where that damage is coming from.
That was insane out of Mole, and this is what we've been talking about. Mole, when you compare this guy from spring to summer, it is a night and day difference. Mole is the only remaining member from that spring roster that could not get a single series win the entire split, but he is a whole different man in summer. He's looking like a monster, especially on the Syndra.
So Sam D is positioned in this bottom lane. This is why V5 have to back away. You can have the TP from Yagao come in to force this fight. So as Loken starts to join in, now we can see JDG taking a step back. But again, they're happy to go for these trades. If they are just forcing V5 back, great. Yagao can get this bot lane turret. We've already taken that top lane structure with Zoom, and they're the 2 towers that JDG want to take down because they're playing split push. They're the 2 most important towers, and they can use this side lane pressure to collapse on towards mid and try and force that next tower down for themselves as well.
So now correct call here from V5 to basically say, look, if you're going to try and split push, we're going to force the issue and try and grab this objective for themselves. Wei the one to pick up the Herald in the end. So correct answer here from V5. The problem is this early in the game, trading a tower for the Rift Herald, not really going to be as effective as the threat onto Baron later.
Exactly, and the Rift Herald right now really just means a tower, right? Because we've got all those plates that are gone down. You will get a tower, but you've already lost one. JDG are already up one of those structures, so realistically it's just getting that goal back for V5. It's not accelerating the goal for V5, which is the difference here. JDG are waiting for Zoom, who's already got that Triforce completed. He'll be working up towards that Ravenous Hydra. Yagao is working towards that Lich Bane now as well, and then that's when JDG are going to become very strong.
So JDG, they're chilling right now. They're quite happy to just play this one slow. You can see Loken, we talked about his items earlier. He's on the cusp of grabbing himself that black cleaver, and you'd expect the Muramana to finish leveling up at about a similar time, usually around the 20 to 22 minute mark. And up on the top side as well, Zoom, he's already got his Triforce, he's got himself the Tiamat, so that wave push is available. Once that Lich Bane is finished for Yagao, they're going to be massive. And now they're trying to make a play on the bottom side of the map. Herald going to be dropped elsewhere as BuBu, obviously he has the Death Realm available, and I think JDG realized they can't force anything. This could be 2 towers in the top side if V5 want to commit.
Kanavi trying to trade up again, making a play on the bottom side. BuBu does a good job to get away from that play. He's a Mordekaiser. He's going to be really good at getting away from it. So 2 towers now for V5 off this Rift Herald, and they want to make sure they get one last crash on this bottom side, but may not be able to do so.
Yeah, that ain't happening. Yagao's just going to be able to play that one away in the end. As Mole going to try and finish off this mid-wave, realizes he can't overstay for this one because you see Lu Mao on that part of the minimap trying to move over.
A lot of this game is going to be on Mole. He's the one that's fed on V5, and we've seen him in previous series step up as the carry for Victory 5. On the Syndra as well, we know he is capable of making these plays happen, and we need to see it here again, because if JDG are given the opportunity to continue scaling, they're just going to run away with this. V5 with Weiwei and Mole need to be able to initiate these fights, particularly towards the likes of this next Ocean Dragon that's coming up, towards Baron, which is about to spawn, and forcing JDG into these uncomfortable positions where they're opting into 5v5s that they don't want to go to.
I'm curious what Yagao is going to look like in the later stages of this game as well, because this time around, he's not going to have a million Cloud Salts, so he's not going to be able to ult every 15 seconds like he could in game number 1. So my question is, once he does finish this Lich Bane, once he gets towards things like Azonia's as well, how much impact is Yagao going to be able to have? Because if Mole is forced to ult onto this Echo every fight, you know for a fact that JDG has the advantage.
The thing is, though, you have quite a lot of CC coming in on V5. So Yagao has to be very careful about how he enters into these fights, because between the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, stuns from Weiwei, and that CC from Mole as well, if you go in, you've got to be damn sure that none of that is up and available, because you can get CC'd and burst out, no problems, no issues whatsoever on V5 side. So this is why I expect JDG will just stick with what the game plan has been right now, which is either having Zoom and Yagao either are on opposite lanes, or they could even, if they really want to, when Baron comes up onto the cards, opt for like a 0-3-2 where Zoom and Yagao try to push in through this bottom lane and get a few more structures for themselves.
So Dragon up in 20 seconds here. We'll see if JDG are going to be able to actually contest, because let's bear in mind the win conditions that we've set up here. JDGs are not about team fighting right now. They're about trying to separate and split up the map. Yagao in a 1v1 against BuBu at this point in the game. They're both just going to be fine. Yagao actually using a chrono break into the enemy team. I don't know if that was the play, my friend. Yagao now back into this Death Realm. He's going to be forced into the 1v1 and will be finished off as the rest of the fight is really kicking off. Lu Mao getting the stun on the back line, but he answers with his own life. Kanavi's going to fall. It's all gone wrong, but Yagao somehow survived. Hextech Ultimatum. Zonya's out of from BuBu, who just about gets away, but a tactical sweep finishes it off now to Mole, as it's all on Zoom's shoulders. He's the last bastion for JDG, as Loken flees for his life. 1v1 with Sam D, but it's a triple kill for the Ashe. And Zoom suddenly finds himself alone in the world. Stun comes through from Mole, and yet another fight for V5, yet another advantage.
Victory 5 pick up the team fight victory. It's almost clean with only BuBu falling, but this is what we said. V5 thrive in these 5 versus 5s. JDG want to avoid them at all costs, and it's going to be V5 who force JDG into these scraps, and now they can get the Dragon with all that extra gold going into their back pockets.
All we have talked about all game is that JDG don't want to go for these 5v5s. They want to scale up. What? Mole? What? I guess he was recalling in the brush. I think that's the
Yeah.
only explanation, right? Kanavi finds a bonus. There you go. Nice one. He got a shutdown as well.
That's a pretty sizable bonus. I mean, it's onto Elise in, though, so it's not going to massively matter. But either way, I want to go back to your point of, look, V5 have now got this massive cash injection into them. You're looking at Infinity Edge being worked on for Sam D. Mole had gone for the Spellbinder, so looking towards more of this mid-game focus build. But he's still going to be incredibly strong when he does pop that Spellbinder and looking to burst people out. And you see in the bottom left corner, the replay of, yeah, recall in the bush, caught by Mole.
And just gets the one last auto attack down. So nicely done there by Kanavi. But as you rightly say, when we look at the items, it's very much in favor of V5 now. And it's starting to get to a point where JDG, if they do fall behind, it's going to be very difficult to force a split push strategy.
Exactly. And that's what I wanted to point out here, was that these split push strategies rely a lot on tempo, especially when you've got Lumao on this Pantheon. They wanted this Pantheon to try and join in with Zoom, join in yet with Yagao as they're going for these 1-3-1 splits, or whatever way they wanted to try and work it out. Now that they're falling behind and V5 are able to push out waves, get these lanes back in control, if you have Lumao try and join in on either of these side lanes, you can have V5 just force a play through that mid lane, or you can even have them TP in and try and fight as well. So this is where it gets a little bit dicey for JDG. Though as I say that, Kanavi will be spotted out on this bottom side, but here's the force!
Why are you trying to make the plays onto the Mordekaiser? That's not where you need to be right now, because V5, this is the team that when they get a lead, they're gonna win the game.
And we just said, hey, they're going to be able to force these plays. If you try and make some sort of aggressive play on these side lanes, you've got PP gone on this Baron. The Tempered Fate sets up all of that. Now they get Baron, and BuBu's still defending these structures.
Yeah, I mean, Zoom's trying his best to get some kind of tier 2 in the bottom side, but that's not going to make a difference. Kanavi now, I mean, there's not even a way to make a Miracle Steal. He's going to be caught out. Magical Journey as well. Unleashed Power comes through as Mole. He's got a stopwatch, so he's going to be fine from the burst out of Kanavi. Dragon Rage available. So he's slowed. He should be able to get out with his life at very least. But hey, Baron got taken in trade for a tier 2. That ain't worth it, JDG.
The tier 2 at least does allow some pressure from Zoom on towards inhibitors, but Yagao trying to pick off people. Sam D needs to be careful.
Good effort. I can appreciate that he did something. That's good, but wasn't enough. Unfortunate. But hey, Dagda, when we're talking about the win rates here for V5, when we're talking about how good they are at snowballing and how good they are from winning when they've got a lead, we could be looking at 3 games.
And look at this. The second you see Kanavi on that bottom side with BuBu, V5 collapse. And this is what we were saying just as we are literally talking about it, was V5's ability to start off these engagements, because you've got the Tempered Fate, is super strong. And if you overcommit with men on a side lane from JDG, you will be punished from V5. And as you're rightly pointing out, Munch, when you're looking at like an 85% win rate from V5 when they're ahead, it's through plays like this, through smart play is how they will beat JDG, and that's what they're doing right now.
And when we look at the items as well, on the side of JDG, it's not that different from the last time that we looked. On the other side of the board, Mole has 3 full items on top of his boots. Now with the Baron as well, V5 can just brute force this one. They're happy to 4-1. They're happy to 5v5. JDG, they don't really have an avenue to force any kind of advantage.
We said they need time. They need to get towards those 3 items. We're not even 4 items, but we're not at that point. And even now, because V5 are so far accelerated, you need even more before you can try and deal with Victory 5 right now. Even Weiwei keeping pressure on this bottom lane. Zoom can't control this wave anymore, and he'll be forced to back away. Or fear being dived by Victory 5, just leaning over towards this bottom side.
And they're going to take that bottom tier 2. In the meantime, they also take an inhibitor in the mid lane. So at least good respect here from JDG saying, look, we cannot fight for this. We cannot defend this inhib right now. Still 50 seconds on the Baron buff. V5 might be able to grab themselves too.
They're just going to try and force this last push, and then they will turn back towards that dragon that's about to spawn. JDG getting antsy though as their bottom lane turret goes down.
Oh, hang on. Loken pulled into the Death Realm. Senna doesn't win that 1v1. Now the rest of the skirmish kicks off as the arrow goes in, and see you later, Zoom. This game might just be over, Dagda, as Samdi is free firing onto Lumao. He's blocking a lot of damage, but it's just not enough. Yagao gets stunned by the Scat of the Week, but there's no follow-up from the rest of the team. 2 inhibs fall. Yagao's on the back line, but he's completely alone in the world. He's going to try and find a play onto Samdi. Great flash on the Ashe. He gets the slow and he wants to chase. He's not going to be able to get the 1v1. It looked good, though. I'll give you that one, Samdi. We're going to game 3, Dagda. JDG have been outdone.
And I could not be happier about a game number 3. V5 in the early stages of the game are able to set themselves up. They're able to fight back against JDG, find those 5v5s that they want, and knock JDG off of that pedestal.
And we said as soon as you give V5 an advantage, they are going to run away with the game. They got themselves an advantage, won the game like 5 to 10 minutes later. They will find the picks, they will find the Baron, and once they get that Baron, it's like IG, honestly. That's the most similar team. The second they get that Baron, they're going to close the game.
And it's beautiful to watch. I think that's why we've all been so hyped about Victory 5, is their ability, when they get a lead, to snowball that so incredibly quickly and not really give them any opportunities or even a look-in at an advantage to be taken back by the enemy side. So coming into this, I was kind of like, okay, cool. Victory 5, we've got this mid-game composition. You're spiking off of 1 to 2 items. How do we try and accelerate this? And it looked a little bit dodgy at points, but definitely once we got that bottom lane fight where you tried to get the pick coming through from JDG, Kanavi playing a little bit too heavily towards trying to kill BuBu on this Mordekaiser, which you're not going to be able to do easily. And from that one fight in the bottom lane, that was the catalyst. That was that mid-game fight that they needed to break this game open and break open JDG's.
And the plays onto the Mordekaiser that you're talking about are the really crazy thing about this game to me, because what have we been talking about all day long about JDG? They're the smartest team in the league. They're these guys that are going to read you like a book and play accordingly. Trying to 2v1 Mordekaiser doesn't work. He just 1v1s you and then 1v1s the other guy. Like, that's not how this game works. And Kanavi, time and time again, trying to make that play happen. V5, they couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe their luck.
And it felt like in a lot of situations, Kanavi was just not on the page for this entire game. Wei had control from the jungle in the get-go. You'd see that he was able to get those advantages in the mid lane, even though we had those early plays through Lumeo. And then from that point, Kanavi was like, right, I have to make something happen. I have to have some impact in this game, but just chose the wrong place to do so.
Really difficult game here for the side of JDG, and an uncharacteristic loss as well, because we saw them going for this 5v5 that you wouldn't expect them to go for around the Dragon. They didn't need to go for around the Dragon, and it's led to such a dramatic loss.
We did say we were very surprised, though, to see Zoom just lock in this Camille. Like, you know the game plan then coming through from JDG, where exactly blind, they're going to go towards late game. If you can just have something that can at least manage in that lane, which the Mordekaiser was able to do so, at least once we got past those rough early stages, and then he's fine, he can have a better impact in team fights. And when we do get to that point where BuBu is just taking someone into the death realm, running away with this game, that mid-game spike from V5 was too much to handle. And unfortunately for JDG, that one slip-up was all that V5 needed.
And a lot of this feels like it's coming down to the draft in this series. We saw the first pick Renekton from V5 in game 1 did not work out. Now we see the blind Camille for JDG really not working out either. But we got 3 games on our hands, and I couldn't be more excited. We're going to jump into a break. Make sure you join us after for Game 3 between V5 and JDG.
我感觉这一波 FunPlus 开的并不是特别的好，因为老干爹这里是库尔玛吃了全部的技能。
你交在 Mark 身上的技能太多了，这一波还在打，陆续上来之后直接把茅斯给秒了，而且一个人牵制3个人，虽然说自己死掉了，但是龙魂拿到了，而且库尔玛闪现还想继续追 ，W 开启射手专注 ，A 净化交完了之后，库尔玛还在继续800块钱的人头，自己会被防御塔收掉，但是也是成功拿到了对面的一个大人头。
打出血性了呀，但是最后一发金身躲掉了这边万豪的冲拳，
丝血没死，
是保住了自己。
狼形卡牌，照一下正面，因为中路的兵线已经推过去了，西叶直接到了。
哎，这边传送被打断了，感觉西叶有机会直接拆掉，地下对壁已经被秒了，但是金控是没有传送的。
一发牌 A 到水晶上面，直至把它 A 到毁灭。
可能这边他的一个选择目标是卡玛的话会更好一点吧，或者男枪。
勾一下，勾到巴德，巴德交了一个闪现，吃了一个泰坦大招反手。 艾希的大招是定住了 Loken， 两边想要拉开，但是 Zoom 正面围绕着一个 VA 在团战里面疯狂的击打，血量已经很低了。 从龙虎局里面出来，被艾希一脚给踩死，卡尔玛被打开了，红四方阵营打散了之后，逐个追击，只剩下最后一个，但是被链住了，纷纷也退无可退。
叶克
分身被打的细节补前，
这一波就卡纳威被控在塔下了。 小推这边支援的比较及时，然后配合伤害直接换掉，但是这边小威感觉还想打一个勾，勾到了这边绿毛，绿毛及时闪现开了一个洞，但是过来好像还是要死，直接被烫死掉了。后面牙膏这里也是极限去把小威换掉了，剩下一个小飞一丝血，
哦，反手一勾，但是最后 W 踩出来了，
哇，
差一点点被泰坦完成反杀，但是高子哥最后才是赢下的那个王者。 还要往大楼区附近走，男枪就在旁边，但是上边有一个虎视眈眈的辛德拉，大招先定一下，定的是一个绿毛，但是下面的龙已经直接给惩掉了，船长大招打到非常高的输出，而且辛德拉虽然说辛德拉已经阵亡了，但是这个位置剩下的人状态还可以。
但后面的话已经死了2个人了，这正面感觉伊斯拉这边是有机会的。
哇，闪现躲终极爆弹，贴脸2发伤害直接普攻带走了，3杀。
这波丝血战神。
他们向着死亡而环绕。Triple kill。I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. When I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind. And I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity. You're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you, don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity. You're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you, don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. Friction. Friction.
We're back again, and we're coming at you with game number 3 now between Victory 5 and JDG. The final game in Victory 5's 5th trial, their trial of intellect. JDG giving them a hard time, but V5 coming back strong in game number 2. I'm Munchballs. I'm joined by Dagda. Dagda, what are we going to see from JDG here if they want to get themselves this win?
I just want to see them go back to old reliable. I want to see these team fighting compositions. I want to see strong engages coming through from Zoom. I want to see Kanavi. Like, when I see Kanavi's Lee Sin, I'm always expecting montage plays. We talk about it all the time, how strong he is and how often he finds these beautiful kicks to set up victories for JDG. But with the composition that they drafted the last game, you don't really get the opportunities to find these fights where JDG can show off what Loken, Kanavi, Zoom, Yagao, the whole Lumao as well are all capable of doing. So I want to see go back a little bit of an easier composition, one that can fight easily against V5, who you know are going to draft these team fighting styles.
I want to see more game one. The early game of game one. That was fun. Let's look at our MVP, though, for game number 2, because V5 looked amazing. And as always, it was off the back of Weiwei setting up these plays.
Weiwei has been absolutely incredible coming into this. I had such high hopes for Weiwei, and he has exceeded them so much in that game number 2. Having strong performances across the board, setting the team up for success with those early ganks through mid, even helping out BuBu to a good amount up in that top side. And we said as well, when when PP God goes towards this Bard, that's when we start to see the synergy between this jungle and support and how aggressive they can get towards top and towards mid. And we got to see that from the very get-go in game number 2.
So now a lot of pressure on both of these teams as we move into game number 3. JDG would love to get themselves this win in the bag. We saw the interview with Lumao earlier where he was saying, look, JDG, we're not messing about anymore. We've lost quite a few games across the course of this split. We're looking for every win we can get. We're looking for first seed. Now as we get into game number 3, draft has already begun. And these bans have been pretty much rinse repeat for V5.
They are, but not so much for JDG. We're actually going to see the Syndra ban gone. So a lot of respect given to Mole after that last performance. We said, hey, look, this was the guy that needed to carry. He really did step up to fill
that looks like a disappointed face as well from Yagao. I think he maybe wanted to go with that Syndra versus Echo once again, but not working out in game number 2. And it means that they're going to ban this Syndra instead. Change up the plan, change up the draft.
I wonder if we'll see the Volibear ban here. Like, Volibear has been pretty pivotal on both sides of the equation, but not going to be the case. So either the Ashe pick or the Volibear pick would make the most amount of sense here for me from the V5 side, unless they want to go towards the Graves, which is Weiwei's most played champion that has been left open in the draft.
Well, you mentioned it, and immediately it's locked in. Dagda, the Prophet, to my left over here, as the Graves is locked in, but the Ashe has been the AD carry that has been prioritized the most for both sides of the board right here. This would be the 12th game of Ashe this split. For Loken if it was locked in. But as you mentioned before, the Volibear as well, it was a potential ban for JDG. Could be locked in alongside the Ashe.
I still think we'll see the Volibear. I think it's potential here to go for the Ashe Volibear if they want to go towards it. Or they could try and lock in something strong for Yagao here as well. That Twisted Fate has also been left open that we did see banned away in game 2. And Yagao has been putting super high priority onto that pick. It has been his most played. He's got a 71% win rate on that champion. And I'm kind of hoping that we do get to see some of those map plays, that global shenanigans that JDG have been able to find success with.
So the Ashe and the Volibear both locked in, and now V5 have to answer for themselves. As Weiwei already has his strong jungler, and now you'd expect them to go towards Mole. It seems to be that Mole is very often a priority to get themselves a comfortable pick, and it's going to be the Galio this time around.
So this is where we're going all in on V5. They are looking to play through Weiwei. This is what they usually try and draft when they're like, right, we've got our Graves jungle. Weiwei, we're going to enable you. We've got that Ashe into Jhin matchup that has risen a lot over in the LPL, where you're trying to just get a good amount of poke coming through with the Deadly Flourish, and also having that ultimate to fire away from long range and try and dissuade JDG from going for those big engages.
Get to see the Nidalee here for Kanavi. This is a signature for him, but it's also just an exceptionally strong jungler in the meta right now. So Weiwei and Kanavi both incredibly strong, incredibly comfortable picks in the jungle. We've got 2 utility AD carries locked in. We're looking at very similar compositions so far as we're looking towards top lane bans here from JDG.
So there's 2 big things that I want to look at from V5 side is how do they, for one, either enable Mole, because usually when we see these compositions in the LPL where we've only got the disengage form of the ultimate coming through from the Galio, it doesn't work out so well. I want to see something from BuBu here that could be that dive tool or set up for Mole to engage, or even coming through from PP God, but with the likes of the Set gone, you don't really have like the Bard or Thresh that can fill that niche.
And you can see that JDG know exactly that plan as well. With the Camille ban, with the Ornn ban, these are both champions that would love to jump into the fight from the top lane and set up with the Galio ult.
So Bard is going to be taken here for Lumao. This actually is a really strong pick against the Jhin, because whenever he sets up for his curtain call, well, there's a Tempered Fate in on top of him. Or you could just go for these big picks where you can start to set up these fights, making sure that the Galio can't have as big of an impact, because you're setting up this fight a bit all over the place before you even get started.
Well, this would be a very different style of composition than what you were prescribing for V5 here, Dagda. Karma towards the top lane. They're not looking to use this Galio ultimate proactively. They're looking to use it defensively and try and kite out these fights.
I'm surprised to see them going for the likes of this Nautilus then the bot side, or even the Jhin as well, because Jhin is not exactly the type of guy who usually fits into these kite back styles where you've got a bunch of poke and something that could work super well. And even when you look at like the mid lane champion, it's like, well, Galio doesn't really provide much poke. You've got a little bit of poke from the deadly version, the curtain call. You got a little bit coming through from the Karma as well. It's a bit of a weird draft from V5, so I'll have to see how they do try and execute when it comes to these team fights, because obviously the Galio here being used more as this disengage tool, try and dissuade JDG from joining in. But with the range that you've got between Kanavi, Loken, and even Yagao, who can pop the ball on towards Zoom, who's taking this volley bear, you can go for these super aggressive plays.
We'll see how JDG are going to go about activating on this one as well, because as we rightly mentioned, V5, they've got a lot of peel for themselves, whereas JDG, it feels like they want to go in. With the Ashe and the Bard being able to make picks at long range, you've got an Orianna that can follow up when a Volibear jumps in. That's a perfect ball delivery system right there.
I'm surprised. I really thought we were going to see something a little bit different coming in from Yubio. I was expecting something like the Wukong to maybe come in, or something along these lines that can be this engage tool and set up for the Galio like we're talking about. I feel like with the composition JDG have, it's so easy for them to play out range, not actually try and engage and enable the likes of Mole or even this Karma in these engagements, and they can poke, prod, force back V5, and then just turn towards the objectives that they want themselves.
We'll see if V5 are going to have what it takes to take on our spring champions, to take on their fifth and final trial of intellect here against JDG. But in the draft, I'm liking what JDG have here. Kanavi on this Nidalee is always something to be feared.
JDG 加油！希望你们有精彩的发挥，打出好成绩。JDG 加油！
Plenty of Jaios coming through for JDG as we come into the third game here. JDG, they've drafted themselves some proactive ways to play this game, which is good because that's how they lost in game number 2. That's how V5 found their advantages, was finding a lead and drafting a composition that JDG could not fight 5v5.
And when we look at that 5v5 here again, I feel like it's going to favor JDG, because as we said, look, if you play at range, you've also got Lumao with this Tempered Fate who can do a really good job of shutting down the kite back ability of V5 in these games, and I'm kind of a bit worried, to be honest, about V5. I feel like what they need to do is really enable Mole in these early stages to either work with Weiwei to get into these invades, shut down Kanavi, and try and set Weiwei up for success, or try and make these big plays around the bottom side, because it feels like this entire composition is about Weiwei playing frontline and enabling this Graves through shields, through that protective shield that comes through from Mole, and gaining distance and a bit of space for this Graves pick.
We'll see if they're going to be able to buy Weiwei space. Honestly, this composition out of V5 feels a little bit like a JDG spring composition, right? It's a composition all designed around Weiwei being the carry from the jungle, which was the entire identity for JDG back in spring. It was all about setting Kanavi up to be the primary carry. When Kanavi joined JDG, he joined under the confirmation that he was the guy that this team was going to play around. Feels like V5 going to go for that themselves here, as we've got to play towards the mid lane. Taunt out of Mole. It's just going to be enough for him to get out of the play.
A lot of attention here from Kanavi towards this mid lane, though, not to be unexpected. We already talked about how Kanavi likes to play through Mole, or through Yagao, trying to punish Mole on this Galio pick, give a bit of push power towards Yagao, and already Kanavi entering back onto this bottom side. So he'll be matching Wei as they start to go towards the Scuttle Crab, and when Loken and Lumao having the push power bot lane, they'll actually be able to help at the Scuttle.
Yagao will get taunted up here, and it's a good amount of damage that can follow through, but obviously Weiwei before level 6 doesn't have insane burst, because you can usually dodge the second proc on the end of the line.
Also, Yagao has gone towards his phase rush, so it's going to be pretty hard to dodge or to get on top of him. If you're not able to hit with the stun or with the taunt, he'll be able to speed on out of there. At the moment, though, 2 ganks towards mid, more about kind of just getting some push back in favor of each of these mid laners. And we'll go back towards Weiwei, now clearing out. With PP got him, SamD pushing out on this bottom side, they can move over towards this first. But
look at the hook and the follow-up from SamD as well. Loken's ignited already, and there is a stun and a half from Lumao, the best bard in the world. PP God takes a javelin, but he gets out with his life here. Nice answer there from JDG.
V5 still get what they come for, though. Control of River, PP God and SamD can move up to help with this scuttle, and that's what the main fight all was here. But JDG looking to contest still.
Yeah, bear in mind Yagao is incredibly low in the mid lane. Lumao will get a little bit of damage on through as Kanavi was forced to flash. Loken joining in on the play, but ultimately V5 are here. They have answered far better, and they get themselves a scuttle grab.
A lot of antics, though, in this already, trying to see if the junglers can one-up each other. And now we're going to try and rinse and repeat towards this top side. BuBu, though, has this advantage. He can start to move, although you're TPing right into a taunt.
That was a bit of a dangerous TP, but he'll get by with a little help from his friends there. Yagao gets back onto the play because he wants to help Kanavi contest with his topside scuttle. We could have yet another brawl, but Zoom's recalling.
Zoom's recalling. He's too low, although he's going to stick around as he knows, hey, look, BuBu's going to peace out, try to help with this scuttle. However, that's now both scuttles that have gone the way of Weiwei, and he can make a back in towards his jungle to clear out some more of his creeps. The big thing for here as well is that with the path that Weiwei took, he actually cleared out a good portion of his jungle, whereas Kanavi still had like the likes of the Krugs and those Raptors that were still up. So it's going to be Weiwei's camps that are respawning at a higher level, so he can start to now get that level and that snowball going when it comes to the experience and gold.
And it's such a pleasure to watch these two teams understanding the win conditions for each jungler. And V5 saying, look, we have to control these scuttles. Both Graves and Nidalee love to just power farm, find advantages through counter jungling, through clearing away things like these scuttle crabs in the early game. V5 saying, look, we know that we need to win this, and we're going to play as a team to force these advantages in the early game.
So we want to look now at how these teams are going to continue pushing forward. So as you said, both these teams right now are very heavily focused on the jungle as well. For Victory 5, that's to be expected. We already highlighted that Weiwei is going to be the big impact for this squad. He's the one that this composition is built around in a lot of situations. So how do JDG try and respond to this? Because Kanavi's kind of on the at least set a little bit back because the double scuttle is going away with Weiwei. And with Lumao not having a huge amount of push power in this bottom lane, it's a lot more difficult for Kanavi, as you can see, to have control around this bottom side, as PP God and SamD are already trying to work with Weiwei to move into Kanavi's jungle and get more vision control for Weiwei.
Speaking of Weiwei, he's going to start off this dragon for himself. The control that V5 were able to grab for themselves off the back of Loken recalling means that they will grab this first dragon. It's going to be a Cloud next, so we will have either a Mountain or an Infernal Soul this game, which are both exceptionally valuable dragons to be fighting for in the mid game.
So V5 now, moving forward, are going to continue trying to push Weiwei in towards Kanavi's jungle. You're going to be looking at Mole as well, who's now hit that level 6 point. He's just got his reset, so he's full of mana, full of health, full of life, and might need to be using that ult towards topside to protect BuBu here.
Yeah, because Kanavi and Lumao want to make a play, and this is the power of the Bard. Flash available for BuBu, but the stun is going to come on through from this Bard. BuBu, though, will survive with Corrupted Potion, and he gets someone under tower as well. There's a kill for Mole. The double taunt. Zoom will go down. Double kill and a Justice Punch to boot.
Oh, it's a disaster for JDG. Kanavi standing right on the edge of tower range, right on the edge of that Galio ultimate. Falls down, Zoom gets caught as well, and great turnaround from V5.
Right on the edge of oblivion right there. Now Mole wants to make more plays towards this mid lane. PP God just about misses his hook. As Weiwei will tank up the chickens. Lumao with a 1v1 onto the enemy jungler right here. Kanavi moving in. Will be able to grab himself his Mega Chicken. Yagao just a little bit shy on the ultimate.
Swing and a miss from Yagao, and it was JDG trying to set up a play where okay, Weiwei's moved into the jungle. He's trying to be obnoxious against Kanavi here, but they couldn't quite make the play work. And here, Bubu does a really good job of holding onto his flash for so long. So when he gets underneath the turret here, even with the stun coming through, it's such an overextension here. Miscommunication from JDG about who was going to finish off the play. And then they just get caught by Mo.
And he baited them with the heal as well. That's the thing about Karma. You can always bait in with that heal. You're deceptively tanky. When you get that tether off with the mantra, it heals you a massive amount. You could see him heal for, I think it was 300, maybe 400 health towards the end of that play. Bought enough time for Maul to move in, and now V5, they already got the first dragon. They're looking for a Herald as well.
Yeah, and in the battle of junglers, Weiwei is coming out massively on top in this game. So he's already stealing away camps. He has hit that level 6 quicker than Kanavi, although Kanavi's now on level 6. He's got him both the Rift Herald and that first dragon. So when we look towards V5 looking to accelerate this game, where they are going to be at their strongest, you know, that 1 item, 2 item spike, where you're going to be working with the Black Cleaver Graves, or even Infinity Edge Graves that we've seen Weiwei go for in the past. You're going to have a bunch of shielding come through from Bubu, who's going to be really tanky. Mole can provide a lot here as well. Like, V5's mid-game is looking really strong right now.
We just saw some really, really smart play from V5 there as well, specifically Mole. Obviously, we knew Weiwei was top. Finishes the Herald. In the meantime, Kanavi could have moved into that red buff area of the jungle. So Mole, while he knows he wants to recall anyway, just goes and recalls on the red buff. He's like, look, if Kanavi comes, I'm here, I'm a brick wall, I'm going to CC him up, and we can find ourselves a pick. But I'm also going to make sure we have complete knowledge that now Kanavi has to be on the top side of the map.
What I do like that JDG are doing, though, is trying to get control of River and trying to get some vision back in their favor. Because the best way for JDG to fight against V5 is to not fight at all. They want to make sure that they are scaling into the late game where Yagao is becoming that big Orianna, where you're going to have Zoom who can set up for these 5v5 engages. They just want a little bit of time before Weiwei becomes too hot to handle.
The problem with that, though, Dagda, is that was the game plan. Zoom skips away with his life. That was the game plan in game number 2, Dagda, and it didn't work out so hot for JDG. They did not scale up. They fought over dragons that they didn't necessarily need to fight for, necessarily have an advantage for, and it ended up with V5 having a convincing win. Weiwei tanking the tower a little bit more than he needed to there, as the Herald is going to be dropped. Gold still goes over to Sam D, but it does mean now that they're not going to be able to finish that tower off.
They're a little bit unlucky with the timing here, because the focus for V5 right now is to go towards that dragon. They're all resetting at that 50 seconds, which is the last time that you can reset realistically before you need to fight, or at least get control around this objective. So we're going to have Weiwei. Actually, maybe not, because Weiwei is pathing towards that top side. So maybe they're just going to forego the dragon for the moment and instead look to make plays elsewhere. But I assumed that the play was to go towards dragon. But Sam D hasn't backed either. I think they're going to take this one a little bit slower.
And hey, if Kanavi's going to go for that dragon, then it does mean that there's an opportunity there for Weiwei to grab himself a CS advantage instead. In the meantime, Bubu going to be able to stack himself some tower plates, as he's just going to speed away. Every time Zoom tries to make a play, it's going to be denied by Bubu. Kanavi, though, was not tempted by the dragon himself. Wants to make a play on this top side, but I mean, how do you ever get onto this Karma?
Exactly. That's why Karma top is so frustrating. She has the shields, and even if you, to speed her up, and even if you get onto her, cool, she's going to have that tether that heals or stuns you, and she's able to piece out as well. But Mole now.
Mole making a play here onto Yagao. Already more than half of his health gone. Collateral damage doesn't quite connect, though. And now, Mole could be the one in trouble. Shockwave going to be held onto, though, and V5 get themselves onto this dragon.
And because Kanavi wasn't trying to...
Oh, hang on. We're not done just yet. Luma's going to be caught, but Magical Journey will keep him safe. Everybody gets away from the shots. A couple of them are hit, but health bar's still okay.
Inferno Dragon is on the cards, though, which is perfect for V5, as they just want to pump as much damage through Weiwei and through Sam D in this game. Loken, I mean, look, it's admirable that you want to defend this tower, but it's not going to survive very long.
He does have Lumao moving over, and Kanavi's not far away. There's a Shockwave in the mid lane.
The issue here, though, is if you try to make a play bot side, Yagao's no mana, you can have Mole come in with the ultimate or the TP. Even Bubu can come in here, and it'll be a 4 versus 5. JDG do not want to make a play here.
Well, it looks like even if they don't make a play, they've done enough to deter the play out of V5. They've stopped this dive from happening. They've kept their tower alive, at least for now. Check out Bubu on the minimap, though. He's moving down to the rest of the map to maybe make a play somewhere else.
Might just be looking for the scuttle there. I think it has spawned, so I think he's just trying to pick that one up for himself to give him a bit of safety in that top side and make sure that they've got control of that river. PP God now getting a love tap, but trying to see if he can turn that play around. You have to be so careful as JDG because Mole can join in these fights.
Yeah, and you can see him on the minimap already. He's sliding on over. Yagao doesn't have his shockwave available. We saw him use that just to try and put some pressure onto Mole. Kanavi wants to find a spear though. PP God just about gets out of the Tempered Fate. Flash forward, there's a lot of CC, but he dodges the spear. PP God, how does he get away with this time and time again? One more Javelin, finishes off the kill, but it looked so damn good.
He was so close to getting out, and well played to force flashes, heals across the board from JDG. So V5 now will look to try and trade this in the top lane. But honestly, I give the favor to Kanavi and Loken when it comes to at least getting a couple of these turret plates back in the favor, just because you've got all this attack speed. But V5 have got a little bit of a head start.
Zoom going to be trying to grab this red buff because he knew Wei Wei was coming on down and realizes he cannot win when he doesn't have the smite. Sam D, in the meantime, will get himself one of these plates in the mid lane, but a shockwave out of Yagao, but he doesn't have any mana to work with. Root won't land. If he just had a little bit more mana, that could have been a solo kill. Now Loken's the one in trouble, as Bew wants to try and find this AD carry. Loken going to play Ring Around the Rosies. Kanavi's here to try and stop the play out of Bew, but a teleport being channeled. The action just doesn't end in this series. Loken going to be tethered here, and Mole easily able to follow up. There's a stopwatch being used, but Lumao sacrificed his life to save the AD carry. Now the fight really kicks off as they try and get onto Mole, but he's got a stopwatch too. Bew still tanking up. In they go with the grand entrance, but Kanavi heals himself at the last possible second.
Deadly Verge doesn't catch Kanavi either, but we're still going here, Munch.
Yeah, taunt doesn't quite land though. Wei Wei moving in, collateral damage not quite in range. Are they going to continue this play? B5 maybe have overstepped his Wei Wei. Keeps himself safe. Did have the flash available, but doesn't need it.
Look at the mid lane, though. Sam D just moves down, curtain calls and says, right, my job's done here. I'm going to hoosh back over towards this mid. So now they get this bottom lane turret off that play. Don't think they quite got that mid lane, actually, with Lumao coming across, but still, bunch of gold going in favor of V5. They're at 4,000 gold at 15 minutes, and there's now a Rift Herald that they can go and fight over.
And the crazy thing is, this is a 4,000 gold lead for V5 off of the back of smart map plays. This isn't just brute forcing team fights. This isn't just, winning out in brawls to get yourself gold. This is all about turret plays, all about outmaneuvering JDG.
This is all about Wei Wei has been incredible in this early jungle, and it's V5 snowballing off that advantage. You can see Kanavi's only level 8. Wei Wei is level 10 right now, and when they go to make these plays, there's stopwatches across the board. There's so many disengage tools that when JDG actually move in, they've got to hightail it out away from all this CC. The shields are coming in clutch from Bew as well. It is so incredibly hard for JDG off of the back of V5 snowballing so effectively to try and answer for this pressure.
So what happens for JDG now? How do they find themselves some advantages? Because we've talked about how when at 15 minutes V5 are ahead, they've got an 85% win rate, right? They're very far ahead at 15 minutes tagged. Is all hope lost for JDG?
It has to come down. Oh, hang on.
Not if they can find PP God, that's the answer. Bit of damage coming through onto this Nautilus, but they don't commit to the play.
So what JDG want to try and do is have these big wombo combos with Zoom and Yagao, who can very quickly pick off Sam D and Wei Wei, because once in particular Wei Wei is down, there's not a huge amount of consistent damage that can come out. Sam D against the likes of Zoom and Kanavi with all these heals won't be able to burst down or carry these fights. So as V5 turn towards their third dragon, JDG are going to move in and look for just that big combo.
Yeah, everyone from JDG is here. They want to stop this snowball. They want to find themselves with advantages of their own, but the dragon has already gone down, and so has Yagao. V5, they've already won the fight before it ever begun, and now it's just the chase down. Curtain Call going to get the slow, and it means that the taunt comes through onto Loken, and suddenly JDG, they're surrounded. They can't get back to their base. This might just be the full ace, as PP God will be answered for. Another double taunt, as Mole is just going insane in this series.
V5 can't even turn towards the Baron. They've near aced JDG at 17 minutes into the game. 3 dragons in their favor, a plethora of gold at their feet, and now they can do whatever they want in this game. V5 are looking so damn clean.
And Yagao getting caught out with his flash available, with his shockwave available. This is not what you expect out of the superstar mid lane.
It really isn't, especially when you look at how he just walked into PP God. They are all separated here. Neither Kanavi or Yagao or even Lumao can look to tank that hook, but all three of them are left exposed. Loken then has got to go run away as quick as he can because Mole, with a great flash over that Cosmic Binding, is able to close the distance, and from that point forward, you're caught between a rock and a hard place as JDG.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really any way out of this one. The double taunt at the end from Mole. Mole looks amazing on this Galio, by the way. He does every single time we see it, and he's going to repeat that performance once again. Herald now in the mid lane as V5 look to extend this gold lead even further.
Mole even looking to potentially make a play underneath this tower as that Rift Herald is coming. He's hiding off the wings. Now JDG will realize that he's there.
Doesn't have his summoners available, so it's a little bit more difficult to find these taunts. Lumao, you're meant to be the best bard in the world, mate. You're not meant to Tempered Fate too late to stop the charge.
And that's the big issue now, because Tempered Fate could have been the way that maybe you can set up these engages as JDG, but unfortunately, that's now a swing and a miss from Lumao. They can move over towards getting control of this river. We've got a minute before Baron spawns, which is absolutely insane with how quickly V5 have accelerated this game. But they've even got a dragon they can turn towards in 2.5 minutes.
I'm not looking towards the Baron. I'm looking at that next Infernal Drake, because if V5 get themselves an Infernal Soul, they're already winning in damage. Like, that's just insult to injury at that point, and honestly, could be the end of the game and the series for JDG, the comfortable favorite here. But Bubu might just go down before any of these plays even happen. The turret's still alive here as Kanavi's going to be tanking this one. Poor last turret shot doesn't quite hit in time. I was thinking that might have been deja vu there.
Nearly was, but really good job from Bubu, and that's the power of this Karma, but V5 do want to turn.
Yeah, they're going on to Mole. Zoom is quite happy to tank a lot of this damage. Pretty much everything missing there, and a magical journey straight out of the alcove. I think JDG got away with this one.
They have, and they crucially burnt the 2 TPs from Bubu and from Mole as well. So a lot invested from V5 and not quite able to find that hook from PP God to set it up. But PP God is still hunting. He wants to see if he can make amends here.
Speak of the devil, and he shall arrive. PP God moving on in. Doing his best Lucifer impression there, but
blasphemy.
He's gonna look for some wolves for himself. Who was he trying to set up for that? I guess Weiwei was still nearby.
Either way, now we're hitting the point where, look, minute and a half towards this dragon. Resets are coming in. Let's take a look at the items before we get to this fight, because you're only hitting one item across the board for JDG, whereas everyone on V5 is finishing off their second item. Rapid fire cannon now for Sam D. Mole has managed to get himself 10 stacks on his Magi's alongside the Zhonya's and the Hextech Proto Belt. Black Cleaver finished for Weiwei. V5 have hit their stride, they've hit it hard, and JDG don't really have a huge amount left in the tank, or even fueled up at all, to be honest, as they're only sitting on the Triforce for Zoom.
Just look at the difference between the mid laners right now, Dagda. We have 3 completed items, including a 10-stack Magi's for Mole. We have a hose for Yagao. Like, that's a pretty stark difference between our mid laners right now, especially when Orianna is a scaling mid laner. Look at what the Colonel is spouting right now, 80%. That almost matches their statistics.
It really does, which was 85%. But this is V5 running away with this game. This is why V5 are so potent. When they get these early leads, they are incredible at snowballing them out of control. PP God now looking for Kanavi, but just going to get some wards down and just force them back in towards that top side.
But the Drake, that's what's important right now, Doug. The 10 seconds until that is up. Loken is in the top side of the map, doesn't even have TP. With Infernal Soul on the line, JDG are saying, we cannot fight you right now, V5. They're just going to forego the Infernal Soul and hope for some miracle fight later in the game.
And that's a massive miracle that they're looking for. You have got so much control here as V5. They have now got an Elder that they can play around. They have got the Baron that they can play around, and with that Infernal Soul, the damage that they can churn out, the burst damage that's on this squad is unbelievable.
If you get a rapid fire cannon range, Storm Razor, 4th shot with Infernal Soul at Sam D, see you later, Yagao. That's the end of your life.
Yeah, you're going to know all about it, but even just the way that these fights have been kicking off is oftentimes JDG are very grouped up because you've got Kanavi, Yagao, Loken all playing around a similar spot in that back line. If you are getting the likes of Mole into the middle of that, or even as he talks about some of these long-range shots from Sam D, you can burst so well through these squads. Zoom now on this bottom side as V5 are threatening and actually starting up this Baron.
I mean, they can, right? They have so much damage. They have so much threat in the team fight. And JDG just said, we don't want to fight you. So V5 are like, all right, we'll force you to with an Infernal Soul. And we've already found a pick for ourselves. Loken going to be knocked up. Dodges away from a few things here. Flashes over the wall to keep himself safe. Now Taunt, as we're just about going to see the teleport from Zoom. You're a little bit late to the party on that one. And there's a flash forward as the fourth shot hits. The shield comes through at the last second. In they go, though. Kanavi, he's been baited and outsmarted. Weiwei shuts him down with a blast from the shotgun. And now onto Baron once more.
There's no way they won't get Baron this time around. And V5 can always turn towards these Barons. They have such strong Baron take, not because of the damage they can turn out, which is pretty damn high, but because the shields from Bubu means that they don't actually take much damage as they go for this. And right now, V5 are putting on a masterclass.
This is beautiful from V5. They are taking the 5-head crown away from JDG. The most intelligent team in the LPL is the most intelligent no more.
And look at how JDG are trying to respond. Ooh. Wasn't sure if they're going to turn on to Lumel, but Loken, they're like, right, we need you off to split push. We know that this game has gone completely awry. Maybe we can buy some time. We can push out these side lanes. Maybe look for a miracle Elder Dragon steal, but look how quickly V5 react. The double flash straight over the wall as Mo gets the taunt. They find these picks, and even though Kanavi and Yagao are trying to get these turnaround plays, there's just not enough damage right now from Yagao or from Kanavi to try and make things happen. Zoom TP's in to run the hell away straight off the bat. It's just disastrous from JDG.
And you know, valiant effort there from Kanavi, but he just doesn't have the damage to finish off an AD carry. You could see immediately Mole goes in with the ultimate to block a bunch of that damage. He's now got 16 stacks on his Medjais. And it doesn't get any better for JDG. Like, they're only falling further behind. 7,000 gold now with the Baron in the pockets of V5. That lead is going to be extended even further.
And V5 are so good at playing around these sidelines as well because they have Mole in his Gallia. He can just do plays like this, play off towards the side, and join in if JDG ever attempt any funny business.
Yagao trying to clear the wave in the mid lane here as PP God and Sam D going to pressure on towards this tower. Lumao moves in on the Bard. Tempered Fate is available, so they can potentially stop some kind of shenanigans if V5 want to force.
Now they continue their push in. We've got 2.5 minutes until V5 can turn towards this Elder Dragon. I don't know why we're following a single creep, but sure.
It's stopping the wave. It's slowing things down just a little bit. And it means that these waves are going to be out of sync just a bit. So V5, not the ideal siege scenario here. Good damage onto PP God, but another Shockwave Sombrero out of Yagao. This is not what we're used to seeing.
Not at all, and look at the engage now that's gone. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Shockwave. You would imagine that V5 would just go to knock down that mid lane structure now as this next wave will start to hit.
I have to say, I'm kind of impressed by JDG's defense, though. Like, they are holding on decently against a team that is notorious for breaking the base. But even if it was a valiant defense, it's not been enough. The first inhib tower has fallen, and now onto the inhib itself. JDG trying to position like they can contest, but you cannot fight this team right now.
And look at Mole. He's already in this top lane. He's already working his way through this. And here's a minion wave I prepped earlier as the cooking show will go on. And it looks like it's Roast JDG as we are closing in on an end to Game 3.
Yes, we are. 20 seconds still on this Baron buff and a Tempered Fate onto a few people. This could be the shockwave of the century. Everybody goes in for the wombo combo, but Zoom forced out, rooted up. Loken trying to get damage onto PP God. Well, the turret survives. Honestly, we call this a win for JDG.
We do, but as you said, hey, look, that would have been a great situation for a Shockwave. It's still on cooldown for Yagao. They can't make these plays work because they're throwing everything at the kitchen sink to desperately hold on to their base. But now the combo isn't quite there. However, a minute until this Elder Dragon. This is going to be the game ender. This is where V5 can either continue their push through mid, just kill anyone from JDG who approaches, play through that top lane once again. But if JDG can somehow steal this away with a 2-level deficit on Kanavi, they could find that combo. They could find the play, but V5 want to pick them off, it looks like, before that happens.
Lumau's on the bard though, so they get away safely here. 35 seconds until that Elder. And this Elder, as you rightly say, is going to be everything in this game. JDG have got to pull something out here. And if there's one team in the LPL that we know can never be counted out, JDG is that team. When we think about their series against Top Esports back in the spring finals, they went to the wire every single game. You can always believe that something miraculous can happen. Yagao with a big shockwave could turn things around, but Navi needs to be careful here. V5 trying to force a play. Yagao teleports in.
But here we go, V5 turning towards the Elder Dragon. JDG spread out, Zoom looking to find the flank here, but he has been spotted on these wards.
This play could decide the entire series. Yagao moving in. VP God going to be stunned up by the Crystalline Arrow, but it's not really the ideal target. Kanavi just wants to find a way in. Tempered Fate onto the team. In they go. Shockwave only onto one, but it's Sam D that's taken down. Kanavi is the answer. And the Elder Drake, who's going to grab it? It is going to be Weiwei, and that might just be the fight as well. Down they fall. Bew survives, gets himself a shield as well, and there's just never enough tanky stats to deal with the Dragon. Yagao getting out, but he's on the wrong side of the map, and V5 want to win the game.
It's only Yagao and Lumao who are surviving. There's a wave here in mid lane. It's a super minion as well, and V5 can look to win the trial of intellect here.
And Mole has his teleport available. He can just sit in base, and as soon as that super is tanked by the towers, he can TP in, or just get straight into the plate immediately. Yagao here to try and defend. They've got to clear these waves if they can, but Mole, he's not looking to let them defend. Annihilates Yagao right on the footsteps of his base. Weiwei tanks the tower for a little too long, though. Little bit embarrassing.
That could actually stop them ending the game.
Surely
Weiwei
not.
has now stopped them ending the game. With that play, they've actually managed to hold on.
Oh my god. Dagda, we came into this saying it's all about the junglers. It's all about Weiwei and Kanavi. If JDG can come back now, and Weiwei has just stopped them ending.
Now look, we still have that Elder buff onto V5 for another minute and a half. It's 30 seconds until Weiwei's up. They'll still have a little bit of time before that is up and available. The big thing here is that Baron is spawning in 10 seconds though, and here's the fight. You can see how far ahead V5 are. Kanavi goes in and just instantly gets burst out. He's not able to... He tries to smite the Dragon. It's a valiant effort. It's still on 2,000 health, and he does fall. And from there, V5 can clean up, but a little bit over-aggressive when we got to the base. And I want to see what's happening on live, because honestly, JDG could have tried to rush this Baron, or at least set up for this Baron.
So what actually happened here? One of the shotgun shots must have just clipped anyway. Zoom getting out on a magical journey here. Mole's followed him in, but he's kind of lonely right here. A lot of damage can come on through. Stopwatch going to be used. All the Zhonya's, in fact, torn only onto Lumao, and Mole gets out with his life, and he's still got Elder, so he gets a kill to boot. JDG, they've got a flick.
And V5 are looking to march forward. The minions are on their way. Yagao doesn't quite get hooked by PP God.
This is going to be the final moments here. Yagao doesn't have himself a Shockwave. Zoom doesn't have himself Stormbringer. There's no arrow for Loken. V5 are on the cusp of a victory here, and immediately onto these towers they go. JDG have to make one last stand. In they go. Knock up onto Zoom. Elder is about to tick off, but they'll grab a couple of kills before they do. And Mole, 11, 0, and 5, the team captain and the leader for V5.
And V5 will manage to take down JDG. The trial of intellect passed with flying colors in game number 3 as Weiwei controls Kanavi in the jungle. Mole looks monstrous on this Galio, and V5 look primed for the LPL playoffs.
What a performance out of V5 here, and as soon as Sam D steps back into the roster, it felt like a different squad that we were watching here. Managing to find themselves that early advantage, and you can see the sullen faces here on JDG as I don't think they were expecting a loss here.
They really weren't, and especially now when they are positioned in that first place spot, they will now find themselves at 12 and 3. So when you want to, as they talked about in that opening to the game, avoid that second and third place slot, because that will pop you onto the same side as either Invictus Gaming or Top Esports, who you would love to avoid coming into playoffs. Yeah. That is not where JDG want to find themselves.
This makes things difficult for JDG now, as they've got just one series remaining. If they want to try and find that first seed, it's now reliant on IG, it's now reliant on Top Esports. It's no longer just in JDG's hands.
Exactly, and that's a horrible place for JDG to find themselves in. But V5 deserved this win.
Yes.
V5 looked absolutely incredible. Wait, we said, look, this guy is making a name for himself as a jungler in the LPL, but he dismantled Kanavi in this game. And when we talked about, hey, look, JDG, the team in Spring was set up to play around Kanavi, help him succeed. This is where they had to fall back into that Spring Split style, but V5 played it far better, consistently getting those early scuttle crabs, snowballing this way into this lead, and making sure Kanavi had never got a look in to even have a hope.
And the best example of that is exactly what you mentioned there. The early scuttle crabs, we saw V5 just congregating as an entire unit to make sure that Weiwei got that early advantage, to make sure that they were winning. If a brawl did kick off, they were all going to be ready. Getting both sides of the map, then being able to play around. And then we even saw Mole recalling on the red buff to make sure that Weiwei lose no advantages the entire season.
And that's the whole thing here, is that V5 are able to play through Weiwei. We said, look, hey, this is a draft that is going to revolve around how well this Graves can get set up, how well they are able to play through him. And even though we saw Mole coming in as like this hard carry on the Galio, which you don't often get to say.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to watch.
It really was. But still, it was Weiwei who was able to dictate the pace of this early game, set up those early objectives to get the dragons in their favor. And then by the time we got to the third, fourth dragon, you can see the gold lead on your screen right now. There wasn't even a look in for JDG.
Damage out of Mole. Galio is not a champion that you expect to be the primary damage dealer. When you look at this draft, you're thinking maybe Jin, maybe, you know, the Graves stepping up, but Mole just did such an insane job. And every single time he hit W, he seemed to taunt the entire team of JDG.
But that was down to the coordination of this squad. We said, hey, look, it's going to be about Bubu getting these shields, enabling them, Mole making sure he's got these big ultimates to dissuade JDG from engaging. But when they were so far ahead, Bubu being able to speed up Mole to get these big taunts created an engage tool for this squad alongside PP God with some great hooks onto Yagao, onto the key members of JDG, and Victory 5 ran away with it.
And speaking of Victory 5, I got one last party popper here, Dagda, because they have guaranteed themselves playoffs now. Woo! Victory 5 with a celebration night tonight. And you can see the happy faces for them across the team with this victory, because there's quite a few LPL teams that offer victory, don't look that happy, don't look that excited, but this one really mattered for V5. This one guarantees playoffs, but also with 10 wins, they're now arguing for that 4th place spot.
But the big thing here as well is that this was a team, even in themselves, didn't have the highest expectations. We've heard it from Mold, and we heard it from PP God in the interview that you had with them, that this was a team that just wanted a couple of wins. They hadn't picked up a single series win in Spring, and all they wanted to do was just rack up a few of them to bring back that confidence. They now find themselves having taken down Top Esports, taken down JDG, in the playoffs of the LPL, as, to be honest, one of the top 4 teams in the league right now, if not top 5. Like, that is insane for these guys.
Taking a game off of IG as well, which IG's recent form is looking comparable to 2018, right?
Exactly.
This is an insane team. This is a team that, off the back of Spring, Mole the only remaining player. And when you compare Mole in Spring to Mole right now, he is peaking on a level that I've not seen before, because this man, the ultimate team captain as far as I can see.
Exactly, and that's what makes this story so impressive, is the lowest of lows for V5 in Spring. They take what's a bunch of misfits, realistically. You've got the Suning Renegades who just came over because they were the ones that were left behind. You've got Sam D and PP God. These two rookies, Sam D coming over from the Korean League, PP God coming through FPX Blaze, having trained under Crisp. Like, this is a squad that was kind of just wrapped together and bandaged together, and even we didn't have the highest expectations. V5 didn't have the highest expectations, and now they are looking like a top team in the LPL. And as you said, IG, they were managed to take it seriously. They defeated IG in a game in 27 minutes. It wasn't it was a rough brawl. They managed to wipe IG. We've now seen them do the same with JDG. We've seen it against Top Esports. This is a team that we have to pay attention to, especially when we look towards, well, how high can they go in seeding to get in towards, you know, the quarterfinals, the semifinals? Maybe this is a team we've got to look at towards that gauntlet, towards those championship points, and looking towards worlds.
And the crazy thing to me is how well this team has synergized over the last few months, because you mentioned where these players came from. Obviously, Bubu, Weiwei, and Sam D all came from Suning S in Spring of this year in the LDL. But the biggest synergy in my mind is PP God and Weiwei working together. These guys did not come from the same team, but they have joined up in V5, and everything just seems miraculous. This team built around Mole in the mid lane as well, and it feels like they have such a great read on the meta as well. We've seen them play incredibly aggressive, but in this series, we've also seen them try and play a little bit smarter, try and play more for the scaling options. We've seen them play macro. We've seen them just play brawls in game number 1. It feels like there are so many different styles available for V5, and Mole especially, who's going to be the MVP for game number 1, is the head of it all.
And Mole has looked incredible. Like, he finally feels like he's found his footing. Because this was when Mole started way back in the day on BLG in spring 2018. He was touted as this incredible guy who was going to come in. He was going to change the mid lane. He was going to be one of the next big mid laners in the LPL. But very quickly, that story started to turn around. But now we're getting to see that once again, Mole is more than capable of carrying these series. And although you say, hey, look, this team has a great read on the meta, it's not like they're defined by a Galio pick. They're defined by a pick composition or a teamfight composition. They are able to play multiple different styles, which is why I feel like even if we do get a massive meta shift, V5 will be more than capable of contending with that.
And that's the thing, like, while they can play all of the meta styles available, that's the thing, right? They can play all of these different styles. It's not just they're good at one way of playing the game. And that's one of the things that we've been touting about JDG so far this split, is that they have diversified and they've got multiple styles in their pocket here. The big question to me is, can Victory 5 continue to improve? Because yes, you've taken out JDG here. You beat Top Esports earlier on in the split, but when we get to playoffs, honestly, IG is the hurdle for V5 to me, because that's a team that are going to match you in these skirmishes, and they might just be able to outplay you. We've seen IG are on insane form.
And that's the thing here, is that we saw in game number 1 where when it all starts to just sink into madness, everyone just starts fighting and brawling.
Yeah.
That's where V5 can kind of struggle a little bit, because they're all so focused on we're fighting, we're into this massive scrap. That's when you need to go, okay, well, what's happening in the side lane? What's happening with these turrets? Because that's where JDG managed to find their advantages in game number 1. So even though we do have V5 who can have these incredibly strong early games that set them up for success in the mid to late game, we still have to be careful that they don't just fall into madness and end up playing towards IG, and that's where IG's strengths.
Those kinds of games are the ones that separate the men from the boys here in the LPL, and we'll see how V5 are going to fare, but they have made it to playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. You can tick them off of the list. And they also finish off their 3rd win in their trials out of 5. They get their 5-head intellect as well. But that's going to be our first series done for the day. We're going to jump into a quick break, and then we're going to come back at you with E-Star against WE. And if you like team fighting, this is the series for you. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hey everyone, I'm Munchables, and this is the LPL recap. We're going to get you up to speed with everything that's been going on in the LPL. It's time to talk about the top 2 teams now, and that means we're going to start with JDG. They're our spring champions. They started off 2-2. It wasn't the best start to the split, but since then, they've been on a 9-series win streak. That is insane. JDG still easily one of, if not the best team in the entire league. And importantly, they've changed styles a little bit. Back in spring, we called them the smartest team in the LPL. And whether or not intelligence matters, like, they have changed styles. They've moved away from just this pure macro play. And now they're relying much more on some mechanics in the team fights. Kanavi has moved away from the carry junglers and into things like the Lee Sin that every single fight, just look at him here as he jumps into the fight. He'll find a kick onto Rookie, gets knocked back by the Emperor's Divide, and he wins his team the fight. This is consistent with JDG. He's moved into more of the utility role, and it's setting up Loken to be the real carry. So JDG changing styles, but still looking just incredible as of right now. And then the top spot. It's Top Esports. We all know it already. This team looks insane. They looked insane back in week 3. They look insane now still. They've got 10 wins on the scoreboard. There's one team, though, that put a little bit of a spanner in the works. They lost a series to V5, who obviously V5 since then have fallen off a little bit, but it showed a couple of weaknesses of Top Esports, most specifically down in the bottom lane. Knight, as you can see on your screen, still looks incredible, pulling out 1v3s for goodness sake. The man is an absolute monster. But when we're talking about fighting for first seed, we've got to be a little bit nitpicky. And it feels like Jackie Love and Yuyanja have somewhat been a weak point for this team. V5 were able to abuse it, and we'll see if some of the other top teams are going to be able to abuse it as well. But when top esports get past that laning phase, if Jackie Love is able to just farm things up and get his Ezreal, you can see here on your screen, he's going to pop off. He's going to snipe people with the ults. Top esports, when they are even or ahead, are just going to dominate everyone. But also, they're one of those teams that even when they're really far behind, they're not going to go down without a fight. They're going to drag that game out, and they are going to fight you every single step of the way. Top esports, honestly, look almost impossible to beat. And we'll see if that remains to be true as we head towards playoffs. That was your mini recap for the LPL. I have been Munchables, but make sure if you're watching this on Twitch, you check out the YouTube channel. If you're watching this on YouTube, check out the Twitch channel and keep up to date with everything on Twitter as well. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
To leave, I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. To leave, I took the time to breathe, and now I see I'm just too good for you. You're no good for me, and I know what I need. So I'll set you free. Don't you come and beg no more. Oh no, 'cause I will never let you in.
下一场对阵 WE， 然后我觉得他们的下路就比较有威胁吧，他们就打下路嘛，然后我会多照顾一下他们下路的。这赛季要结束了，我觉得我相比上赛季的话，就也许多了很多经验吧，然后也认识到自己的很多不足，然后就休赛期间就多做准备，为下赛季做准备吧。
下场对战1-3，因为他们他们 AD 是新人嘛，然后想多观察他一下。赛季到了后半段了，然后我们的队伍想的是6-7名或者更高层次吧，然后后面因为6-7名有优先选边权，所以尽量打好每一场吧。
I love how all of the LPL teams are looking at this strategically, but also Beisheng's there like, look, Rat's a rookie, so I'm going to hard camp him and bash him into the ground. I'm Munchables, I'm joined by Dagda. We just witnessed V5 manage to take down our Spring Champions 2-1 in the end and qualify themselves for playoffs. And now a very different style of series coming out of us.
Exactly. We're going to see, well, still probably a lot of scraps happening because both these teams do like to be very active in the early stage of the game, but definitely going to be taking a step away from what was a battle for top of the table.
And let's start off by talking about E-Star, right? Because if you remember in spring, E-Star were kind of what V5 is now. This super hyped rookie squad coming in that everybody was incredibly excited for. And it was all down to PDD setting this up, the top laner of old in the LPL that kind of pulled on some of his contacts, scouted out this indestructible team. They made it all the way to playoffs. But now it feels a little bit like PDD's failed experiment. It feels like he's built Frankenstein's monster. The monster comes into the village, he just wants to have a hug, and all of the villagers are running screaming, and suddenly everything's gone wrong.
Exactly, and it feels like PDD, who was renowned for picking these rookies who would become superstars, and even picked them from teams that, well, his own team, Young Miracles, that was renowned for bringing up some of the best talent that the LPL had. Coming across from Royal Club, he had a couple of players as well, and it felt like, right, this is where we'll start to see E-Star form. We had Wei, who looked incredible in those early stages. Crying as well, who looked absolutely perfect. But when Crying got taken out of the equation, well, E-Star started to crumble as a result. And now we see them sitting down in 14th place at the moment.
Yeah, it's been rough for E-Star this split. I think that's fair to say. I know E-Star gained a lot of fans towards the start of spring. Yeah. I don't know how many of you guys are remaining, but it's been a rough split for E-Star fans. But importantly, this is not really that much about E-Star. This series is all about the other side of the board for WE, because when we talk about WE, this is about the fight for seeding, and not just for playoffs, but for Worlds. This is a team that could still make Worlds. They've got E-Star, OMG, and Top Esports remaining, which means their potential best score could be 11-5, which is an arguable place for 4th, but the potential worst could be all the way down in 11th.
And you can even see that in the conversation of the opening of this game was, hey, look, WE are aiming for 6th or 7th. If they can get higher, that is a massive advantage for them, because don't forget, as you start to push in towards those higher seedings, you actually get just seeded in towards either the quarters, the semis, when we get in towards those top games of the playoffs. And I want to see WE now, if they can pick up that higher seeding, to guarantee those championship points for that world qualifier.
And you mentioned championship points. Let's take a look at exactly those, because WE already have 10 from spring. And you can see on the right of your screen, these are the points that are up for grabs in summer. The winner of summer will qualify for Worlds. The top number of championship points will qualify for Worlds, and then we have 2 slots left. They're going to come from the regional finals, and seeding is going to be very important when we go into regionals. The top 4 teams in championship points will be seeded into that tournament. So if WE can finish in like 6th, 5th place, maybe even top 4, if they could grab themselves those 40 points, there's a very real chance they make it to Worlds.
Especially when we look at WE, who have already picked up 10 points. EDG, who more than likely won't make it into our playoff contention, so that is just a gone already. And then you would assume JDG, Top Esports, or even IG are going to be some of those seed 1s and seed 2s that are automatically gone to Worlds. So there is a very high chance that WE can get place high in those World qualifiers.
So we've got plenty of time to talk about this in the coming week, and we will be able to do so. But we're running out of time before this game starts. So let's quickly talk about our head-to-head in the mid lane, because it's Teacher Mart and Fun. And when we look at the champion pools coming into the mid lane, it's a very similar story. These two guys love to play a similar style.
They really do. And when you look over at Fun, yes, he's got a little bit of that set in there, but very much looking towards the Galio, the Twisted Fates. And that's very similar to what Teacher Mart has, the Galios, the Twisted Fates. These two players want to facilitate their team. And in an awful lot of situations, it's about pairing with the junglers on either side for Wei, and also coming in for Beishang as well. This is where the two teams strive to put their pressure, and as we looked at in the earlier video segment as well, moving that pressure down towards the bottom lane, trying to enable Jomong, and also trying to enable Wink or Ras in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and I mean, even the set pick for Fun is still kind of in that category, right?
Exactly.
You're setting up for the team fights. You're not the carry in the mid lane. You're very much a facilitator, and we've seen this out of the side of E-Star, where they want to be making these plays. They want to be working as a unit and using this mid lane from Fun to set the plays up.
And again, that's what we're going to be seeing here coming in from WE as well. They want to have Teacher Ma on the likes of Scalio, the Twisted Fate, even the Rumbles to a certain extent as well. Is just about shoving these waves and then getting the hell out of this mid lane. They want to make sure they're going for this pick style of composition and trying to find plays through these side lanes. I will have to see now who is going to come out on top, because both these teams play a very similar style. And as you can probably see from the standings, WE have found a little bit more success with this.
We're about ready to head over to the stage and get this series underway, but I'm especially looking towards Beisheng here. After that interview at the start of the day, when he's like, look, Rat's a rookie, I'm going to focus down on that bottom side, which, I mean, he didn't really have to say that. WE always focus on the bottom side. They always focus on getting Jomung ahead, but when he's actively saying it in an interview, he's not even holding the strategy. Like, WE have access to be able to see that kind of thing.
What if it's the mind games? Like, oh, we're going to play around bot side, and then they actually go up and get Morgan. Who knows? But either way, eStar will be the first team taken to the stage here today.
They certainly will. It's going to be CJJ in the top lane as well. Xiaobai was obviously subbed out a week or so ago. It's going to be Wei, Funfun, Rat, and Xiaoxi. And I think Xiaoxi probably the most interesting player on this roster to me, because when we think about Xiaoxi in spring, he was being hyped up as a world contender. If you remember the conversations on Twitter, a lot of people were talking about Xiaoxi being really the staying power that eStar had. And I want to see a little bit more of that magic coming through.
And yeah, a lot of that conversation revolved around the likes of his Thresh, just a pick or ban in a lot of cases, the Blitzcrank. Haven't quite seen that same magic. However, a team that has brought that friendship and magic, as you like to point out, Mr. Munchables, is Team WE.
The Star Guardians themselves winning through friendship and magic. Morgan, Beisheng, Teacher Ma, Jomung, and Missing. And it's more than just a meme, the whole friendship and magic thing, the Star Guardians thing, because where that came from is the way that these guys play. On the Chinese side, they call it the comps that flow with the wind. It's all about moving as a unit. It's all about when a play happens, the rest of the team can pounce onto the play. And you can see the Chinese side focusing on this mid lane as well, because they know that these facilitator mid laners are the crux of exactly that style.
And that's what we're going to be relying on here today. That's what we'll be keeping an eye on in the draft. The Galio, the likes of this Twisted Fate, who gets their hands on it, and even down to champions like, especially for Finfin, the Set, the Zoe, these have been where he's found a little bit more success. But Teacher Ma, 11 games in Galio, 7 games in Twisted Fate, you know where this guy's going.
Yeah, you definitely do, but a lot of teams know where this guy often goes, and a lot of teams often ban Teacher Ma out entirely. So what he ends up playing is very much a question mark, and I'm a little curious if perhaps Set in the mid lane could be a contested pick in this series, because we've seen Teacher Ma play it one time. We've seen Funfun loves to go for that Set in the mid lane. But while it's not Teacher Ma's favorite pick, it could be a takeaway that WE could go for.
A lot of questions when we come into this draft. As you said, looking towards that mid lane, but even towards the jungle as well. Wei, Beisheng, both love the likes of this Graves, the Lee Sin. They've been some of the power picks for the junglers, and I expect that we're going to see a lot of this game revolve around that mid-jungle 2v2, trying to get an advantage and enable either Teacher Ma or Funfun to influence the map by shutting down their opponent nice and early.
Well, Dagda, it's about time we find out as we jump into the draft, and that Galio ban is kind of the standard when you're playing against WE. I can't think of the last team that didn't ban the Galio against them. And it's going to be Echo banned here by WE, and that's not really towards the mid lane. That's very much aimed at Wei.
Exactly, because when you talk about that set pick, oftentimes they will pair it with this AP jungler and work as this duo dive combo. This screams to me, though, that eStar are probably going to look towards something like the Twisted Fate as his first lock-in, or they can go towards the Graves, which has been, as we talked about, that big contestant.
Well, it is going to be that Twisted Fate, so you're absolutely right on that one, Dagda, to start our draft off. And WE, it's very likely that they go down towards the bottom lane here, maybe grab themselves the Ashe, which has been pretty comfortably Jomung's most picked AD carry. It just sets up all of the plays that they like to go for. And as you can see, we're not just mind readers. These are just teams that have a very distinct style and generally will go towards the same picks.
I am kind of surprised to see the high priority on this Renekton, though. I know Morgan loves it. I know he's played it a whole heap of times. But still, I think I would have preferred to see the likes of this Graves picked up here, because the reason that Ashe has become so popular in the LPL is because although she lacks some damage, she sets up incredibly well for the likes of Graves, for these carry junglers, and Beisheng has very much stamped his name as a carry jungler in the LPL.
The Ashe is immediately going to be answered here by Rat with the Jhin. This is the standard matchup that we're starting to see when Ashe is locked in. You get a facilitator, AD carry on the other side of the board. I'm not going to talk about that until it's locked in because Tristana would be an odd one, especially blind.
I mean, it's
here.
not. It's going to be a hover. I mean, you've already got the Twisted Fate mid. You've got that Jhin against that Ashe pick already. I imagine they're going to go towards a jungler here. The Graves, as we already talked about, big pick for both these sides. And now works super well where you can pair a nice gold card in that mid lane, match it with a gank from Wei, and you have a lot of damage coming through. Teachama, that's a new one.
Yeah, Teachama has been playing this a little bit in solo queue, I believe, but it's an instant lock-in because it's so damn good against the Twisted Fate. You essentially are Twisted Fate. You can steal away that ultimate and use it to get around the map.
I do agree, although with Silas and the current builds that we're seeing with this Fleet Footwork, the Fleet Footwork into the GLP build, you kind of have a small window where you can be as useful as the Twisted Fate, because after that, you're just not quite able to match him in a side lane as well as you want, because the Twisted Fate can move into the shadows, have that Destiny up and available a little bit faster. It's more about having the Silas capability of matching those early game roams and trying to stop this Twisted Fate from snowballing the game out of control.
Well, we talked about Xiaoxi before the draft, and his Thresh is going to be Respect Band away. That set also taken off the board, which has been a bit of a go-to across the board here for WE, especially for missing.
I imagine the Bard will be the next one here from WE. This has been Xiaoxi's kind of two go-tos, and the Bard works pretty well against the composition that WE have here. But it looks like actually they're just going to deny some of that other long-range engage in the Leona.
Yep, Leona taken off the board, which is a little surprising actually, because Missing does love that Leona himself, but still things like the Nautilus available for those engaged supports. So now on the other side, E-Star have to decide, and it looks like they're going for support as well. Take the Tom Kent.
So I imagine then you just go for the Bard here for WE. They're going to say, hey, look, we're just going to, whenever we see Funfun going for these Twisted Fate engages, Tempered Fate the rest of the team, and then we can deal with any of these funny business or shenanigans that are coming in from the Twisted Fate.
E-Star then have to decide how they want to finish this composition out. They've essentially got their carries locked in. Now they need something in the top lane and something for Xiaoxi. The Nautilus we already talked about being a hooked support, certainly something Xiaoxi's comfortable on to try and force these engages. And I'm curious what ends up going towards that top side against a Renekton. Camille might not be the right pick.
CJJ though loves this pick. I mean, look, we already know, hey, whack, 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 Camille doesn't do so hot. But CJJ wants to be a carry. He loves setting more of a side lane pressure opener. We've seen him play the Fiora. Even when he was on the Wukong, he played that style a little bit more as well. And when you've got something like this Twisted Fate who can help move into that top side of the map, help support you in that endeavor, it makes sense that we're going to see CJJ go towards the Jace here and go towards a more carry-oriented style.
Yeah, it's still a similar style where you can go for that split push and whatnot. You still have a lot of damage up in that top lane, but maybe not quite as much of a ridiculous counter matchup in the top side that Camille would have been. Baekshun going to go with this Trundle, which has been a very standard jungle pick, especially against the Graves.
And against the composition that E-Star have. Because when you look at how E-Star want to play, it's often a side lane with CJJ, with Funfun as well, or even going towards a 1-4 with Funfun playing that side lane. And then you're going to try and have Funfun start these fights off, pick off one person with Xiaoxi, CC, and that gold card. But at least when you look at Baekshun, he can do a really good job with these Trundle pillars of slowing that engage or denying that follow-up from Xiaoxi as well by plunking that pillar in front of the hook from Xiaoxi. So I like that they're going towards the Trundle here. Plus, it pairs super well with the likes of this Ashe in just setting up these continuous slows and just annoyances from E-Star.
That's going to be the question, is if they can get that setup, but certainly a lot of setup available for E-Star as well. They have that Twisted Fate, they have a Nautilus that can pull people in and make these plays kick off. And I feel like there's a good amount of pressure here on Xiaoxi to be able to find those engages, to be able to be the one to find a hook, but also on Missing on this Bard, to be able to use that Tempered Fate correctly and deny some of these engages.
And even set up for WE's own engages, right? Because when you're looking at the composition that E-Star have right now, it can play very easily at range. It's not like you're ever going to be forced to engage, so it's going to be on Missing to make sure that, look, you get these Temper Fates onto the likes of Wei, CJJ, Rat as well, and allowing the time for Morgan and Teachama to get into position, close that distance, and get that follow-up CC right as E-Star become, well, ungoal.
It's time to find out if they're going to be able to pull it off here as we jump into our second series of the day. WE against E-Star. And I want to quickly start a conversation here, Dagda, about the way these two teams play, because obviously compositions are one thing, but stylistically, the way we've seen both WE and E-Star play is very, very similar. WE have been playing this style since the beginning of the year, whereas E-Star, I feel like they've kind of evolved into following in WE's footsteps.
Very certainly so. I mean, look, you can see it with the champions that are picked right now. We said, what are the big champions here for WE? Well, Graves for Wei, actually. Yeah, that's a really strong one. The Twisted Face there for Teacher Matt, too. Well, we've already got them nicked away. But the way E-Star have been playing is Wei trying to get these early advantages, with E-Star trying to facilitate them. Both Xiaoxi and FunFun will group with Wei to try and double down on that endeavor. But it does mean that we're seeing pretty much what WE go for too, because that's the style that Beishang likes to play, where he goes aggressive, invades in towards the enemy jungle, having Teacher Ma follow suit with missing at a moment's notice. So we'll have to see who can now play that style better, and if E-Star can match WE in their own game.
That's going to be the real question to me as well. And when we look towards this bottom lane, I'm nervous for Rat. The fact that Beishang was calling him out specifically in an interview makes me think that Beishang has a bit of a target over Rat's head. On this Jhin, you're going to struggle a little bit in the early game. We're going to take a look at Xiaoxi's runes here, which look relatively standard to me. I don't know what you usually go secondary.
It's actually the Triumph is surprising. Like the presence of mind and also the tenacity. So usually when you play Nautilus support, you're actually going Inspiration because you want to get access to that minion dematerializer. And I'm just holding my breath here. Xiaoxi playing kind of pretty close to missing here. But yeah, it's usually the Inspiration tree we go second. So a bit of an adaptation here from Xiaoxi. Level 2 gets hit.
At the same time for both teams, though, so damage will be traded back here by Jomung. In fact, it was only missing that got level 2 on the side of WE, but that's not going to stop Jomung from layering these auto attacks out. Will now finally hit level 2 himself. So actually a very, very nice trade from the side of WE, and Beishang is already moving down, Dagda.
Right on cue, and E-Star is so far overextended without being able to get the bounce back. Beishang's here.
Is not looking good. Flash is still available, obviously, for E-Star. Rat going to be the first one to use that, but he's going to be chased down, slowed down as well. Gets underneath the tower, but Xiaoxi might not be so lucky. One more volley would do the trick, but it's on cooldown. It cost them 3 summoners, but they got out of the play.
This is where Wei can look to counteract, though, because he's a lot healthier and might have found Beishang.
Beishang knows what's up, though. He's going to be able to get away with his life at very least and spot out Wei, who did move towards his bottom side, but now that he's been spotted, won't be able to get all or too much done.
I'm surprised we don't... Well, maybe he's going to go through the top side, but Wei should be invading Beishang's jungle right now. You know he's low. He's burnt his flash. You can go super aggressive here, steal away a bunch of camps, and make this a living hell for Trundle, where he'll fall so far behind in levels that Wei can just double down on these invades.
Wei just going to go for this topside Scuttle Crab. We'll see if he goes to try and grab either the Krugs or the chickens or something, but in fact, Beishang has moved over there himself. Beishang now back to full HP because managed to get himself the bottom Scuttle, potentially some honey fruit as well. Wei will move in, but the big chicken is smited, and he's going to get just about all of the little chickens as well. Now Wei going to force this 1v1 between the junglers right here. Pillar comes on through as Teachama trying to answer the play as well. I don't think WE can fight this one. And every single time this graphic comes up, we have immediate amounts of action to follow. So I want to quickly mention how if WE beats E-Star here, and if top beats RNG later today, then both WE and LGD will be locked in for playoffs.
Well, I definitely think that WE will be looking to make that. I'm hovering here because I'm waiting to see what this action's going to be.
This is the thing about these two teams as well. They love to fight in the early game. They love to force their advantages, especially around Dragon, which is going to be spawning in 20 seconds here, Dagda. With a very nice trade against CJJ there.
True, but CJJ has already done a good job of doing what Jace wants to do in this lane. Pushing aggressively, start whittling away at this turret, and you can even see that CS lead that's opened up. Now, Morgan will have about 10 CS that he can add after the stack in that top lane, but that's still a pretty sizable CS lead for the Jace.
Beishang's going to be a little careful here. Fun looking for a gold card, but Beishang just got inside the brush in time to dodge away from the stun there. And he's going to be able to get away. Just grabbed himself 3 little chickens. Well, Morgan once again going to be trading in the top side. Doing a good job of getting in and out, just getting a bit of burst off. Obviously, CJJ wins the trade on the way out because he's ranged, though.
The thing is, though, with no junglers on this top side, it's not like either's going to get punished, so Morgan can pretty easily clear out this wave and then come back in towards his top lane. I imagine he's going to back now, use that TP if he really wants to. We'll have to see if CJJ decides to match. And yeah, honestly, like this early game kind of going this smoothly with Beishang not falling too far behind two-way after that gank bot side. Morgan is hurting a little bit in that top side, but at least the way that WE want to play is, well, once they hit this level 6, trying to get enabled that way, is at least staying on foot for the moment.
Dragon's going to be started here by E-Star. Beishang knows what's going on, and Morgan has teleport available. Jomung pulled in, though, by Xiaoxi. The CC chain is very real, but so is the magical journey. Jomung gets out with his life, and he's got a hot cup of cocoa as Xiaoxi takes a hammer in. CJJ wants to finish his kill onto the enemy AD carry, but he won't be able to close the gap. Or will he? Heal comes out. CJJ still finishes it off. First blood here for E-Star. And now the turnaround comes on through. Xiaoxi still only level 3 against the 6 of Teachamar, who's looking to tear them apart. CJJ goes down as well. It's WE winning out of 4 versus 5. But Beishang ignited will get followed by the auto here. WE 2 for 2.
2 for 2, and B-Star can keep pushing, though. They can look to get a little bit more aggressive here, or even turn towards this dragon if they really want to. Wei is low, though, and with WE respawning, may not be the best idea to try and force the issue.
Yeah, also, Morgan just hit level 6 during that fight. He now has Dominus. I don't know if you want to fight in a Dragon Pit against that Renekton right now.
But look at how this wave, or at least this all kicked off, because with the waves positioned as they are, WE actually kind of end up winning out. That wave in the top lane was shoving in, you've lost a bunch of CS to that turret of CJJ, and now they are able to answer 1-for-1 on the bottom side of the map. It was super messy to start things off, though, as Jomung getting caught out means that he's pretty much a non-factor here until he ends up giving the kill over to CJJ. But the rest of WE, while CJJ and Rat are distracted here, are getting poked down, are able to collapse onto Xiaoxi, who's still only level 3, so he goes down super easily to Teachamar to hit that level 6.
Really nicely done here from WE to answer, and they nearly got away with it as well. The magical journey almost enough, but that last auto following through.
And you even see the little cup of hot chocolate left at the end of the magical journey. Just come on, get to the end, you can survive.
I feel like Jomung should have survived that as well. Like, Jomung did not need to walk up into auto attack range of CJJ. Clearly, he was trying to set it up so Morgan could get this stun as CJJ comes in, but it didn't happen. And there was a cup of cocoa there for him. He could have just healed up. Now Xiaoxi, not going to be stunned. I don't know how Bard works, man. Like, some of these stuns that do hit, some of them that don't hit.
Honestly, for WE's sake, I'm kind of glad it didn't, because when look at the items that are picked up by the 2 AD carries. Rat is definitely stronger than Ashe at the moment, and if that had hit, you might have baited Jomung in, and a lot of damage can come out very quickly from this Jhin with this BF sword.
Funfun has Destiny available. The ward goes over, but it's going to be cleared. Wei has been found at the Rift Herald here, and he cannot 1v1 Morgan right now. Or can he, actually? Going to be chased on in as Teachamar comes out with the Destiny first, but they've come right into the hands of the Croc. CJJ now looking to react to the play. This is 2v3 with CJJ entering the play as well. Beishang still on the bottom side of the map, remember. WE just looking to stop the Herald play.
They get the kill, they stop the Herald play, they get the Dragon. That is like a plethora of wins for WE on that play. So fantastic for WE fans as E-Stars aren't actually able to try and finish that Rift and get some of this gold in their corner.
Beautifully done here by WE so far. In terms of gold, still going to be just about even as turret plate goes down on the bottom side. Jomung going to face tank that one. Xiaoxi pulled out of the play, but he's got Aftershock, so he's damn tanky. Jomung jumps out through the magical journey, but Funfun is here to punish the aggression. Rat with the flash to get that kill, missing, just about gets away.
We just said it, Rat has that BF sword. He is stronger, but top lane, there's a brawl, and Morgan may not win it.
Yeah, everything on cooldown for CJJ, though, so he can't continue this skirmish, at least for now. Morgan will be able to just force the wave under and get out of dodge.
Trying to back now, but could get an accelerated shock blast over the wall from CJJ.
Morgan does have that red buff, though, so he's going to have a lot of regen. Also, with the ninja tabbies, he can survive these fights a little bit better. He thinks CJJ has recalled, I think.
This is a really late recall from CJJ, though. He needs to stick around now, because Morgan can shove in this wave and force all these minions to be lost. CJJ doesn't have his teleport at the moment.
Just look at Morgan's health. He was on like 200 health a moment ago. With the red buff and with his Golden Meek, he's able to basically fully heal up. Now he can move over to play first as Xiaoxi tanking up everybody, gets a knock up onto Missing here, but it's answered in kind as Xiaoxi's forced out of the play. WE still stacking as 5. Fun looking for a gold card. There's a curtain call, and WE are out of there. The team-wide vanish over the wall.
Just about, though, actually. Wei might be looking for a few. Oh, there you go.
That was nice from Wei. And the Herald in the end is picked up by E-Star. It goes into the hands of Fun.
WE getting a bit ahead of themselves here, where trying to force these plays at the Rift Herald.
It did look cool, though. It looked rehearsed. It looked like it was a choreographed escape, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you got to escape, though, right? You get the kill going over. They get the Rift Herald on E-Star side as well. Get some turret plates in this mid lane, too. Like, E-Star, they're the ones that want to start getting control of this game so they can play through side lanes with both Jace and this Twisted Fate, and plays like this are going to give them gold leads that make it easier to go for that. Rat here with a great ultimate as well, just popped out everyone so low. Oh, that was actually a nice heal coming through to keep Teacher Man alive, but blast from the past, missing over the wall. We'll manage to finish off missing.
Right on the very edge of range as well. That was so close to missing out there, but importantly, Rat 2-0-2 right now. You already mentioned the BF sword that he grabbed for himself. He's going to be heading straight on towards either the Storm Razor, maybe the IE. We'll see which kind of route he wants to go with there on the Jhin. But he's going to get very, very scary towards the mid-game. And Beisheng has not been focusing on this bot side like he promised.
Beisheng hasn't really been focusing anywhere, and it's been a bit unfortunate because we got at least a little bit of attention towards bot side, but when you're in a Trundle versus Graves matchup, the second you show anywhere, your entire jungle on the opposite side of the map is going to be gone. So in order for Beisheng to stay relevant in terms of how quickly he can clear and his health, his level relevant to Wei, he needs to kind of stick and keep farming, and as a result, hasn't had the impact that we expected from Beisheng.
He's been relatively quiet. When you think of Beisheng, this Trundle doesn't really fit his style super well. He can play things like the Trundle, but the exceptional games from Beisheng is when he's on a carry, when he's on things like the Graves. His Lee Sin as well, been looking amazing recently, as well as his Volibear.
Even the pocket pick Echo that he has, he's always looked really, really strong on. But this Trundle, it's still a solid pick in the jungle at the moment. It's just not quite the style we usually expect, as he said, from Beisheng.
One thing I do want to mention is this is a new pick from Teachama in the mid lane. The Silas is not something we're used to seeing. For anyone that doesn't know, Teachama is notorious for his small champion pool in that mid lane. Not just a small champion pool either, but a weird champion pool. And now bringing out this Silas pick is a new pick for him. 1-0-2 right now, even in CS. This is looking good.
It's at least looking like it's able to have an impact. We've seen him, okay, he's holding hands with Fun in a lot of his plays and has been able to set up some nice picks. The issue, though, is that as we start to go on with the build that he's gone for, that we talked about in Champ Select, he's going to start to fall off in relevancy. He's not like he's snowballed out of control. And when E-Star have got control of the map, they're the ones keeping pressure. You can have Fun playing off the side lane. You can have CJJ with either the option of playing through side lane or grouping with the team and just looking to find these pick opportunities that WE, with the style of composition they have, can't quite match.
So at what point are we looking towards there for Teachama to just fall off completely? Because we've got a Dragon coming up now. He's certainly not fallen off yet. E-Star going to be stacking up. Morgan has teleport. We'll come back to the Teachama conversation, Dagda, because we've got a fight on our hands.
Hook goes wide from Xiaoxi. Beisheng looking to get in over the wall, though.
Certainly would love to. And you can see Morgan just waiting in the brush in top lane, ready for the TP straight on Xiaoxi to start this fight off. But he's tanky with that aftershock. Gets out with his life for now. Fun. The next target, great pillar to force another flash. And very nice little binding to follow it up as well. This is going to be Dragon taken by WE. This is their second of the game.
And that's the difference here for WE versus E-Star. E-Star, as we said, want to be finding numbers advantages, making picks before these Dragons start off with Funfin or CJJ. If we end up in a full 5v5, it's going to be WE favored with this nice front line between Morgan, Beisheng, even Teacherma, and we see how good Missing looks on this Bard, stopping multiple members from E-Stars and even be able to respond with damage.
Yeah, really nicely done. And let's bear in mind, E-Star is still 2,000 gold ahead. That was a fight WE won while 2,000 gold down, and they won it comfortably. Teachama currently has stolen the Destiny, so keep your eyes on this mid laner, because he could try and make a play somewhere.
there is always the opportunity to just head back towards that bottom side of the map and try and make something work with Jomung when he does have that enchanted Crystal available, same with Missing when he has the Tempered Fate. The biggest problem though is that like how low that mid lane structure is. If Teacherma does go to leave lane, it's going to fall, or Eastar can just brute force
it. Might just fall anyway, honestly. They're going to be able to just walk in with Xiaoxi and Wei supporting them. So Teacherma might even have to just use his Destiny to get back to lane.
And now Funfun has a lot more options when he wants to roll. He can push in super aggressively here. He can shove that wave in towards the tier 2 and then move into darkness, start leaning towards both top and bottom and look to make these plays work if he wants to. At the moment though, as we are getting to that 16-minute mark, we're kind of getting past the laning phase, so Fen is going to head down towards this bottom side instead, look to chip away at these side lane structures.
Yep, the split push Twisted Fate starts to begin. We talked about this right during Champion Select. CJJ on the Jace wants to be off in the side lane, as does Funfun. You'll see Rat move towards the mid lane, and this kind of 1-3-1 style will begin. Missing moving into the bottom lane though, because WE, they're not ready to commit to that just yet. Jomung's still going to be sticking around on this bottom side.
What I want to see Eastar do here is leave Funfun in this bottom lane, forego the Rift Tower that's about to spawn, and instead just commit to clearing out these side lane structures. You'll trade towers 1 for 1, but it's more important for Eastar to actually start getting these side lane turrets open, and the best way for them to do that is not contest this Rift Tower.
So Wei will grab this one for himself, while Jomung is going to be able to finish this bottom lane tower, grab himself a bonus minion wave as well. In the meantime though, Funfun has some free time up in the top side. He's going to be able to grab a tower of his own.
So
hang on. Flash forward from Xiaoxi. It's going to be a shock blast onto Morgan. But that's a flash used there from the Nautilus. That's basically the only engage, aside from Twisted Fate himself from Eastar.
I really thought we'd see WE try and go towards the Rift Herald. The whole reason I gave that spiel about, hey, Eastars don't want to contest is because WE, we just saw how good their team fight is. When they are able to get themselves onto the right foot, find these 5v5s, they're super strong. But with Jomung on the bottom side, they can't do it.
Wei could be in trouble here. Tempered Fate going to mean everyone can catch up. Morgan's here as well. Wei flashing in the wrong direction, to be quite honest. Now Funfun suddenly finds himself doomed. There's going to be 2 kills going the way of Teacherma. And I mean, what more can you ask for? Just an easy pick.
I want to see them turn this into a tower in that top lane, though. CJJ is going to try and clear out the wave as quickly as possible, but Missing can just magical journey their way in.
Yeah, this is kind of dangerous for CJJ to stick around here, because they could go for a dive, or they could go for a play in this mid lane either. Rat and Xiaoxi going to be trying to defend this tier 1. WE still sticking around this top half of the map with no Rift Herald available. Teacherma in a 1v1 with CJJ. Oh, nearly got the Abscond Abduct back in there. CJJ is about to feel a whole world of hit because Bard ain't mucking about. There's going to be some angry bongles right there as he's knocked up and will answer with his own life, but you know what? Missing's happy with that.
We'll actually gift the kill over to Rat with a nice deadly flourish, but as he said, a little bit of miscommunication on where WE wanted to try and turn that objective or the fight into further objective scores, and weren't able to get the tower. They fumbled around the mid lane, and it means that Eastar at least get that turnaround kill, and they're back on the map now. They're able to shove in these waves. They can get control of the side lanes, and with 40 seconds on this Ocean Dragon, that is perfect for Eastar.
And look how much the side of Eastar are playing around Teacherma right now. What's Silas's biggest strength during these fights is the ability to basically fully heal himself. We already have 2 Mortal Reminders brought in, or sorry, Executioner's Callings brought in for CJJ for Wei. During these fights, they're going to try and stop Teacherma from healing himself up, because look at Teacherma's score right now, 3-0-3 on the Silas.
And we said the Silas is a champion, especially with this Fleet Footwork Q-Max build, likes to snowball. He really needs to get going to be an impact in these fights. That's exactly what Teacherma's done, but here comes the picks.
Jomung flashing away, but he's kind of slow right now. Tempered Fate stopped Funfun from finishing the kill off. That means Jomung gets away with his life. Magical Journey for Beisheng. And this, we keep on seeing this from WE, just disengaging the fights that Eastar are trying to start.
Morgan, though, as I said, Dominus popped. That's now gone. So there's that ultimate. Missing's ultimate is gone. Eastar in control of this river, and WE trying to re-engage. They want to get this 3rd dragon for themselves.
WE not wants to give up on a dragon fight. I don't know where that Magical Journey is going. I'm not even sure who took it. It was Missing. Just dipped out of the play. It's going to be 1 kill going the way of WE here as they try and finish things off. In goes Teacherma, but he's got himself as Zhonya's to keep himself safe. Heals come on through as Teachmar barely survives. Jomung having to heal, but he still gets blasted down. Gold card through the magical journey as Fen will follow. Curtain call. Teachmar's 1 HP and finished off by Rat. Base Shung dodges the shot to keep himself safe.
Baron is up though. We're 20 minutes in and you can already see E-Star moving across the map. They want to plunk down Rift Herald and look to crack open mid lane tier 2. Questioning whether they wanted to go to Baron, but it looks like it's going to be trying to move through this mid lane first.
They are going to try and push this further as well, looking towards an inhib. There are plenty of people here from WE, but they'll at very least get this charge out of the Rift Herald. If they can finish the tower, maybe they can keep going for more. Herald finally falls here. Xiaoxi's on his way to join the team.
Xiaoxi's here. E-Star, though, need to back. Unfortunately for themselves, can't quite get that inhibitor, but this is a great fight from E-Star. Misty, not sure where you're off to, but you enter exit stage right. As you see E-Star, they get that dragon, and although you get the pick very quickly onto Xiaoxi, there's not enough damage in the tank here from WE to try and follow up. Jomung is already taking super low from that initial engage. Quick accelerated shock blast to finish them off, and then Rat. It's open season right now. He's completely left on his own. Nice job to pick off Teacher Matt, even if he couldn't finish off Lucian.
That was a very nice little shot from Rat there. 4-0-2 for the rookie as well. And I have to say, even if that was a lot of the advantages that WE had down the pan, it was still a fun fight to watch because Missing just zips off to the next street. He's just not interested in the fight, I guess. I think he maybe was trying to get a magical journey just forwards in.
He's like the taxi driver who's like, look, I know a shortcut. Just trust me with this one, guys. And then they just left him on his own. They're like, you know what? I'm not fully convinced by you.
He had the meter running, but he didn't realize that E-Star would refuse to pay at the end of the journey. That was the problem. So now it's going to be E-Star with an Ocean Drake for themselves. It's E-Star with a gold lead, 3,000 in their favor right now as TJJ has some alone time with this bottom turret. We'll be able to finish that one off. And let's just bear in mind, TJJ, he's starting to get scary when you look at the amount of lethality he's got. If he gets some shock blast before the fight, it's going to be dangerous for WE.
It's also E-Star kind of understanding how they want to snowball this game. Like, lethality is such a strong stat at hitting this mid-game, hitting it hard and running away with the game. And when E-Star are trying to balance Fen, who's picked up a bunch of... Ooh, sorry, Ara goes wide. But who's very much in a good spot here, trying to play through side lanes.
Ooh, here we go. The play is going to be on. Teachmar jumps into the middle of the skirmish. CJJ is the target, but look at the answer from E-Star, turning things around just beautifully. It's going to be 2 for 2 so far as Jomung keeps himself safe with the stopwatch, turning around onto Wade. Fen flashes forward with the gold card. They don't have the damage because of the exhaust, though. You can block the shots, but nobody's tanky enough to actually block them. Sure, you kept Jomung alive, but everyone else got blasted apart.
Get down, Mr. President is not going to work out for WE in that case. You still get the tower from E-Star, you still get the team fight, and that gold lead is slowly but surely opening up. And when we talked about WE, who are looking to keep their playoff, well, look, they're already in that playoff spot, but they're trying to push up for seeding, in for playoffs, in for that Worlds qualifier as well. This is just E-Star tearing it apart.
And I mean, this fight, let's recap what actually happened, because this is very chaotic.
Yeah, you get the arrow that misses, you then have E-Stars, they do get caught here, but you have a lot of damage that comes out very quickly from CJJ. Great ultimate from Xiaoxi to knock up multiple members as well. And from that point, Rat is free firing right now, he's got a heap of damage. Fen having that Lich Bane as well can tear through the Squisher members in the backline here as they start to move forward. And this combo of setting up... Yeah.
Now Jomung is just like Lord Farquaad. He's like, some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice that I am willing to make, as he just zips off to the base.
Oh, God. And look, how much damage Jomung's able to churn out in that fight. It looked nearly so good. But E-Stars just still have that range advantage with the curtain calls, the deadly flourishes, and nearly having that rapid fire cannon for Fen finished. And once that comes through, I mean, this is going to be kind of difficult for WE to continue going toe-to-toe against E-Star. Even though we said WE like these 5v5s, the gold lead is definitely going to help if you have to fight these 5v5s as E-Star.
Yeah, just a bit. That 5,000 gold lead going to be helping E-Star out. Destiny used here as they're going to be able to spot the Teachmars on the top side. Has teleport available though as Fen coming in off of the flank. Morgan with the rest of the squad just about dodges that anchor. Arrow comes through. It's only going to hit on CJJ though. Now Teachama will get knocked up, brings it into the rest of his squad as well. Morgan using the Dominus as Beishang, the target, gets just cut down and well. Rat wants to make a statement after Beishang called him out at the start of this series. He's grabbed himself a triple kill, but Teachama shuts him down and ruins everything. Jomung will get chased out by CJJ. You can get the slow. I don't know if you survived that one. Very close. But CJJ gets it.
Teacherma's on the hunt.
Wait, what?
Though. Teacherma is killing people on the back line, and now he wants to try and finish one more. Teacherma was huge in that fight the entire time.
I feel like we were watching the wrong end of that fight, to be quite honest. I don't care about CJJ. I want to see that triple kill again.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're going to get a replay here, but Teacherma is pretty damn large at this stage. And when all of this engage tools are used from WE, like the Tempered Fate, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, that's the turnaround button from E-Stars to try and play these fights at range and make sure that they're not able to get in. The problem is, they don't play this at range. They all go through this nice little magical journey, and now watch how much damage just comes out from Teacherma. He turns on to Xiaoxi, finishes him off. And then this separation happens where very quickly you get the double kill coming through from Teacherma. Nobody finishes him off. CJJ gets so focused on Jomung, he forgets about Teacherma, and that's not what you need to do in that fight.
Teacherma could definitely 1v1 fun, so we know how that story ended. But now E-Star grabbed themselves that Drake that everyone was fighting for in the first place. Arrow onto CJJ here. The stun to follow it up as Jace doesn't get to move. It's going to be a redemption across both squads as well. And WE, they found the fight that they were looking for. Wei trying to get himself out of this skirmish as Morgan barely surviving. But they've got the CC, they've got the damage. And WE have got the power of friendship to support them through these battles.
And that was a magical fight for WE. They get the picks, they find that Enchanted Crystal Arrow engage. Fantastic follow for Missing, and it will net them to the power.
Who needs a gold lead, says WE. The power of... They're like the Beatles. They're like the Beatles of the LPL. They get by with a little help from their friends, and they're going to be rewarded with the big purple worm off the back of all of that, Dagda.
And just, again, as we start to praise E-Star, right as we're like, maybe they can do it, the fight's just not going their way. Enchanted Crystal Arrow straight up to CJJ. This Cosmic Binding as well just means that look at Jomung this entire time. He is free hitting, Missing, doing a great job of repositioning with the flashboard here to get the stun onto Fun, and it's just so well orchestrated from WE.
And, you know, Morgan's there like, oh, Royal Rumble, that's my favorite. I've been training for this. Just jumps in as the Croc, swinging around and killing everybody. Beautifully done by WE here. And this is why I love WE. This is why I always talk about WE, because they're so much fun to watch. You can never quite count them out. And whether they're ahead or behind, they are going to fight you.
And look at all the standing goals that's on the map for WE right now. Because they're even... Oh, hang on.
Oh, no. Beishang gets hooked in there. The knockups are going to follow up as well, as he'll go down. First casualty of the fight. Fun went through the magical journey. I don't think he wanted to. Now Xiaoxi will be answered for, and Morgan, he's not done wrestling just yet. CJJ stunned up, and this might just be another fight coming on through. Teacherma pretending to be a sniper, and he's cut down there by the wildcards of Fun. Now the real sniper enters the fray, looking for Missing one more shot. The fourth one coming in. Just goes wide. But Fun's there to pick it up.
He's got the rapid fire cannon. He'll be able to get that last kill. And big overstep from Beishang. They do get the tower, but that's 3 of those Barons now gone. And right as we think WE can bring it back, E-Star slammed down the book.
I just love that these fights are close. That's all I care about right now. Let's take another look, because Beishang just gets hooked to start it all.
Great engage from Xiaoxi, though, to realize, look, we can turn this around. You get Fun coming in to try and make this pick happen. Decides he's going to get out of there fairly rapidly, but still, there's so much damage being churned out from WE. Even this Missing, getting a great stun onto Wei at the bottom of that fight, but you just don't have that turnaround damage. You just don't quite have enough in the tank. And then Rat, he shows you how to actually try and finish off a few of these snipes as Fun runs down with the rapid fire.
And Missing once again is like, get down, Mr. Jomung, I'll protect you, blocking the shots. Oh, it's beautiful. 18-19. What a game we've got on our hands. And this is exactly what we expected, right? E-Star against WE. Both these teams love to brawl, and that's exactly what we're witnessing.
We'd called it was going to be a bloodbath. I didn't quite expect this much, though. At 30 minutes into the game, we're already looking at near 20 kills for both of these teams, but Xiaoxi looking for maybe trying to get on towards Missing or Jomung, but they will back away. A minute and a half now until this next dragon. And especially when you're looking down the barrel of a third dragon apiece for both these squads, we're going to get more fighting.
That is a weird gold graph between our AD carries here. Morgan will just pull himself to safety there. He's one of the Baron buffs remaining, but only for another couple of seconds. As Jomung, you'll see his Baron buff just drop off now. And that means that we're going to reset back to a neutral state here. The gold lead has all but diminished as well between the two teams. You can see both on 56,000 and just about a half there for either side. So now WE are the ones set up.
And WE are getting a good job of getting a lot of vision control in here. So when we talk about, hey, look, you can try and make picks with Jomung, I think the best way to try and do that is through this vision denial. They have to be careful though of E-Star just all collapsing if they try and make that.
So one thing I do want to mention before this dragon fight kicks off here is we've been talking about how far ahead Rat was this entire game, and we saw it in that gold chart. He has 3 items for himself, but on the other side of the board, Jomung now on 4 items. So this Ashe is going to be hitting hard. You can no longer underestimate the damage out of WE AD carry.
His ability to even just get those 1 or 2 quick shots at the start of the fight, get a bit of that poke damage in alongside CJJ, can be pretty game-changing. Again, though, we need to see a little bit more from E-Stars. They want to be the ones getting these side lanes in control, forcing WE to deal with those lanes.
Speaking of forcing, Destiny comes out here. Fun wants to get himself a pick, but looks like it's just going to time out. Not willing to commit to the teleport there into the play. And that means that now Curtain Call going to be used as well, but Tempered Fate going to ruin that one. Nicely done there by Missing as they're just looking for the dragon, but it's taken by E-Star. At what cost as well? Slides out of the fight, but he goes down anyway. Shousey tanking up decently, but WE, once again, you cannot fight them at dragon. This is their comfort zone. This is their arena, and they grab 2 kills.
And every time E-Star are just getting caught out in these 5v5s, not able to use the Destiny correctly, not able to get the poke down from CJJ or Rat, and WE will always find an opportunity to use these Trundle Pillars, get these slows, and just buy time till they can get Morgan and Teacher Man into these fights.
But that's the big question now is, what have they actually bought with those 2 kills? Because they actually lost the dragon. Sure, they got a couple of kills, but they aren't going to find any towers off the back of this one. And now E-Star on soul point.
So as you said, Dragon goes across, and E-Star just put him for the hills the second that happens. Way goes down at the start. Teacher Matt. Oh, I'm not sure what happened there at the top. But either way, WE, they win the fight. So we're at an even goal. And as you said, look, now you're looking down 3 Oceans Dragons for E-Star, looking for a 4th. With a little bit of wiggle room, because they can technically gift one over towards WE. E-Star could look to now play through these side lanes properly. And that's what they're trying to do right now. Dunfin and CJJ both have that teleport. They can both join in towards this Baron. And WE haven't shoved in this mid lane enough to get control over that river area and guarantee they can threaten that Baron objective.
So now we reset once more. 3.5 minutes until the next Drake. WE, we talked about how much they love to fight around dragons. Baron kind of falls into that category as well. It's still a pit. Renekton's still going to have a great old time. Morgan now has a GA as well, so he's more than happy to get in these brawls. But you mentioned earlier, Dagda, how Teachmar was going to be falling off later on with the fleet footwork. We could be heading towards that point here. Curtain Call going to be denied once again by Missing as Shousey on the front line. Will be able to keep himself tanky. Actually, no he won't. He's gone down. CJJ is an absolute arrow magnet as he's stunned once again and taken down once again. Look at Morgan go onto everybody in the team. They don't care about the Baron. Forget the pit. We're just fighting in the lane right now. Way goes down. It's a triple kill coming through for Jomung. He wants to prove himself as the superior AD carry. Rat can't get away with his life because Teachmar is here to cut him down. Double kill comes through, but still the kills for WE.
And now Jomung is powering through this mid lane. They can look to crack open the base of E-Star. And once again, these team fights, the pick potential with Jomung, with Missing, comes by WE, and they capitalize.
They might just be able to end the game here. Still 20 seconds on the death time as we're at 35 minutes into the game. And that means WE can charge on in. They've still got their AD carry. As Shousey looks to play distraction, looks to hold on because CJJ's nearly back onto the map. Lethal tempo, though, onto the tower. Jomon can burn this one down quick. CJJ is going to make a miracle happen. I don't think he's going to be able to do it because Jomon firing onto the Nexus. WE win a shaky game 1.
It was not that convincing in the early game, but unfortunately for E-Star, they can't find the way to get the map in their favor to force these tough calls from WE. And as a result, WE find the 5v5s and they take home game 1.
Beautifully done here by WE. And it was a little dicey, I'm not going to lie. As a WE fan, it was a little scary to watch that one, but at the end of the day, they still make it happen. And I think Morgan is the best example of LPL Renekton's. It doesn't seem to fall off in the late game. Still just seems insane in the team fights.
Yeah, especially with a composition that can enable him so well, right? Because you've got Missing on this Tempered Fate that can make sure that he's solidifying people for Morgan, just plonk himself in the middle of them. You also look at that Ashe as well, who's providing a bunch of slows, which is great because this Croc then has time to catch up. Yep. It really does feel like that composition enabled Morgan quite a bit. However, I think we've got to look towards how the team as a whole played, because Beishang with these Trundle Pillars was slowing, giving a lot of wiggle room to have these fights turn around. Jomung's damage output in these fights as well was so damn high between the Runaan's Hurricane and that Ranger's Fury. It was an absolute flurry of arrows from the backline.
Yeah, beautifully done there by Jomung during the team fights, and also Teachama on the Silas. We're seeing a new pick out of Teachama, and it looks pretty good. We're getting towards playoffs. Maybe WE finally have enough champions to not just be banned out.
The funniest thing, though, was we're like, he's not really snowballing in the early stage. 1-0-2. It's like, okay, man. He finished that game 13-3. 13-3 and 11. He was huge in this game, and it looked so damn convincing from Teachama, setting up these plays, consistently seeing away Xiaoxi's ult, and providing more engaged tools, more ways of WE to close the gap, and E-Stars just couldn't do anything.
And it's worth mentioning that WE kind of got this win about as late as they really could risk, because they were, E-Star, sorry, was one Ocean Drake away, if I can get my words out. E-Star was one Ocean Drake away from getting themselves that Ocean Soul. That would have turned the game on its head. That would have made it incredibly difficult to pull off the fights WE was trying to.
Massively so, and you can especially see how much damage Rat was starting to turn out in this game. He'd hit that 3 items, was working up towards his 4th as well. Rat was going to become a major issue for them, even Wei, to a certain extent as well, was going to start to be even more powerful on this Graves. So there was a bit of a dangerous timing for WE, but they, to give them their due, found the team fights. They made sure that their lane states were in order, so then you couldn't have E-Star punish with Funfun on this Twisted Fate, with CJJ on this Jace. And I think that's the biggest heartbreak for E-Star, is that we can see still that same power from Spring, where they're able to get these early leads. It's just figuring out how to close them out. The decisiveness that we saw in Spring just isn't quite there.
Feels like the shot calling is a little bit off, but also I do want to mention that CJJ, he's got a talent for catching arrows. I think I saw about 17 Crystalline arrows hit him across the game. I'd love to see like a little mini montage of just CJJ eating Jomung's arrows, because every single fight, it was like the Moses parting the waves every time. You'd see the rest of E-Star move aside, and CJJ's like, bring it to me, give me the arrow. You just get stunned up every single time. It's like, as Jace, I feel like you should be further away than that. I don't think you should be on the front line.
Well, to be fair, I mean, there's a couple of them where Rat flashed behind CJJ saying get to cover, so I can't really blame him too much. But either way, it was that 1-2 punch in the engages that WE were playing around super well, between Missing and also with Jomung's arrows. Now, there was a few of them that were a bit miscoordinated or uncoordinated, but the majority of them, they got the job done. Yep. They enabled the likes of Teachama on this Silas to get in with Xiaoxi, to provide a lot more engage. And that was all they needed to do. Get on top of E-Star, because once they did, you could see the results. They were going to run away.
Yes. Beautifully done here by E-Star. They got themselves the win despite being so far behind in the early game, and I feel like we've said that story about E-Star before. We're going to game 2. Make sure you join us in a few minutes' time.
在一波团打完了以后，突然哎呦，看一下2个大招全部甩过去，但徐斌已经给了他充足的反应时间，反身华彩是定了一下奥恩哦。
可是韩冰被睡到了，而且后续的话自己又过来留住韩冰之后，韩冰是被击杀掉，再来的是一个天生中毒的狗熊，配合杰斯直接处理掉对方的一个前排。反复的做一个拉打，这时候 VG 是在慢慢的往前探视野的。 老干爹前期的一些 poke 技能 miss 的有点太多了吧 ？Cube 这边直接选择叫羊，羊的是自己的2个人 ，Krama 叫做自己未技能往后躲，但这边狼星也是把对方给驱散开 ，Cube 的血量有点差的，这边比如说自己一个闪现 ，iBoy 吃了暴女 EQ， 血量也不是很健康，只能往后拉。反身进攻他们给到，刮死了奥恩，
而且左一再次睡到以后，锤石也倒，这个位置闪现上来留出了 H 开大反向逃跑，但是狗熊紧随其后的大招再次秒掉。
但其实看一下
RNG 选择开龙了，这个位置打龙非常快。看一下卡到这个 echo 可能要直接 run 掉了，优异在上方，但是龙已经没了，而且金开启了自己的大招以后，优异进场，明这个位置有点顶不住了，小明先倒，但是优异进场以后感觉自己也是很难出来，徐宏轩稍微帮自己顶了一下，卡在正面 New 这个位置，
沙皇进场推，进场推了2个人，配合一波输出，直接把对方的双 C 给截杀掉了，
而且
后续嘎斯哥活了下来，再度吃掉对方打野的一个人头，这波正面团战又是 RNG 打赢了。尝试性的看 VG 要不要跟自己打一波，现在 VG 肯定是尽可能的要去让任何地图上所有的一些资源。看一下，已经到了一个高地了，这一的话 ，A 师傅进场效果不错，反身叫羊，羊的是侧翼，而且配合发条，一波完美的大招，直接是把线给秒了。后续 Krama 直接往后面拉开，而 iBoy 在这边直接是把对方的上单给处理掉。这波团战 ，VG 开了波好团。
想用刺拳，随便。
我叫奥恩。
是，但 VG 也不是很慌，因为自己塞纳是有一定的回复的，是，还是要抢一下中的一个兵线啊。所以乐言睡了，睡到的是一个 Krama，
但是不敢开大，一技能命中了以后，暂时选择开大了，
塔姆，
但是有塔姆，这波真的能开得中吗？一技能过来后，塔姆赶紧吃了下去，而这一卡到这个 echo 开奥恩，效果并不是很好，而且西野进场的位置还不错，先选择拉开一段，奥恩直接撞见了4个人，反身再叫羊，这一波暗影燎原效果不错，但是在侧翼 Cube 已经先倒了，而且小胡马上交出自己的闪现，但是 Peanut 跟上以后是直接带走。Mark 这边仗着自己有石羊鬼板甲，再加灰盾顶在前面 ，Z 卡也被逼掉。
你也不算是个彻等的混蛋。
some spooky look skins, you gotta say it. But we're back. We're going into game number 2 here, Dagda. As you can see, the beautiful Shanghai skyline. What a sight to behold. We're not there, though, unfortunately. We're in the studio. But I would have loved to watch the games from there, from the Bund. That would have been amazing. Anyway, enough of my rambling. I'm Munchables. This is Dagda. Game number 1. WE turned things around after falling pretty far behind in the mid-game.
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, we were looking at a 5,000 gold lead here for E-Star, and then E-Star just couldn't quite get the lane set up in the way that they wanted to. Trying to use that tempo advantage to keep pressure coming in from, I want to say Teacher Man, because it's always Teacher Man the Twisted Fate. But fun on this Twisted Fate, trying to use him in a side lane. Even CJJ, he was pretty far ahead of Morgan in this side lane as well, but whatever way it ended up coming to fruition, WE could just consistently find these fights.
And it's good that you mentioned CJJ, because his worst enemy this game was Jomung, landing these crystal arrows every single fight. He grabs himself the MVP, and rightly so. Look at that damage to gold ratio, Dagda. Just insane.
Insanely high. And we even called it during these fights. His ability to position where he's hitting onto multiple people almost every single time. And it meant that Jomung was just slowing people consistently, getting these enchanted crystal arrows, and setting up so well for the rest of the team to follow his lead and tear down E-Star.
Look at that MVP count as well. 10 MVPs now for Jomung. That is an impressive number. I think that's maybe first in the league. I'm not 100% sure.
No, he's tied with Knight at the moment. I think Knight's on 10.
That in of itself is an insane sentence to say, right? He is tied with Knight for MVPs. We're going into game 2 here. WE on the blue side. They're going to ban away Senna and Zoe to start us off.
Senna, Zoe, and Graves all gone. So the curious thing for me actually is that Volibear, I think, stuck through the draft in the last game. I thought we'd see a little bit more Volibear here. Potential for E-Star to just ban it away. Although you're still looking down like Twisted Face, some of these picks that we did highlight as high priority here in this draft.
Yep. These global ults will be removed from the mid lane, and there's nothing that WE can do about it. I think you start things off by locking in this set. We mentioned it in the first draft, how it's a high priority for both teams.
And we have seen flexibility coming through for WE with this pick. Obviously, Beishang can take this one, missing, but we have seen Morgan play it as well this split. The ones for me now, the standout picks here are that Volibear, but also when you start looking towards the likes of Teachama, that Syndra could be such a crucial pick here. We've seen Teachama have great performances on that Syndra, and it has been left open in this draft.
Ash going to be locked in here for Rats, as they're going to be the ones that have this hard engage option from the AD carry position. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see Wei go for an early jungle pick here. Obviously, his Graves was taken off of the board, but things like this Volibear is still available. It's not something that we've seen a lot out of E-Star, aside from Xiaobai in the top lane. Obviously, it's CJJ playing here today. So we'll have to see where that's going to go for the side of E-Star. I wouldn't be surprised to see Wei pick it up, though, as he has played it one time.
I imagine it'll be Wei. Look, it's not like a jungler can't play Volibear at the moment. He's so strong in the jungle with how quick he clears, the options that it gives you for ganks, and even how strong he can be in those mid-game fights. So they're going to be happy to get the Volibear and the Ashe. A nice duo coordination there when you have these engage tools. On the upside, though, WE looking to see if they can secure Ezreal here for Jomung. That one of the few, apart from like Caitlyn and stuff, late-game carries that we're really seeing with the Felios dropping out of the meta to a certain extent, or at least going down in that priority. And now we're also looking to see what Teacher Ma will grab here as his third pick. I personally would love to see either the jungler or that Syndra locked in here. And when we've seen so much priority, or at least attention towards this mid lane so far, I think, okay, never mind. I was going to say Syndra would make a lot of sense here.
The Syndra, he's saving as his playoffs pocket pick, I guess. He's not interested in that one just yet. Going with the Silas once again. It looked great in game number 1. But in game number 1, it was specifically against that Twisted Fate. It was picked as the answer. This time around, they're just going to blind it. And it looks like E-Star are going to answer with a Syndra.
And this is Fun favored. I mean, you can... Oh, never mind. Okay.
Never mind.
So
now Syndra's getting banned.
Yeah. Well, look, I think here you can start hard focusing mid lane as WE and give yourself a really strong matchup. Fun has played a lot of different champions, though, in this mid lane, so be curious to see what he does decide to go with. But Xiaoxi getting his hand on the Bard. Xiaoxi's a very good Bard player, and we have seen him put these hard carry performances in, so be curious to see if we can see something similar. And the combo that we saw in that last game between the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and those Tempered Fates, setting up E-Star for success in those team fights.
Well, we know missing for the Hook champions, that's where he made his name. And we are going to see the Nautilus banned away. And when you look through the top picks for Fun. We've got Galio, we've got Set, we've got Zoe, we've got Kassadin, we've got Karma, we've got Twisted Fate. And then we're getting into the very fringe picks. Every single one of those top picks has been removed, either picked or banned by either team, which means Fun is kind of stepping into unfamiliar territory here.
And now I'm like, okay, well, what do we see from Fun? Because you've also got to be very cautious about what you decide to lock in, because whatever you can do, Silas can do too. So yeah, there's the Syndra gone. So I imagine we are going to see the mid laner locked in here, and then wait for CJJ until later on to get a counter pick for him. It looks like it might be the LeBlanc actually who snuck our way through the draft.
Yeah, LeBlanc definitely fell out of favor in the mid lane. It was something that was very, very high priority at the start of the split. We're seeing less and less of it though. Is the Renekton going to be the decision here for CJJ up in the top side, but also a takeaway from Morgan?
So if I'm now on WE's side, there is the opportunity here to go towards something like the Kennen, which I think could work super well, because you can go aggressive against the Renekton in the top lane. As everyone from eStars is jumping in, you get this easy Maelstrom as well. And we've seen it from Morgan in the past. Plus, look at the setup that you have. Well, I was going to say you got great dive buddies, but Wukong also does just that.
Yeah, I mean, he still fulfills a very similar role in a team fight as the Kennen will. Just not quite as dominant during the laning phase. So Morgan will be bullied a little bit by CJJ during that early laning phase, but I'm sure Morgan will be able to survive that one. Now Missing, looking towards the Leona, we know how much he loves these hard engaged champions.
And it sets up for a very dive-focused composition from WE. We've seen, though, in the past that Bard, if he's able to use that Tempered Fate to slow down this engage, where you can pick off, say, the likes of Beishang on this set, where he's slowed or Missing can't quite follow up, that uncoordinated engage can be to the detriment of WE, and eStar can capitalize, especially when you've got something like an Azir, this last lock-in for Fun. He's going to be so good at resetting these fights, so if you're not getting that quick 1-2 combo, you can have eStar run away with these team fights.
Well, if there's one thing Set's good at, it's the 1-2 combo. That is his passive after all.
It's true, yeah.
So we'll have to see. WE, certainly with a lot of all-in potential. Every single one of these champions wants to go in. Even the Ezreal, while you know him as that ranged carry that wants to kite, when the rest of the team goes in, he can definitely follow up on that kind of play. So eStar, it's going to be about trying to kite out a little bit and trying to survive some of the all-in engage that we'll see out of WE. That'll be the question, is can they pull that off? And now, for eStar as well, there's a good amount of counter engage. If the fights go on a long time, they're going to be feeling really good.
And they've also got some decent late game scaling as well now, thanks to that Azir. So this is really going to come down to how these 5v5s work together. And if we get to that later game point where the Azir is going to have that big carry potential, the problem that we're seeing, though, an awful lot of the times at eStar is that when they get to those late game fights, they're not quite able to set up to allow something like an Azir or even Rat on this Ashe to have, or at least enable their full potential. So this is where eStar are going to have to work it out for them, because one false mood and WE are going to take them down.
Rat did look amazing in game number 1, though. He's been really impressing me, or at least has really impressed me to date with Jhin. And I'm hoping he can do a similar thing with the Ashe. We've seen him play it a few times before. The rookie stepping in for eStar. We'll see if he can maintain this performance as we jump into game number 2. And eStar, they started things off well in game number 1. We need to see a repeat of that game 1 early game. This time, they need to try and close things out.
And let's have a look at that early game, because we do have Wei on this Volley Bear who can clear incredibly quickly and start to have an impact in those early stages a little bit faster than Beishang. But we have definitely seen that Set is more than capable when you've got some setup in getting into these lanes and being such a nuisance. And in my eyes, when I see how strong Missing is, if you can coordinate these plays between Missing and Beishang towards mid, even towards bot lane to a certain extent, you can get these turnaround kills.
So we are going to see, once again, Teachamal with the fleet footwork in the mid lane, especially against an Azir. You're going to need that. Fun looking towards the team fights, though, has the lethal tempo, not the Comet. So not just looking to straight up bully in the early game. Morgan going to find himself a favorable trade. Now, I mentioned before, Renekton favored in this matchup, but at level 1, with the Conqueror in play, Morgan can trade very well.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of back and forth here, as CJJ, as a Renekton in general, you tend to spike a little bit harder at level 2, level 3, when you get access to a bit more of your combo. And with the pressed attack as well, you want that Ruthless Predator to easily stack that, and then you can really deal the damage. But looking at Jungmung's runes here, has been a bit of a back and forth conversation between Lethal Tempo and Conqueror, but Jungmung opting for that Lethal Tempo here. And honestly, it just, from what I've heard from a couple of pros, is more so it's not actually that big of a difference maker. It's more so how you feel and what your preference is.
I think it does depend as well if you're going to focus more on trying to get your Qs out and play from range, or if you're going to be in the middle of these team fights getting auto attacks out, right? Because that attack speed is going to be much more valuable in an all-in situation. Guess what kind of composition WE have for themselves? They're looking to run in. They're looking to get in the middle of these skirmishes. So Jungmung will be able to use that attack speed pretty effectively during those kinds of team fight situations. Nice little stun there from Xiaoxi, but you don't expect too much of a follow-up this early on.
Now, the good thing when we look towards Eastar side is I hold my breath for a second.
Xiaoxi takes a couple of hits here. Tempo comes in for Jungmung as he's going to be able to continue to blast out those shots there. Beisheng moving into the mid lane as well, but Funfun's on his hit, so everything's fine.
And this is what I wanted to highlight, is that Eastar actually have winning lanes across the board. CJJ just fine against Morgan, Funfun because of the range advantage, and as we just saw, the ability to scoot his way out of that lane. And Rat and Xiaoxi having a nice, well, after that first buy, should have the push power and be able to dissuade any sort of engage from missing. So this is giving free range to Wei, and I want to see what he's capable of doing when he's got such a favorable matchup for himself here.
So we're going to see junglers on either side of the map grab themselves the Scuttle Crabs, but it's Wei moving up to the top side. He's not going to recall just yet. He's going to go grab himself the Krugs, and we'll see where he goes next with that one. But Beisheng already recalled here, so he has the opportunity to get back out on the map first.
He will be back out on the map first, but as you can see, look, these stars have just shoved in fully. Wei will be able to pick up a little bit more of his items. Obviously, clearing that Krugs, he'll be able to either go towards an extra boots or something like a Ruby Crystal. I think he might just be shy on, but it still gives him a little bit of an advantage here in if you end up in this 2v2 where Wei will just have that slight edge on the items, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference here as we start to move forward.
So Dagda, game number 1, we saw, I think it was by 30 minutes, there was about 45 kills. I was going to ask, are we going to see the same thing? Funfun is worried that that might be the case here because the flash has come forward. Beisheng with the smite to slow things down. Funfun surely goes down here. First blood for Beisheng.
Great job from Beisheng. Having that Nimbus Cloak means that he's always going to be able to get in range after smiting to get the face breaker and can run Funfun down and easing up a little bit of pressure onto Teacher Ma, who has definitely with the Silas added another champion to his team.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for him, and he's got the wave in a perfect spot as well. Funfun should be able to shove this underneath the tower eventually, but Teacherma is doing his very best to just freeze this as long as he can. And Funfun now, with no summoners available, could be a prime target just for a regank from Beisheng.
And that's what I'm thinking as well, Munch, is you can actually look to go towards your wolves. You're going to have these bottom lane camps spawning in just a couple of moments, so you can either move in after Raptors or go for a gank towards mid, back in towards your Raptors and finish off those Krugs. But Funfun, a little bit wary of that himself, decides he needs a ward on that bottom side to try and dissuade that play.
Yeah, going to be trying to spot out if Beisheng does try and move in here. Xiaoxi returning to the lane, obviously on this Bard. You'll see him zipping about the map every now and then. Jungmung trying to get what poke he can down whenever he can. And he will have a little bit of a CS advantage in that bottom side as well. Obviously, the numbers are even right now, but the wave is pushing in towards Jungmung, so he'll have an opportunity to build a little lead for himself there.
And I want to say, like, echo your point there, Munch, of I want to see both these supports getting out on the map and having influence. When you're in an Ezreal lane, you want to try and roam as missing. You've got so many advantages. Jungmung can farm from range, even go to stop the back here. Nicely done by Jungmung. But
that was tasty.
It does mean, hey, look, missing can have impact towards this mid lane. You've now got flash blown onto Funfun for another, what, 2 minutes? Or 3 minutes even. Make these plays work. Start setting yourself up with these advantages and working in conjunction with Beisheng. Even if it means going into the enemy jungle and trying to invade onto Wei, but they're going to start things off nice and lightly here first with this dragon going their way.
You know, it's not been that exciting of a game so far when somebody's recall gets stopped and I'm like, oh, we got some action. That's the best we get so far.
From an analyst point of view, though, it's like, oh, he stopped the back, he can't get that first item purchase. Now you got Jomung, who's actually opting for the pickaxe over the tier, so he's got more battling power, which is why they're going for Dragon. But yeah, I can see. I get excited by stupid things.
He sold a biscuit. He sold a biscuit. As an analyst, you should be excited. That's another chunk of gold going the way of Rat. Still going to keep 2 biscuits, though. So, you know, investing in future money. Or mana regen or health. Huh?
Well, that's actually like the argument a lot of the time for the Inspiration 3 is that it's kind of this investing in the future because, hey, look, you got your
Futures
magical
market.
footwear. Well,
I see
Futures
what you're
market
doing
is
here.
kind of more about like, hey, my first item spike like a Victor is super important, but like I get my magical footwear. It's cool. There's gold that can come into it. And as you said, selling biscuits, where there's a bit more gold that I can sell as well, even if I don't end up using them in the trade. So, I mean, that's kind of the where Inspiration 3 is like, hey, look, it's a lot more about getting some of this gold in your favor.
We'll go away. Moving down to the bottom side of the map here. Missing's going to face check this one. He is on Leona, but that's the arrow flashed away from. But he's flashed into a wall there. He's probably going to go down for that one. Eclipse still in play. But that's going to be a big old bear jumping on top of his head. Now Beisheng looking to answer the play on the top side. CJJ is the target and a showstopper. Slams him down. 1-for-1 across the map here.
Xiaoxi trying to now zone Jomung off of this bottom side though, so E-Star can capitalize on the plates. Looks like they're going to do just that on the top end as well, although Jomung might be able to try and force this back. He's close to 6 and can clear out the wave if he can get access to that barrage.
They might even move on towards that Herald here, but it looks like the recall's just going to come through from Morgan. They don't want to, they don't want to overstep on the play here. Jomung just trading, desperately trying to keep these plates alive, as you say, will be able to do so. Let's take another look at what happened.
Look, CJJ trying to trade too aggressively. He doesn't. I like that he didn't use the flash here because you can have a lot of catch-up potential coming through from Beisheng, even with that face breaker. He can get through, come in again with the ultimate and really stop you from escaping. So CJJ realizing he's dead, but he's doing a good job, at least in this top side, of getting an advantage for himself. 25 CS lead at the moment. He's going through that towards that Blade of the Rune King, which will keep him relevant for far longer in this lane.
Oh, nice little dodge there from FunFun. Means he will be able to win out this trade, or will he? Empress divides on both sides, but Missing is here to try and capitalize. Flash still on cooldown, only just, but it's good enough for them. FunFun will go down, and Jomung arrives just in time to grab the kill. Now Wei trying to chase down on to teach about Kingslayer. Can't keep him safe. But now they found CJJ instead, who has the Dominus on cooldown right now. Beisheng gets out with his life for now. As it's Xiaoxi, suddenly the target. Morgan's TP'd in, and we'll be able to bring down the spear, bonk him on the head.
And we wanted to see these supports get involved, but Missing is quicker off the bat. Now actually trying to see if he can get on to at least help out, pushing Morgan in, or helping Morgan push in this mid lane. But either way, WE getting a little bit more of an advantage for himself.
Yeah, Jomung managed to get himself a kill. Now they get onto the Herald as well. This is looking pretty tasty for WE in the early game. They've got themselves the gold lead this time around. And with plates still in play, this Herald will only extend that.
A nice dodge here from FunFun to actually stop what was the original play from Teacher Ma, which was get that Emperor's Divide to push FunFun over the wall in towards the river. But because he was a little bit late and couldn't quite hit the chains, overcommits. And then you've got E-Star who are happy to run them down with Wei flashing over the wall to finish off Teacher Ma. But at this point, E-Star needs to just back off. Wei tries to come in to help CJJ, but CJJ going aggressive here when you know you've got the TP there available for the Wukonger. He can even make it down in time. Just nets Xiaoxi a death for himself.
I actually think if Dominus was available there, maybe that's an entirely different fight. Because CJJ, at that point with Dominus, you can pretty much take on the entire world, but wasn't available. Means that they're not going to be able to get anything. And now, Dragon spawn in 45 seconds here, Dagged. WE, they've got a gold lead, but it's nothing to shout home about just yet. What are we looking at here?
The Rift Herald, because Beisheng has got that Rift Herald, which means he can force it down in mid lane, use it to create pressure for E-Star that they have to respond. Sorry, Jomung and Missing are so worried about moving into that push. But yeah, they want to.
Rightly so.
I know, but WE want to try and use that Rift Herald in the mid lane and try and create pressure there, and E-Star are looking to dissuade that by making plays.
Missing's the target, but he's very tanky. I don't know if he's the best target. Xiaoxi, showstopper underneath the tower, and now you see Beisheng just chasing for Rat. They're going to be able to finish off Wei, guaranteed. Can they get the bonus kill as well is the question. Double kill for Jomung. Rat gets out with his life. Dragon's up in 2 seconds. You mentioned the Herald. It's going bot this time. WE want everything. FunFun has his flash, so Morgan shouldn't be able to get onto this Azir. Teach him off in the wings as well. WE, they're going to have their cake and they're going to eat it.
Exactly. You've got this Rift Turtle playing the bot side. Jomon getting accelerated, which is fantastic for him with all these plates. They get the dragon, they get the pressure mid. It's all coming up WE in game number 2.
Feels pretty fantastic right here for WE. They're going to grab themselves that Drake. It's a Mountain Soul as well. So something worth fighting for there if WE can maintain control. They're about 2,000 gold ahead now. And most importantly, the gold is all going the way of Jomon. As Ezreal, you love to see this. You love to get these early items in. It just feels fantastic.
I was just thinking, I can't wait for that little graph to pop up that says how far ahead Jomon is. Because between plates, between the kills, and even, I mean, he's a little bit behind in farm, but that's not going to make a massive difference. He is so damn big right now. Manamune completed, Sheen completed, even the Onion Boots of Lucidity completed, which will give him a bunch of extra CDR at the moment where he can play so aggressive right now. Like, this is perfect for Jomon. And once he finishes that Iceborne Gauntlet, it's going to be very difficult for E-Star to try and engage on top of him because CJJ and Wei just won't be able to close that distance.
Teachma, I wasn't sure if he was going to try and make his way over the wall there onto FunFun. It's not going to happen. But you can see Beisheng moving to the bottom side of the map here, potentially trying to set up a play, maybe even a dive.
Definitely just trying to get control. As long as you even threaten the dive on the bottom lane, especially with only that single plate left on the tower, WE can get this, and then you can start to get your rotato potatoes out and move up towards that top side, look towards the next Rift Herald, and try and solidify a bit more of those wins.
Now, when you say rotato potatoes, are we talking like the little smiley faces, the little waffle things? Or?
Yeah, I don't know what they're called.
Rotato potatoes.
Rotato potatoes.
Clearly.
Okay. Yes.
We've just established that, Doctor.
I don't know if they're just an Irish and a UK thing, because we were talking to Lyric. Because we were talking to Lyric that apparently people don't realize that potato waffles exist in the US.
Well, they just call them potato smileys. They don't realize that
no, the actual waffles,
miniature
the
waffles.
square waffles.
Yeah, but even the smileys are miniature waffles. And Beisheng looking to make a waffle out of Wei right now. Morgan comes in spinning around, knocking everybody up to the sky. But it's Beisheng to fall first. 1-for-1 right now. As Teachma struggling to find a way into the play here. Morgan as well has to flash over the wall, but CJJ and FunFun follow him. E-Star with a really great fight.
Nice job from E-Star to turn that one around. And now they can put a little bit of pressure. Teacherma, can he get out?
He knows what's up. He knows that he was in trouble there. So teleports out, zips away from the play.
Just about managing to escape. But hey, we said, look, WE are looking to start moving around the map. They want to solidify these leads, but right, nice read from E-Stars to shut that down.
In the meantime, Rat just tried to make a solo kill happen in the bottom side as well. Went for the Crystal Arrow, didn't quite connect onto Jomon though.
Jomon still had the cleanse, so a brave call from Rat. I don't know if Jomon would have had too much issue there, especially with how strong he is. You see there, 5 turret plates. He's already got that Iceborne Gauntlet now completed.
He just picked that up.
I know he didn't, but he does have that Iceborne Gauntlet completed. And here we go. Here's the replay of this fight where Xiaoxi already have to make it up towards this top side. And Morgan going a little bit too deep on this play when there's just so many members of E-Stars that are able to turn this around. Nice Tempered Fate there from Xiaoxi as well to just start this off. Here we go.
Teachama's on the wrong side of this play right here. Has a Dominus, so at least he's a little bit tankier and does return a good amount of damage. Beisheng arriving, but he's just a split second too late there. It means the top lane, or the mid laner, sorry, goes down in the top lane instead. Xiaoxi might be the answer here, but Jomon can't quite finish off the kill.
Morgan's still down in this bottom lane though, going to start pushing in towards this tier 2. WE can threaten this mid lane structure, but yeah, E-Star are starting to find these picks, starting to creep this gold back a bit over towards their side. And WE need to really just start cleaning things up. You do have a minute until that next dragon spawns. Rift Herald has just popped up on the map as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see E-Star or E-Star maybe even try and contest this as before WE can get back onto the map properly.
It's going to be 55 seconds until that Drake. Importantly, there is a Herald on the map as well. Look at Jomon's gold on the left of your screen. My goodness. I mean, CJJ is very close to him, but when you compare him to Rat is all the way down at the bottom. There's a 2,000 gold difference between the AD carries.
But FunFun is doing a pretty good job for himself. And, oh, hang on. No, it's not going to kill him, but either way.
Hey, you talked about the dragon coming up in 30 seconds. Yeah. That delayed recall could be a big impact.
Exactly. And as you're looking at FunFun, who has the Nashor's Tooth now completed, also got that last chapter, won't upgraded to the Luden's Echo for a little while, I assume. But still, you're going to be in really good shape here for Fun as we move into these fights. And remember what we talked about where WE are looking for this very quick combo between Morgan, Beishang, Pichima, and Missing. Well, if you can try and dissuade that as Fun reset this fight, have Xiaoxi using this Tempered Fate to make it a bit more, less coordinated on WE's side, that could work out great.
Jomung dodges out from the arrow. It's missing, that's the target, but Wei went way too deep on this one. Solar Flare on 4 people. But CJJ surviving and getting into the team as Morgan tears through everyone on the back line. CJJ cannot take on the enemy top lane, and now he'll be locked up and taken down as well. And Priz Divide though, Fun looking to make the play onto Teachma. It's 2 going their way. Missing will fall as well, but it's all on Jomung. Jumps on in, answers for the kill, but Missing falls as well. And Rat's the only one left.
And somehow E-Star managed to turn that one around. Xiaoxi went down with his Tempered Fate, and I called it quits for E-Star. I thought it was going to be WE all around, but Fun with the hero play on this Azir will mean that E-Stars will take the fight and they'll take that dragon.
That was damn close, but E-Star come out on top at the end. Rat, the entire time, was just free firing in this fight, got himself a triple kill and got himself some much needed gold.
And as we talked about, trying to answer for how far Jomung was ahead, but Xiaoxi here, I thought, okay, this is where we're going to see the Tempered Fate come in, try and separate out this fight, but you look at how much that combo can work out for E-Star. Luckily enough, Ras does manage to escape, and then when we get this turnaround play coming through from E-Star, Fun free hitting onto multiple people here. Fantastic call to realize, hey look, with this Emperor's Divide and me being able to flash back over to safety, we can turn this for Ras. And E-Star just about managed to eke out that fight.
Jomung doing his best there. I think the panic flash at the end as well. It was a damn close fight, and you can see the damage numbers. Both Jomung and Fun trying to carry that fight, but Rat was there just beneath the top damage, trying to get those autos in and managed to get himself a triple kill. Now, with a huge injection of gold, he's going to be feeling much better. He went from a Blade of the Rune King to a Blade of the Rune King and a Rune's Hurricane on top.
Yeah, triple kills would do that to you, you know? So now we're moving in with Fun. We already highlighted how strong he is. Fiendish Codex now in hand. He's going to be working up towards his second item as well. So we're starting to see that late game creep coming in from E-Stars. And with a couple of mistakes from WE where it hasn't been as clean, E-Stars are capitalizing.
E-Stars are feeling pretty fantastic right now off the back of that fight. Nash's Tooth there in the mid lane for Fun. And he'll be heading towards his second item as well shortly. So now, it's going to be another 3 minutes until we see any shenanigans off the dragon, but Beisha grabbed himself a Rift Herald. So the question is, what can they do with it? Jomung dodges away from the Crystalline Arrow, and it's good that he did, because the whole squad is here. E-Star just going to barrel down the mid lane and grab themselves a tower.
A lot of flanking members from WE. I thought we might have seen an engage there, but E-Star do a good job of getting out of that. So tower goes down, E-Star find themselves with that gold lead, and now, I mean, we're looking at 3 minutes until that dragon. However, there is still like the likes of that Baron that's starting to come up. We can still see a bit of shenanigans as both teams will be looking to try and get vision control around that, because between the composition that WE has and also what E-Star have, they can take this objective very quickly.
So my question is, when we've got things like an Azir in the game, it always feels like scaling generally will go in the direction of that Azir. And Ashe does very well in the late game as well. But at what point does that come up through here? Hang on. We got Wei caught out in the jungle. Rat's here to try and support him, but doesn't have the damage right now. Kill goes the way of Jomung, and he wants Fun as well. Jumps over the wall here. Fun getting out with his life, but Teachma flashing. Won't quite get the kill, though. It's only going to be one pick for WE. I don't think that's enough to try and force anything. And Spaceshunk, I'm pretty sure, was trying to walk.
I have a feeling he was as well, but either way, you can still use this Rift Herald. It can go towards mid. Actually, TP now to try and keep this mid turret safe.
I think it went top. Okay, well, they got a charge. I don't know, mate. Suboptimal, I think is the word.
They don't even get the mid lane turret. CJJ is being a nuisance on this bottom lane.
They're all pinging it. Look at the question mark things on the Herald. Oh, dear.
But here's the thing.
Come on, Beisha.
These are mistakes from WE. CJJ just got a Terra bot. You don't get any answer coming in from WE. And now, as you talked about, look, Fun, he will get to the point where he'll be monstrous. But to be honest, he's already capable of having big impacts in these fights because of the reset the Emperor's Divide gives. Same with Xiaoxi. This is only going to be coming like, this already is a game of execution, but E-Stars have that late game draw as well. The only thing I will point out is that there's always an opportunity for Morgan, who will eventually be able to take over in the side lane, to force CJJ in, start to draw out these teleports from E-Stars, and maybe Morgan can look to play through a side lane and then use that teleport to force numbers advantages, or even find flanks onto E-Star where they're not able to deal with it correctly.
Well, the king of the flip-flop himself, Mr. Colonel, down on the bottom of your screen, cannot decide who's the favorable team here. He's given E-Star a 55% win ratio right now, but yeah, I don't know. He was leaning the way of WE just a minute ago, so never trust the Colonel. That's what I say. Unless it's about chicken. But that's a separate conversation for another time, because there are no Gallios in this game, but there is an Azir. And I've had roast pigeon before. It's pretty tasty.
WE got Teacher Man looking for that big engage, but here we go.
Showstopper onto everyone. There's Facebreaker. What a wombo combo. Shousy's like, stop, everyone. Whatever you're doing, stop right now. Fun is the one to go down. WE win out the fight here. 3 of E-Star get away.
And that's the combo Shousy needs to be able to stop. That's what Funfun needs to try and disengage from. But when it comes that coordinated, that quickly, blink and you've missed it as your health bars are gone out the window.
That looked fucking great. WE, I just swore on broadcast. I'm sorry, everyone. But it did. I'm not wrong.
Twice
Twice recently. I'm going to get fined. I'm going to get fired. Oh, well. Dragon goes down here. WE on soul point for themselves. Shousy with a great tempered fate there, but that kind of combo, that's what we know WE for, the coordinated team.
And it looks so good. Fei Shang sitting here waiting for the perfect moment, grabs Wei, the biggest guy on this team, flashes in for the face breaker, and here you go. Just how quickly this can turn around. Teach him as well, crucially, having the ultimate from the volley bear adds a little bit more depth, especially when you got that Archange, or True Shot Barrage across the entire team. It is disgusting to watch.
Just the wombo combo there. Morgan spinning around in the midst of everything as well. And well, we were talking about the AD carries. We're talking about a bit of gold going the way of Rat, but Jomung once again takes the lead. He's now got himself that death stance. So that 3-item spike that we always talk about with Ezreal's, Jomung isn't going to get any stronger for the rest of the game. He's now firing on all cylinders.
He still will ramp up a little bit, though. Like, you still heard.
But it's in context of the whole game, right? Everyone else will also ramp up. So he is as strong comparatively to everyone as he's going to get.
And I want to say as well, you've got that 3 Dragon Spike here as well coming through for WE, where they can now force these engagements at the Dragon. And already you can see with Morgan, he's going hell for leather on trying to find these fights rather than trying to deal with CJJ in the side lane.
See CJJ pushing that wave all the way underneath the inhibitor tower here, now moving up towards the rest of his team, trying to find a flank. And WE got to respect that, moving away. As Teacherma answers on the top side, obviously the Herald hit that tier 2 well earlier on in the game, so there's a potential that Teacherma could finish a tower. I think he's just going to recall for now.
Yeah, it's a little bit too far forward as E-Star actually group is 5 and are pushing in mid, so maybe this is where Teacherma goes, okay, I'm going to look to trade, but there's the arrow.
Arrow onto Missing. He's tanky, but he's against 5 players right now. Beisheng moving into the play as well, but I don't know, there's not much of a play to move into for him. CJJ on the backline trying to finish off Missing, will be able to get the 1 kill, trades his life for it. In the meantime, Morgan doing a lot of work, takes down Funfun. Somehow, WE have won this fight. I don't know how they pulled this one out of the bag, but Wei will get chased down by the Monkey King himself as the rest of the team goes mid.
They can now shove in this wave. They could potentially even turn towards Baron as Wei will just about manage to escape, but Baron is on the cards for WE, and that's where they're going to turn.
Yeah, Wei going to sprint off into the jungle, get himself to safety here, but Jomung is still around. They've got the damage to finish off a Baron. And Morgan is not letting Wei recall, and it's not because Morgan is trying to get the kill. He's just denying any chance for Wei to get over to this Baron and contest.
And this is so well played by WE. And unfortunately for E-Stars, they got a little bit too greedy. They tried to go in towards this jungle corridor, as we're going to see on the replay. Nah, he'll be okay. He can hop back out of here. He's got empowered recall. He'll be grand. But when we look at the replay here, this is where it's E-Star end up very separated. So you do have the pick that lands onto Missing, but watch where WE are positioned. Fei Shang comes in, he zones Rat, he zones Funfun. So there's not like there's a lot of damage that are coming through. Teacherma again is threatening that back line, pushes E-Star away once more. So how much damage has actually come out from Funfun and also from this Ashe is pretty negligible before they hit the ground, and that's where WE are just able to get so much more damage pumped out in this fight.
Morgan and Teacham are basically 2v4 during that fight. Great use of Zhonya's as well out of Teacham to survive. And in the meantime, Jomung is able to just free fire onto the Croc, annihilate him, and then clean up the rest of the squad.
Exactly, and that's the big difference maker here, is just the damage output from these parries is so damn high, and WE in that type of scenario, WE look to punish. Now they've got Baron, they can push in multiple different waves, and Jomung will at least crack open this outer turret. That's the second one under their belts, as WE can now rotate down to this bottom lane and get that last one.
Remember a minute ago when I said that Ezreal's the strongest comparatively to everyone he's going to get? I wasn't expecting him to immediately fully buy a Blade of the Rune King on top of everything else, so I'll admit I was wrong on that one. Now Teacham are going to be the target, but Kingslayer keeps him safe for now. We'll jump away from the play. It's going to be followed as Jomung gets the kill down onto Xiaoxi. I don't think there's any way E-Star can contest any more. Great true shot barrage. Fun with a good ult, but he's taken down as a double goes through for Jomung. And now straight into the base. In fact, it was a triple kill for the Ezreal.
11-1 and 6 there for Jomung. He wants to not only match Knight when it comes to MVPs, he wants to add one more to his plate and try and take that top spot. And WE looking to close out this game.
CJJ, you do not get to leave your fountain. Go back home, Mr. Crocodile, says Jomung. He wants one more kill. He wants some bonuses here as the Nexus will fall. And WE continue to climb those standings. They get their 9th win, and they lock themselves in for playoffs.
They are looking, well, it was a little bit shaky to be honest, but at least they have now added to that 9th win. We still have to wait to see what that result is from RNG versus Top Esports later. But honestly, with the way Top Esports have been playing and the unfortunate form for RNG, it does feel like with this win, WE have locked themselves in for that playoff spot.
Yeah, I did misspeak there. They haven't technically locked themselves in, but they're on 9 wins, so it's very unlikely that they don't make it in at this point as well. They're on positive 7 game difference, so even if a team like EDG or RNG or Vici is able to contest in terms of a tie, on game difference, it's going to be very difficult to catch up to WE.
And it's a little bit grim as well if you're a BLG fan or any of those guys, because those wins that were maybe looking like they could potentially push into that playoff spot with that 8th win, not looking so likely anymore as another team adds a 9th win to their books. But coming back into this series, WE, again, these team fights looking absolutely incredible. We're seeing Teacham bringing out the Silas pick, adding another new champion to his pool, which is steadily, slowly but surely growing. But overall, we're still Jomung. Absolutely amazing on this Ezreal, picking up a bunch of kills in these early stages and just running away when it came to that damage.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff out of Jomung. And you do expect it from Jomung. You expect him to be stepping up as one of the primary carries on this team. And I think it goes back to what we were talking about back in spring playoffs, how Jomung was kind of somewhat of a liability for WE, but if they could play around him, he would carry the game. I feel like he's leveled up from that. I don't see him as a liability for WE anymore. He feels like a very strong and very consistent carry now in the bottom lane.
Definitely. And I mean, look, he only came up, of course, as well in this split, so this is still his rookie split, so he's looking very good. And having that growth over the course of the split now gives a consistent damage source for WE. And why this team works is because we know Teacham is going to play some of these more bruiser, tankier orientated champions. And look at the damage there. Jomung is hard carrying when it comes to that position, and he's looking damn clean when he's doing it.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the squad that was built around him as well. They all have a ton of CC. They all just want to jump in, keep everyone in place from E-Star so that Jomung can just free fire, can just use that lethal tempo to full effect and just blast across the entire team.
Yeah, and especially when Jomung's coming in to try and replace Mystic, like, there was a big weight on his shoulders.
Yeah.
Now, this team would play a couple games at the end of 2019, but not having a starting place on this roster, he had to come in and show what he was worth. We're starting to see that now. And WE, though, we got to look at this series as a whole. We got to put in context of playoffs, which is what they're obviously trying to push themselves into. It wasn't the best of early games in both of these series, or both games of this series. So I want to see a little bit of a cleanup coming through from WE as they start to move on towards those playoffs, because especially against a team like E-Star, who's sitting in that 14th place spot, they should have been able to run away with these early leads if they got a little bit better.
Yeah, really, really great stuff. And I mean, E-Star, as you say, not quite able to tie the bow on everything, to cross the T's and dot the I's, but you do expect this from WE to some extent. We were talking about the statistics earlier on in this split, how it's like WE have one of the best win ratios when behind at 15 minutes, because quite often they would lose during the laning phase, especially Teachmar in the mid lane. And then once it got to the coordinated 5v5, that's their true strength. And we saw exactly that in game number 1. Game number 2, they didn't even have to come back from a deficit. They managed to find themselves an advantage, but once again, it was the 5v5 where we really got to see what WE are made of.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of this team, is how coordinated those engages were. We saw that very quick combo that Xiaoxi and Fun couldn't react to, and that's the coordination. That's the team fight we want to see from WE, and why they've become so strong. And it's nice to see Beishang as well, moving over onto the likes of Set, and he's taking a step back on being the big carry or the mainstay carry on this team when it comes, well, I suppose beside Jomung, but at least taking on a more engaged utility role, and still WE are able to make that work.
Yeah, really, really great stuff from WE. I'm excited to see what's to come for them as well, because Teachmar playing Silas, that's another champion in the pool, so maybe WE as they move towards playoffs, which is looking very, very likely for them now. And they match, in fact, I think they've just overtaken LGD in the standings as well, so they're going to be feeling fantastic off of that one. They're now in 6th place. And they were saying, Beishang said, we want 6th or 7th place right here because we want to have first pick when it comes to those best of 5s, which says a lot about the way that WE works as a team.
Yeah, exactly. And look, they know that they are trying to amplify themselves, push themselves up that standing, because as we said at the start of the day, these guys are looking for that seeding, both for playoffs and for that qualification for Worlds. They want to make sure that they're the ones that are progressing.
We'll see if they can progress and whether they're going to make it to regionals. It feels good for WE to make it to regionals. We were talking about the seeding points and the championship points earlier on today. The summer champion makes it to Worlds. The team with the most regional points, the most championship points, makes it to Worlds as well. That'll be our top 2 seeds. And then the next 4 teams in terms of championship points will go into the regional finals. And with WE already having 10 points, if teams like JDG and Top Esports that have the lion's share of the points from Spring make it to Worlds already, then the point threshold requirement to make it into that competition suddenly becomes significantly lower, and WE are eschewing at that point.
Exactly, and that's why we've got to kind of look at these guys and go, right, how do they flesh out in the grand scheme of things? And it always kind of feels like WE, they can take on, like, even though you know what their style is coming into a lot of these series, they are still a very potent team. And even though you exactly know what you're going to be going up against, how that style is going to play, how you need to play against it, you don't always get to an opportunity to, because just how dominant WE are with this style.
It's a matter of whether or not you can read it and play a different way and try and counter it, or if you just go toe-to-toe with them. Because if you go toe-to-toe with them, they might just beat you there. Jomung, once again, going to be grabbing our MVP. We got some highlights coming out from just these insane team fights. This one especially was just gorgeous.
Yeah, you can see how quickly those health bars disintegrate. Fun on a pip of health will go down at the start of that fight, and there's just nothing you can do as E-Star. And here again, they go for these engages in the jungle, which favor WE so well, and then leaving the option for Jomung to consistently get that damage off. He deals with CJJ as E-Stars are scrambling on the opposite side of this fight, and then Jomung can carry in for the rest of this engagement.
Yeah, easy cleanup for Jomung at the end of the fight. And beautiful, beautiful team fighting from WE, as we always expect. And this one, this was E-Star starting everything off, but Teachmar was so hard to kill that it means Jomung could just sweep the rest of everyone away.
And this is where he got his triple kill to end all of that. The True Shot Barrage through the Ash finishes things there, and Jomung, 11 MVPs right now. 48% of the team's damage.
That is insane.
That is nuts.
And 11 MVPs as well. He may well be #1 when it comes to MVPs in the league now. I'd have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
He's either in the lead or tied with Knight. I think Knight's on 10. I'm pretty sure with 11 he takes the lead.
I think you might be right on that one. And the damage to gold conversion as well, 213%. These are Jackie Love numbers right here for Ezreal.
Exactly. And look, the thing is that when we look at WE, those damage percent numbers are always going to be inflated because, well, look, you've got Teachman, Silas, Galio's, Twisted Fates, these kind of things. But the thing you do look at is that damage to gold percent, because that's just a stat that's in and of itself, not involving the team. There's nothing that can try and make that push up higher by the team standard. That is just what Jomung can churn out and how good he has been looking on picks like this Ezreal, but across the board. We even saw it in the Ash game earlier on.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out from WE. A 2-0 win in the end of the day against E-Star, which means our second series is done. Usually, we'd close out the show here, but we're in our super weekend. So we have another series coming your way. It's Top Esports against RNG. RNG's final chance to make their way up towards playoffs, as if they lose this one on 8 losses, it might just be over for them. We'll have to wait and see right after the break.
想要抓阿水，阿水这边感受到了吗？这边好像有点没有意识到呀，这个位置其实挺危险了。女王直接选择出来，先把你后路给断了。这边选择直接正面开了一个宝蓝，宝蓝反手一勾是勾到了，这边还有一个秒表，拖这边万箭齐发开起来，直接是选择先打一波输出，两边打了个5-5开，
是两边双人组，正面的一个2v2没有打出一个真正的结果，而资源点位上面的人看一下后面
闪现接到了一勾，
杀吗？但这波直接被宝蓝给勾住，而且宝蓝闪现 A 又 A 到了预言家的一个小优咪，优咪落。
虽然打得慢，但是这边就是要逼你过来。
是远方一炮，这波又打到了预言家，正面宝蓝已经是在这前方被控到了，激将鬼石板甲开起来，但这波很明显 top 没有要 all in， 360稍微顶了一下，这时候自己也吃到了对方冷帅的一个伤害，交了吃到催眠气泡的冷帅，这波又被秒掉了。Knight 顺利的立功以后，这波忽然卡萨飞了一个超级远的一个距离，难道这就是忍者吗？一个回旋踢踢出来以后，发条这个位置把卡萨给拿掉，但是看一下后续寒冰也是被 Knight 给处理掉以后。这一波团战看起来 IG 是没有办法接了，
这边全部都是残血，还想做一个追击，黄忠 PK 一脸刚好是躲掉发条这边 QWA 这边直接用沙漏躲掉，但是这边 Top 直接闪现过来一发 Q 技能收掉这个人头。等到吗？等到了，但是这个位置厄贝留斯靠上啊，没有靠下，
是他要再靠过来一点，再靠近一点点。
但是并没有，这边选择先开 low
靠了过来包了，这波直接往里面，而且这个位置应该有机会配合上网的一个大招，效果非常的卓越，而且绿毛一个大招还在撑，位置直接被秒掉，
但是阿卡利亚。这边 Loken 还能不能再输出？上来感觉自己的前排 Zoom 这边已经顶不太住了。Loken 这边1打3，队友没有选择卖。上来之后 Loken 这边还在输出，伤害有点高，光有点扛不住了。但是这个
31拿下了这个人头，但是 Ed 有一波见证，而 Bobo 下去还有技能吗？又吃了一波 Q 技能以后 ，Bobo 已经被迫要离场了。Zoom 非常的能顶啊，再给自己一个E技能，给了一个护盾以后，咬出了 Ed 的一个引附，跟上去技能虽然命中，但伤害
起飞了。
奈特这波是被压掉了半条血，但是因为正面还是被陶博在大龙 buff 的最后40秒先压了一路的水晶。
来369上来，但这个位置稍微是有点尴尬，宝蓝反手一勾，一个大招盯的还可以，这波感觉是 IG 的一波机会。杰克拉50已经被这边泡芙所收掉，但反手一个羊，第一时间这边泡芙的血量也非常残，但泡芙还在输出，这波还是点死了奈特。
是双膝已经倒下了，那也就意味着陶博这波团战是没办法接的。预言家举起了自己的防盗门，但是宁是紧追着他，这波预言家应该也走不掉，最后只有滑溜的卡萨。
他们跑什么呢？
泡沫这边只有2程度的一个收入。
上来3个人，但这波怎么说？第一时间先手惹菜这边是没有闪的，但是他们伤害真的够吗？这波木盾没有给上，直接让惹菜被秒了。后续一个 TP 冲击波这边也被闪现躲掉，后续选择先激活宁这个位置感觉也稍微有点危险，但踢上来是一个阿水，阿水现在感觉伤害不是很够啊。
是，反而被 Lucky 直接给打残了。这样的话，卡萨也要被迫撤退，又是一发 QW，加上一个自己被动的一个魔法发条，再一下 PK 就要带走了，一个 Q 技能收掉。这个 Love 也还在拉扯一个距离，但是 Lucky 再度的给到一波技能以后，再运球 Lucky 拿下一个 double kill， 而后面过来的一个 Knight 这波反而是没有人员可以跟他协同作战，以后被 Lucky 秀了一波拿下 triple kill。
谋杀是个有趣的游戏。
Triple kill.
can't be started. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, I can't be started. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, I can't be started. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in.
I'm going 50 for 50. Me and the team is superb. I got it out of the dirt. I put it out of the ground. Everything on my own, Too cold to the bone, Top dog, I'm alone. Whole backtrack to the throne. Yeah, hey, look at the shine on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Hey, time to get the win. Hey, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be started. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, I can't be started. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, yeah. I gotta win, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot, I'm here, so say it again. They sound crazy, I agree with that notion. Come through like strange, look on my motion. I came from the gutter, why you playing around, you don't know. Everybody thirsty, I know. Eating granny while around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. My teeth look like I'm a snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on. I can't be started, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in, I can't be started, you are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not the one on the top. We've been here before, you know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking, you see the score. I'm going in.
辉煌荣耀需要经得起时间的考验，
兴衰起落也不过是你我必经的过程。
身后的目光不应黯淡，
肩上的期盼不该破灭。
在这里肆意战斗，携手成长。
这个3下撸掉了对面的辅助，4杀之后剩下一个看子哥，嘎啦难道在 RNG 手术就有机会拿下5杀吗？
是对手，更是跑者。
后续的话，一丝血的情况下，被卡萨远处的一个终极爆弹的尾焰给收掉。
搏至武汉的道路上，
我们永不言弃。
Rivals but brothers running into each other to finish off our night here. I'm Mysterix taking over here with Lyric, or Jordan Lyric Corby, as you may call him because you are official. RNG and Top Esports running into the Rift to finish off our night. A perfect way to end the Sunday, I think.
Yeah, super exciting series, just like the first one of the day.
Yep.
You know, Karsak up against his former team. Top Esports still towards the top of the table. And RNG, a team that can always surprise.
Always surprise, a team that people expect to do well, but hasn't started the split off that way. But we will start this series with Top Esports because they're the name that everyone's talking about as the best team in the LPL. But as of recently, lost a couple of series, first to V5, now to IG. And we're thinking, maybe they're not so tough. They're still a great team. But are they tough enough to be #1?
Yeah, I completely agree, right? Even in some of their wins, like up against Suning where they got the 2-0, both games looked extremely shaky. I mean, Suning was pushing in Top Esports space. That game was all but lost for Top Esports, but some clutch plays from Knight, of course, pulling out at the last second. And is Knight pulling off these clutch plays enough to take down teams, you know, like IG, like JDG, like Victory 5?
Because what made Top Esports a top team was that everyone was working together, right? Jackie Love came into the roster. Communication issues was our suspicion. That was gone when Jackie Love came in. Everyone working in tandem. But we are slipping back to a little bit of Knight playing great League of Legends and people watching and sitting behind, you know, this great player into a point of 1v9, which is what we've seen Top Esports in the past.
I completely agree, especially their bot lane looking a bit shaky. Carson not able to find some of those avenues. And here we see, you know, up against IG, they were supposed to win this game too. They were pushing the base. They have the gold lead. But still, we see 369 get get a bit too ahead of himself, goes in early. Jackie Love ease in aggressively once again, and then IG finds the perfect pick and way to, win back this game.
Which, again, we should be going to the game 3 here. We should see Top Esports close it out, but unfortunately it wasn't the case, and IG ended up 2-0ing the first 2-0 defeat for Top Esports. And as you mentioned, the Suning game was shaky as well.
Yeah, and we look at the gold, right? They were 4K gold behind before some of these picks. Suning have the Infernal Soul, but finding these critical picks at the end, first on the Sword Art, now onto Angel and Bin, is really what solidified these games for Top Esports to somehow come back and get the 2-0.
Which is not what we expected yet. 2-0 is good in name, but not the performance that we expected. So we are harping on Top Esports here a little bit, but they are still picking up these wins today. They are facing down the barrel of securing top 4 with a win over RNG.
We're harping on them because of the level of expectations they come in with, right?
Much
Top
like
Esports,
we've done with FPX.
Yep, very true, right? They are still a top team in the league. They're still a contender to win the LPL, but 3 weeks ago, it was all but certain. We looked at it as, okay, Top Esports are going to win the LPL. Now it's like, hey, they have some contenders up there with them.
We went even further. We're like, Top Esports are going to Worlds, which, we'd still...
We said they were going to win Worlds.
We're like, they're going to win Worlds. Top Esports are going to go there and smash all the competition, showing some holes, some weaknesses, and we can be harsh because they are still a top team. Again, a win here against RNG today secures top 4. Because JDG lost to V5 earlier, Top Esports won't guarantee the top 3. That's a longer discussion. Let's talk about RNG, though, because RNG are a team that are on the cusp of trying to make that run, right? They're now sitting 6 and 7. They must beat Top Esports here today, and it's really, really hard. Top Esports first, BLG and Rogue Warriors to hit that 9. If they lose here, they'll be much like EDG, relying on other teams to stay at 8.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, some teams like FPX, I think, still plays DMO, and even WE didn't have the hardest schedule. I mean, WE just won, so now WE are at 9.
Yep.
So actually, you're relying on FPX to not beat DMO. And actually, that match is tomorrow, so we're going to know very soon if RNG needs to hit that magic number or not.
Such a big ask. And then if you get towards 9 as well, then you say, well, FPX still have games to play. LGD, WE, those teams that will theoretically be sitting on 9, not to go any further. So RNG, their life is still in someone else's hands, but it does rely a lot on them here today, getting towards 9 and putting themselves in a much more comfortable position. Against Top Esports, a very big ask once again.
Yeah, I mean, again, they come in like heavy underdogs into the series. But RNG are the team that I feel like once you stop believing in them like I did, that's when they'll finally pick up a win.
The apologists, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you don't have to apologize here today. That's what we're hoping to get the distance out of this one. I am just looking across because RNG, this is their chance to miss playoffs. Now, that's not a very optimistic thing to say, but the last time RNG missed playoffs was 2015 summer. That's 5 years ago to the split. And it's crazy that RNG since then have always been in playoffs, much like EDG has.
And LPL playoffs without RNG just sounds weird. Like, I don't know if I want to live in a world where
Yeah.
RNG organization don't make playoffs. It's just going to be new territory for all of us. And again, it's extremely unlikely at this point.
The team that was favorited and went to Worlds last year as well, right? With a recent roster that we can look at. Let's get into the matchup, though, because we are shortly approaching the Top Esports RNG series itself. It is going to be about the jungle matchup today. I know you feel very strongly about this one. Karsa versus his old team. Shallenbao trying to put on a debut himself.
Yeah, of course, Shallenbao coming in to replace Karsa because Karsa went over to Top Esports. Karsa's looked pretty good ever since Jackie Love has come back in, has kind of found that revitalization he needed, has still played more of a supportive style for the team, more about getting his lanes ahead. So Trundle has actually been his most played champion in this split, to where for Shallenbao, it's all about the kind of solo individual performance.
Individual performance that for RNG has netted them the win, but also pulled them back in other cases and has sacrificed a lot for RNG's, I guess, tempo within a game itself. So we are going towards our lineups now very quickly. This Top Esports RNG series is one I've been looking forward to. I have to say that with only one cast on the lineup for you and I today, we got a bit of a doozy to finish off with. Doozy, very positive word if anyone's never heard of it.
It's definitely one of our most high-profile matchups even left in the LPL because, of course, we're going into our final week of the regular season.
Let's go into Top Esports lineup, though. 369 starting in the top lane. Karsa coming in jungle. Knight without the 9 in his name. Rolling mid. Jackie Love and Yuyan Ja as their support. And Crescent as coach.
Yeah, this team is one that, always brings exciting games to the Rift. I'm sure we're going to see Jackie Love, as always, play a bit over-aggressive, play with a bit of swagger.
You hope so.
I don't need to hope. It's going to happen.
Okay.
It's happened in all the previous series.
So. But RNG, the team that needs every win they can get, rolling onto the stage with their new top laner, Shallenbao in jungle, Xiaohu through mid, Gala in that in that AD carry position, support Ming. And Tabe on stage with a big old grin on his face.
Yep. Tabe, of course, as you know, it's been him and Sereno who've been coming on stage. No Mata to be found.
Yeah. Saw a little bit of him in spring. Did we see him at the start of the split as well?
Yep. I think we did see him at the start of the split, but has not been here. Nice to see RNG sticking with Gala. And of course the Chinese side highlighting the same matchup.
Hey, we aligned this time around. I like it because a lot of the time the Chinese side has their look into different matchups that we on the English broadcast are looking at, but it is really hard to go past the jungle matchup on this one. Also, we know that they love the jungle as much as we do. There's a lot of good junglers, as you and I have talked about many times in the LPL.
I mean, yeah, there's just too many right now. I mean, even highlighting a jungle not playing today, RNG's last series was up against DMO, and they're actually losing that game too, you know, off of a nice performance coming out from Xiaopeng, so you always got to be careful. That was also the first Lilia game in LPL, was against RNG.
We're going into another game of 10-15. Of course, we've seen a little bit of Lilia today already from B5's Weiwei in Game 1 versus JDG, but...
Yeah, I need a new spin on it, right? We saw Xiaopeng and Lilian go with the phase rush to where he brought out Dark Harvest and made his way to a Rylai, so I don't know. I'm interested to see if we're going to get it in this matchup. I don't expect either of these junglers to be the type of player to play it, but, you know, it is always possible. I checked their solo queues. Neither of them have been playing it, but... Also not a very high win rate champion in solo queue right now.
Maybe we'll look towards the bottom lane then, because we have also seen the Caitlyn Lux not returning, but debuting in the LPL for this split.
I don't expect us to see Yu Yancha pick up the Lux. I at least haven't seen him practicing it, but Ming has, and it definitely fits in Ming's wheelhouse, right? Because Ming is the player who always brings out Morgana, always brings out Karma, is much more comfortable going towards the mage supports.
And we know that, you know, the Morgana paired with the Caitlyn has been a combo as old as time in the LPL. We used to see it out of Uzi and Ming themselves as a bottom lane, but what is interesting to me is what we've seen is like a package deal, right? When we see the Caitlyn, usually the Lux has been wanting to pair with it.
I mean, I remember it was last summer, 2019 summer, where that was just crazy broken, because remember the Lux shield got just a massive buff in 2019.
Yeah.
So I remember we'd see like Lux versus Tahm Kench support matchup almost every game.
I was just going through, and you know how earlier we talked about the 2015 summer roster that didn't make playoffs? That was the last time when RNG failed to make it. They went through spring promotion for the LPL as well. That's how poorly the roster did. It was a roster of Let Me, MLXG, Xiaohu, and you know, Xiaohu going through this again doesn't want to roll down into the bottom of the pack. So this is a crucial win for RNG, as they're going to be on red side in Game 1, Top Esports on blue. Very specific bans, Xiaohu's Twisted Fate and Karma.
Four mid lane bans right off the back. So we know where both of these teams are focusing, and I completely agree, right? Obviously, Knight is the go-to player for top esports, and I even feel like Xiaohu has been playing pretty well recently and has those comfort champions that if he can get his hands on, he can carry a game on.
But this would be pretty standard here for Jackulov. It's Ezreal or it's Ashe at the moment. And the Ashe is a good takeaway from Gala, his most played.
Yeah, and it's just it's a champion that really just offers so much laning presence, obviously presence on the map, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so it's a champion I love. In my opinion right now, it is the kind of de facto tier 1 ADC after everything else has been nerfed.
Okay. Well, where do you rate Varus at the moment? That's a lock-in for RNG as a response, and the Nidalee that's available. And we talked about the carry threat for Xiaolong Bao.
And he is one of our premier Nidalee players. It's actually his third most played. Actually, moves up to his second most played champion now, with this being his 7th game. So you already have some early snowballing elements coming out for RNG. Obviously, some poke elements they can play around. Despite the fact that we expect the Varus, obviously, to go the on-hit route.
But in the same route, Cass's Lee Sin is legendary. I know we did compare junglers in this head-to-head matchup, but Cass's Lee Sin is global.
And even think back to spring playoffs, right? It was the thing that literally just kept getting top esports win. He locked it in every game. First side on red side, and it's just nice to see him going back to comfort. So top esports really all inning on a lot of early game pressure now with this Renekton pick as well.
And
but RNG just want to go toe-to-toe with it.
All right, I like that. That's what we wanted to see out of top esports, and especially out of RNG, to try and net him a win here. Let's go on to the second ban phase, because Lyric, we need some solo laners on the board for both teams. Curious to see the mid lane bans continue to roll through.
I just wonder where we're going to be left with our mid lane pool after everything is banned out.
Maybe we get like a very niche matchup.
Yeah, and obviously, again, RNG have started building towards this more poke-oriented composition, so you either want to just keep, you know, indexing into that aspect, or maybe go towards more disengaged routes. So I actually like the set ban coming out from the side of top esports, because that would fit very well, especially in the mid lane. We've seen the set Nidalee combo over and over again. Set's a very non-interactive laner as well. You pretty much don't have any terrible matchups in the mid lane.
Okay, so what else fits this style? Because it seems like mid lane bans will continue to roll out here.
I wonder if we'll see something like a Galio come out, despite the fact that a LeBlanc ban definitely wouldn't signal that.
Well, Twisted Fate's already got it. Would fit the pool if Top Esports take it from Xiaohu.
Again, my question is just what's left open?
Yeah.
I mean, we have Galio left open. We have Orianna, but I don't think Orianna looks too good in RNG's comp. Maybe you can slot that into Top Esports because obviously Lee Sin can at least, you know, bring the ball into the fight.
Most played by both these mid laners would be taking away from both of them, but the Cannon going to be a top lane ban to finish off.
I mean, just left with what's open, my guess is going to be Galio.
Okay. Or apparently it's going to be RNG showing us, yeah, there's not too much available here, and to leave a solo lane counter pick would be the play.
So we have so many mid bans, and now we're going to be left with a mid counter pick for the side of RNG. So now at least adding a bit of an engage option coming in for the side of RNG. Obviously, their comp isn't really built to look for these engages, but even early on, right, when you have a champion like Nidalee that wants to outpace, find the tempo, get some of these early picks off, we do see how the Nautilus can work in this composition.
But I'm curious here, what do you show as Top Esports as the safe mid-Ori?
Right. Like, for me, this makes sense with what Top Esports have. Like, it fits their comp decently well. It's really the only blindable mid-lane champion left open. I'm actually wondering if RNG have something planned because it kind of looks like Knight was pushed onto this pick. You have the ball delivery system already there. The Leona would just cement that fact even more.
And a favorite of Yu and Jara as well.
Yep, and I do expect them to go towards that. It fits their comp very well. They've obviously set up for this very strong 5v5 sort of team comp. They have pick potential there. They have, you know, avenues to play around in the early game, and then obviously Knight's going to be this big late game carry threat.
And when you came into the league, he was one of the first people playing Wukong. We know that this is a personal favorite and is most played as well.
So we have Jay Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay Smith for Xiao is going to be interesting. So we obviously have the engage options there if they want to look for team fights, but obviously their comp is all about playing from a range, keeping you at arm's length. Even the Jace Nidalee combo, I'd say it's a lot more about accelerating the pace of the game rather than anything else. Two champions that snowball very hard off their 1 and 2 item power spikes.
Because we're built very much on snowballing throughout the game here for both teams, right? There are different facets of it and elements. It does feel like Top Esports have a lot more angles to play through.
Yeah,
that's correct.
I think you're definitely like hitting the nail on the head with that one, that we definitely see both comps and say, hey, they have early game aspects that they want to play around, but especially for Top Esports, I feel like their comp does do pretty well in the late game. They have the front line coming out with the Renekton as well as the Leona, and we know that the Ashe and Orianna are going to put out a ton of damage, to where for the side of RNG, it's going to be more about trying to find that advantage through the mid-jungle 2v2, allowing Xiaolongbao to get into Karsa's face and really pick up those advantages. The thing that'll be interesting for them is that on the side of Top Esports, right, you have the Enchant Crystal Arrow and you have the Leona, but if those can't get on top of you, if you can kite out those, you know, the ultimates, the engages, you're going to have a really good time in these mid to late game team fights anyway.
Interesting. I'll be looking out for the key abilities to land here from the bottom lane. I think it's important to note for everyone that we state what's on the line for these two teams. Top Esports are already guaranteed in top 8, but they're a team we expect to be guaranteed in top 2 by now. Sitting at 11-2. At this point, Top Esports with a win here will secure top 4 and then continue their run up to try and get semi-final berth, try and get their first ever world split in the bag. While RNG are just fighting for playoffs altogether. 6 and 7. They need to start climbing those wins, and Top Esports stand in the way. A must win for Royal Never Give Up fans to hit that magic number of 9 in the 2020 Summer Split.
I also want to point out now that since JDG did go down earlier today, that Top Esports do control their fate with securing first, because they're the only team still at 2 losses. So if they can, you know, take the rest of their series, they will be able to end in first place.
And just if JDG are able to catch up to them, just remember game differential for Top Esports is great. They're currently 23-6. They've taken an individual game loss to OMG, EDG, and then a series loss to V5 where they picked up an individual game themselves and then lost 2-0 to IG.
Also interesting that we see Xiaolongbao go with the Dark Harvest. Obviously, typically we do see Nidalee go with the Electrocute if he wants to go for more early game ganking, and the Conquer if it's more about the skirmishing style, getting up those stacks. But going to go this more snowball-y route that also obviously has a slight scaling element to it. Not slight, but I feel like when you do pick up Dark Harvest, it is much more about the snowballing element.
It's something that I don't believe we've seen here this split nor this year on the Nidalee, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I'm almost positive you're right. Don't feel like we've seen this room taken on her here in the LPL, so really interested to see what Xiaolongbao does with his path. You don't have any really easy lanes to gank, right? You don't have any setup in mid lane, you don't have any setup in top lane. You do have a bit of setup bot side, but I do also like Top Esports 3v3 with their bot lane. They do have a ton of CC coming in from the Ashe as well as the Leona.
Yep, and the 6 is pretty devastating to verse if you're RNG. I'd also like to note that we have Xiaohu on a champion that I think his ability to carry could be quite strong on. Seeing a Jace mid in the LPL these days is rare, considering we don't see Jace that much. And if it is Jace, it is towards the top side and someone like the Shy.
Jace is a champion, in my opinion, that demands a lot of attention. You need like a lot of vision coming out from your jungler because you want to push in the enemy. You want to be able to abuse him under turret. You want to come out with these aggressive trades. So we definitely want to see Ming and Xiaolongbao.
Ooh, 2 hit first here for the bottom lane of Top Esports. The flash away with Ignite on top of Gala. And he will survive, but forced out of lane this early. Big win here for Top Esports bottom lane.
And this is great because we always like look at Top Esports and say, hey, well, their weakness is their bottom lane, especially in the early laning phase. Great of them to find this, level 2 spike, come out ahead in this trade. We do know Leona does feel better in these early skirmishes compared to the Nautilus. And JackeyLove doing a great job to put out that TPS.
And Ming won't be able to hold this wave. That's huge. But it is a cannon wave, of course, so that it will slow down the tempo of that push in.
Yeah, looks like he might potentially miss, I guess it's maybe 3 minions.
He
missed the first one is going to miss the cannon and maybe one more following that.
But still, this early on is quite influential, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree. And look, it also gives JackeyLove a really nice, tempo reset coming out. So I wonder if he will go for something like a call early on and just come back to lane with that.
I also like that Yuyan Juz gives him the freedom to pressure towards mid, and Xiaohu has to appreciate that. I'm just going to pause here, Lyric, while we watch Xiaolongbao farm up his Gromp, because, ladies and gentlemen, bottom of your screen, this is what we're talking about. Because JDG did not beat V5 before, this is not a top 3 lock-in, but a win here for Top Esports in the series will guarantee top 4, which means quarter-final berth at bare minimum. And with the points Top Esports have from Spring being the runners-up in the split in the finals, things are looking good as we're going to see a TP for a dive on top of New. 369 with a full Fury bar. New just trying to survive with Catherine as well. So cleanly done for first blood.
And I like this a lot. We actually didn't get a chance to hit on what Top Esports want to do early, right? But when you see a Renekton, when you see a Lee Sin, you know it's signaling those topside plays. Knight even chiming in with the TP to hold the minion wave there. They're able to find that first kill. And they're not even going to lose any CS on the map with 369 being able to TP in.
We're just doing an old crisscross hit for the solo laners of Top Esports.
It's nice, right? Because we see that Knight and Karsa were able to share that CS and XP up in the top side. 369 is going to pick it up in mid lane. You pick up a kill, so ultimately losing out on nothing.
But through the lanes, through the CS leads that are starting to accrue in that first blood, Top Esports are up by almost 1,000 gold at 4 minutes in the game. And big.
It is. I want to see if RNG do anything right now off the small window they should have, because we see Xiaohu's obviously back on the map first, so he's going to have that push in mid lane, and see if him and Xiaolongbao want to turn, whether it is just hovering towards bot side, putting more pressure down, or even try to opt into a top side play. But we do see on the minimap, Top Esports doing a great job at controlling vision for 369.
Yeah. Deep wards in. I'm not sure if that spotted out Krugs, but you can see already pings are going down from Top Esports towards the Wolves. They know that Xiaolongbao's on the bottom side of the map. So, again, tracking junglers in the LPL has been a very important part. While New actually goes in pretty deep up here. The Slice and Dice New use onto this Wukong. Picks up Conquerors, gets a bit more healing. Refillable potions last slot used. 369 heavily winning out in the trading here by 10 CS.
It was so nice to see him, with his discipline holding the W as long as he could. Still came back a bit better in that trade, but now this is going to be the point of pressure for Top Esports constantly. They're going to be able to rely on 369. Sure, there is no TP anymore, so if there is a fight right now, it's going to be a straight up 4v4, but of course Top Esports bot lane does have priority.
But I think just in the lane, right, we already saw turret plating going down. New has to walk back to this top lane, and that minion wave going to be partially denied against the Wukong. So about 20 CS up for now. While Top Esports start this dragon. Knight walks down to help secure, and another objective in their back pocket to kick off this game 1.
Yeah, and they just have to give this up now, especially with the fact that 369 also recalled, so theoretically he could just be walking straight towards spot, right? You don't want to opt into that fight where you're not going to have numbers advantage. So TES doing a great job so far of punishing across the map, and RNG not really having any good answers because we said there isn't really any good lane setup for any ganks. It would be a lot more about, Xiaohu trying to find push and enabling Xiaolongbao to maybe go bully Karsa at his Raptors or something along those lines.
Xiaolongbao finding those minute windows to get the game rolling. You talked about how RNG, it is about the mid-jungle 2v2 anyway, and how they get their snowball going in this game, number one, because of top esports with their options in the game and their ability to scale better. Karsa now coming towards the bottom lane, and there's no level 6 on Jackie Love. Not sure how far away it is because he did get a lane advantage earlier on. Karsa just going to back here just in case something happens in the bottom lane.
Yep, and they do know that is really the only part of the map that's vulnerable because if we look up towards top side, the wave is pushing into 369, so he's not feeling any threat right now. But we also need to remember how hard it's going to be if RNG's comp falls behind because you're not going to get in place to get the vision first. We're not going to be able to set up these sieges. And for top esports, they'll always at least have the hawk shot coming out for the Ashe, so going to be quite crucial to look out for that in this game as well.
It's not really a point where Xiaolongbao doesn't get tracked through this map. He is up in CS though, to speak highly of the jungler of RNG, up about 17 at the moment and counting. The first blood makes a difference to that gold.
Also the dragon.
Yeah, that's also true. 369 puts down some wards himself. He will be spotted out as he drops that one there.
And it looks like they're going to have a good wave setup if they want to look for another topside play soon. Of course, the Rift Herald is coming up right now. Yuyanja's already on the hike up towards topside. And Karsa's probably just be able to start this one up if he wants. With Gala recalling, I wonder if RNG are just going to send both of their bot lane members top and pick this one out themselves.
Because crucially, Ming has level 6. That means depth charge is available where Yuyanja does not have his solar flare.
Yep, Jackie Love is the one who has level 6 on their bot lane.
He does. Can set an arrow across map. The top esports are on the objective first. And the numbers advantage there right now.
And Gala's not heading over here, so it looks like RNG are just going to concede.
At 2k, they don't have full vision of this. RNG sending in the spear. 369 absorbs it as Rift Herald will be smited and secured down. RNG want to take the fight afterwards as New has his ulti with the Cyclone only on the 369. Karsa gets the kick, then safeguards out. That was slick, but the spear was even slicker here from RNG. The flash with depth charge. 369 nailed into the corner. No Dominus saving with a double kill over to Xiaolongbao, who nailed that fight himself.
Xiaolongbao playing so well. I love how they accept, okay, we're not going to get the Rift Herald. We're just going to use this position to take the fight ourselves. Those spears so massive, like you said, and Night Shockwave doesn't matter at this point in the game because it does no damage.
I guess the difference was Runic Echoes in that fight hit so much harder. And the ability for Xiaolongbao to pick up 2 kills. Now the ball definitely rolling as the Dredge line connects onto Knight. He has everything, but now nothing as he goes down.
And this is what we said we wanted to see early on. We want to see Xiaolongbao and Ming interacting with the mid lane, fighting their advantages from here. Great Dredge line coming out from Ming to pick that one up, and Punishing Knight didn't even have a chance to use his flash.
And we've just given another kill over to the Nidalee. As we talk about, Nidalee needs to get rolling early on. This is definitely going to make the difference for RNG.
Niu hitting a really good ultimate, knocking up multiple members, and now Xiaolongbao is in such a good place to hit these point-blank spears because of the corridor that 369 and top esports are funneled into, and just set up for 2 very easy spears onto Karsa and 369.
Now with the Amplifying Tome. Sorry, not Amplifying Tome. Fiendish Codex, even bigger. Darksteel in the inventory with boots that have been picked up thanks to magical footwear. So, what was lanes snowballing out of control, or rather getting early advantages, has now reflexed a little bit with a big lead in the jungle for Xiaolongbao.
But now top esports are the ones that have the priority to make a play because Knight does have TP in the mid lane that's finally come back up. So I want to see if top esports are going to change their plan, like go towards the bot lane, because now is when we have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well as the Leona ultimate coming out. So this would be a window where top esports can look bot, but we look at the minimap. Knight is hovering topside once again, and they're just trying to shut New out of this game.
Also with that Rift Herald, big minion wave here as well, Lyric.
And we do see Xiaolongbao heading up, but they're definitely not going to be here in time to affect this matchup at all. Sadly, not able to trade on the other side of the map. Maybe Xiaohu can play in the mid lane, but it's going to be inconsequential overall.
Chains Corruption used, Cleanse immediately burn in the same vein. Well, yeah, you talk about Xiaohu hitting a couple of these plates. Bit of gold in the back pocket of the Jace will be nice, but Xiaolongbao on Karsa. The spear lands, wants to burst down the kick there, but New follows up, and you know what? Shockwave, inconsequential with the 4th kill over to XLB.
Yeah, and overall, it looked like maybe it can work out for top esports, but still not able to get on Xiaolongbao fast enough. He does have the flash. New was there and ready to, combo with that ultimate. And another pick for RNG, despite losing 1 turret. RNG are still the team that's up in gold.
And they're going towards this Mountain Dragon. They're going to be spawning an early Cloud / Infernal Rift.
And think about it, RNG have only been making counter plays so far. They were not the ones, you know, going out of their way to start these proactive plays themselves. They punished top esports with the Herald play, and they just punished top esports over push on top side.
And it's really nice to see because the dynamic in RNG is Xiaolongbao on? In this game, one definitely feels like he is. As Gala's the engage with the Soul, they lay it down after the cleanse from Gala to get out. And that's the play. Enchanted Arrow was held onto, but they do get a summoner out of this 80 carry of RNG.
It's just really interesting, right? Because we have 2 of these CC 80 carries coming out. Both of them are running cleanse, so they're both pretty safe. And 2 engaged supports paired alongside them as well. So we're just seeing a bunch of very short trades that are, you know, getting these cleanses, but nothing else.
Death Charge was used as well, I believe. So Ming has that on cooldown. Solar Flare the same as I said before. Gala's ulti still on cooldown from the last fight. So a small advantage there, but Jackalope with no cleanse either as Casa is spotted out on the bottom side of the map. Xiaolongbao has gone back to pick up an Athene's. He has 2 items now, and, you know, I wanted to see something like a Lich Bane, but it doesn't matter. Athene's going to be great for someone like Gala.
Yep, seeing him come out with these skills is going to be massive. I want to see what 369 does now because, right, we have this style of Renekton that, you know, sometimes we'll build a Tiamat, just kind of push and move, interact with the other lanes. There is no objective up on the map right now, so he's not really going to be able to get much, but maybe this can open up some invades on topside jungle for Karsa trying to find out Xiaolongbao, or if they just keep trying to punish New, who also has the potential to just hold his wave up at topside right now.
So do you still want to see proactivity from top esports here? You don't want them to get shut out by someone like Xiaolongbao because, again, RNG snowballing is a priority.
Like, right now, all you need to do is, you know, prevent RNG from being able to make any plays themselves. You don't actually really need to look for those proactive plays on topside. It's just an avenue they do have there.
Okay, it's interesting because Xiaolongbao right now is trying to be proactive himself on bottom side. Pings are getting spammed here from this 2-item Nidalee with 110 CS and 4 kills, and every time she gets spotted out, top esports pay the respect. Jackalope and Yuya and just sitting way back at the turret.
So we actually see top esports going for that, right? We saw Karsa just kind of recall after clearing topside, come back down, hovering for his bot lane to make sure that Italy can't make any plays happen.
Chains of Corruption, remember, there's no cleanse available, and Enchanted Arrow gets sent right back. The flash away, the trench line perfect, but Karsa's here, the kick back into the turret. On Ming, he flashes for a bit of damage, but Ming survives. And in comes Xiaolongbao as a flash burn by Karsa in the end, and away we go.
And a 1-for-1 overall. Both teams playing that mechanically well. Jackalope flashing away from that initial engage. Great kick coming out from Karsa. Like you said, sadly, Ming is able to get away. And as we talked about in the mid lane, right? Xiaohu's consistently having the push, being able to roam down with Xiaolongbao, sadly not able to follow up and find any more kills.
And Gold is dead even at 14 minutes in the game. What more could you want with 2 minutes until that next Cloud Dragon spawns? And we're in a game where for top esports and RNG alike, ult cooldown for these 80 carries, and I guess top laners too is going to be very big.
Yeah, completely agree. And we're at a point right now where RNG do feel really big, right? We have that first item coming out for Xiaohu. You already talked about the items coming out for Xiaolongbao. Woo! Ooh, so close. Even Play the Rune King coming out for Gala.
Yeah.
This is a point where RNG want to look for these fights.
Top esports can't afford to get caught out. Yuan Jia's going to start on top of Ming, who burned his flash in the last engage. In comes Jackalope, who cleanses once more. He's the target as Yuan Jia gets low. In comes the Jason Xiao, just knocks his block off. New runs in onto 369, and Karsa is left in the pit of despair. While 369 just wants out of this play. He slices, he dices, he runs for his life. While RNG control this bottom side jungle yet again.
And RNG know they win these fights. That's why we see New TP, and that's why we see Ming is fine with getting engaged on. Right now, Xiaohu is massive to where Knight is still a non-factor with this 1-item Orianna. Great play overall coming out from RNG to secure that kill onto Jackalope.
Quite surprising. Karsa's going to start up the Rift Herald here. Good timing to hit one of those windows after the fight goes wrong.
They do have the vision, right? Because you look at the top side wave, it is pushed into the turret, so they know no one is up there right now. And even if we look slightly off our screen, there is a ward spotting out right behind Xiaolongbao's Raptor Pit, so Karsa knowing he can abuse this window. And RNG had to go for resets anyway off of that fight.
So Herald in the back pocket for the second time around for Karsa to try and delay this game out a little bit more, because before it was just Xiaolongbao picking up the kills, but now Xiaohu's in a great position. Gala picks up a kill. You mentioned the 1 item. We got a Serrated Dirk on top of that with most gold in the game going to Xiaohu.
And we said these are the 2 members that want to be accelerated, want to accelerate the pace of the game.
Yep.
But top esports doing a good job of answering.
Really are. Gold back in the pocket. Small lead here for top esports, and mid lane turret broken down. Means this evade on the blue buff is a little bit simpler.
Yep, and we do see that 369 is here already. He does still have his dominance up to where Nuke doesn't exactly have his ultimate yet. So there's going to be a bit of a very small win. It looks like it's about to be up in time for New, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal.
Yuyanjar has the ball on top of him, gets dredge lined in. Spear does not connect. Knight takes the depth charge. Couple of ultis that don't have much effect. 369 in for the flank. Solo play on 2. 369 flashes on into Gala, who kites it away. The shockwave whiffs as well as Casa gets towards the backline. Safeguards out after killing Ming. There's a numbers advantage, but low health bars with Yu now spinning to winning. It's 369 again the target. Flushed on by Xiaohu. It's a double to the Monkey King.
And overall, honestly, RNG got a bit too ahead of themselves in my opinion, but it doesn't matter because they have more damage at this point in the game. Great job by Xiaohu to get on that fight, put in threat onto Knight. You talked about it, Knight Shockwave completely whipping once again. And we're just seeing Xiaolongbao just does so much damage at this point in the game. Let's also praise Gala as well because he had really good in positioning in that teamfight to make sure that 369 wasn't a massive threat on top of him.
Now they're going to get the turret on top of that. RNG back in the gold lead. I love how it swings in this first game, but 17 minutes in, and we got another fight.
And again, honestly, I don't feel like RNG needed to look for this sort of pick here. They throw down the Nautilus ult, can't find anything. We see Gala throw out the Chains of Corruption as well. Gala doing a great job of kiting around this fight to make sure that 369 can't do anything. Karsa still finds Ming, but we've seen here that, hey, you know, Xiaohu and Xiaolongbao still have a bunch of follow-up. New held his ultimate, so is able to go in and secure that onto Jackie Love. And now 369 going to go down as well with a great flash coming out from Xiaohu.
You can see top lane are more impactful at this point. Definitely New. 2, 1, and 3 here going towards the Death Dance as the second item. Also want to note that we are pretty close to max CDR. If we haven't, I believe we just hit 40% for Xiaolongbao, Lyric, as he is a level up on Karsa and is getting a highlight here in the game.
He deserves it, and it's why we expected a lot from him coming into today's series.
He's almost got 5,000 gold. That's what we're seeing in the bottom of our screen. 5k gold in this game so far.
369 has TP.
Yep.
So keep that in mind. If RNG engage, this can be a 5v4.
Gala doesn't have Chains of Corruption, so they're going to back away. Will be up and available in the next 5 seconds or so. But the game so far has revolved a lot around these objectives. But RNG do have deep vision here.
We've talked about how RNG really don't have any way of like setting up these plays otherwise, right? It is a lot about kind of grouping up this 5, throwing out this poke, comboing with the Lily Spears, and obviously the Shock Blast coming out from Xiaohu. But I do expect us to always see this core that should be Xiaohu plus Xiaolongbao. We already talked about that they're the 2 strong members of the team, and that RNG wants a lot of their skirmishes to be centered around these 2 members.
So is this still fine for RNG? Are we still like RNG have the driver's seat? That'll continue for the next 10 or so minutes because, again, scaling element. Or they could just pick someone off and then I don't have to talk because 369's dead again. Karsa goes in for a kick. That's a little bit suboptimal. Teleport used by Knight. I was going to say RNG going to have to pick up the pace a little bit more, but yes, they are. Flash for flash. Very worth when Jackie Love burns another summoner as Xiaolongbao misses the spear, but the pressure's still there.
And funnily enough, there is no objective up right now. So RNG at most looks like they're going to be able to take away a red buff, but shouldn't tangibly turn into any turrets. Maybe that bot lane turret, but honestly, we look at the HP value of that, it's already down pretty much anyway.
And I guess there's something else we can talk about, the insane pick potential of RNG. If top esports stand out of line, if they don't control vision, they're dead.
And at the same time, we should highlight the fact that actually, you know, I do want to consider Karsa's jungle an objective for Xiaolongbao because, as you said, he just keeps getting these level leads. We actually finally just saw Karsa hit 11, to where Xiaolongbao's been on level 12 for a bit of time. He's almost at level 13 now.
Yeah. And again, that item advantage can be talked about for quite a while as we get our futuristic Harbin comparison. Wish Clement Chu was here. He'd help me out a little bit with that. Azonya's Hourglass coming third by the looks of it for Xiaolongbao. He's pretty close.
And I want to see where Knight goes with this next item. So we see the Spellbinder coming out now, but that 3-item point for the Orianna feels like the point where he really will be massive. There's going to be too much MR on the side of RNG, so I wonder if he'll just go for something like an Oblivion Orb early, or if it's going to go like the maximum snowball route of like picking up something like a Death Cap, but very far off from that point.
And it is kind of nice. There's no hardcore frontline bar the Nautilus in the late game for RNG.
You obviously could also go Zanya's, which I think would be nice. But yeah, true. There is no frontline coming out from RNG other than just the Nautilus. I guess Nu's going to serve as a frontline as well.
Bruiser, right? You know, mixed. But now has the Death Dance, so that's definitely going to help.
He still has resistances.
He's still going to be hard to kill. I'll excuse myself. 369, however. The vision control from RNG towards his next dragon. So deep towards the enemy jungle of top esports. But they're in the top side of the map right now. They get spotted out by top esports vision. Because Baron's sitting there. And RNG want to keep threatening where they can.
Top Esports are another team, just like IG, that we see them go for those cheeky Barons. Like, all the time, TS are the team that are like, okay, well, you go do whatever you want on bot side. We're going to try and just force away this Baron. Even go down to a 50-50. They're willing to take those. But with Dragon coming up at 30 seconds, obviously we just saw Knight push out the top side. I would expect him to start rotating over now in CTS, try to control vision as a 5-man. New has TP, so he doesn't need to move over just yet.
I love the pings getting spammed down. RNG just threatening through the mid lane turret. Trying to force Top Esports to rotate. And now that they're here, with the wave getting cleared, with RNG able to push their own in, 5 seconds and that Dragon will be up.
And I also want to keep track of summoners as well because it's so crucial. Both AD carries don't have flash, but both do have cleanse available. We have flash up on both mid laners as well, who's going to be very critical. So RNG, I feel like, are in a good position if this turns into a fight, but we actually see TS just giving this one up, going to try to get more gold in their pockets, try to get Knight on another item breakpoint, even Jackie Love as well.
But that now is 20% extra cooldown reduction on top of Gala's Chains of Corruption, on top of the depth charge and new Cyclones. So it's already looking pretty good for RNG. 2K gold lead at the top of your screen. Soul Point coming up next. As Baron sits there waiting, and you can see Ming and Gala have been inseparable this entire game. Their CC duo and the damage that now comes out of Gala means anyone from Top Esports will surely die if they spot them.
Yep, and the team's trading turrets on opposite sides of the map. We obviously saw that Knight and Yuyanja were hovering towards spots to secure that one, and Ming just hovering around top side to make sure that Xiaohu can pick this one up very easily. And now we're just going to default back into a state of teams catching waves. RNG obviously should be the team that can control vision around Baron.
Yep.
But I don't think RNG necessarily need to look for any picks right now, but hey, they're going to go for it. New has TP.
And that ward there in front of the blue spotted out what Top Esports were about to do. Blue does go over to Knight, which is nice here for the mid laner, and the tempo is definitely slowed down. RNG are still waiting in these rushes, but Top Esports aren't stepping too far forward.
The thing is, right, there's no neutral objectives open, and I guess, sure, RNG can, like, let's say, start a slow push or just push in sides and try to group up mid and siege a inner turret mid, but they might get some chip damage, but I strongly doubt they'll get it. Obviously, Orianna and Ashe having great wave clear, so looks like they're playing more for the vision denial game and trying to, you know, go for the cheeky brush plays of picking someone out because you do still have a ton of CC and burst coming out from all your champions.
Can I just say, while we're, you know, kind of watching these sides trade hands, that this is the first game in a very long time where I don't think Knight's bought a, you know, Dark Seal or a Magi's. Now, obviously, it's when he's very far ahead, but he sits on the Dark Seal in a lot of his games.
I mean, he also does snowball a lot of games.
Yes, he does.
This one he did not. Also nice to see that he did go for the Oblivion Orb route that I talked about. Doesn't make a lot of sense, right? You don't have too much MR coming out from the opposite side, though. You do have a ton of Mercs being picked up now, so obviously Merc's a lot more about the tenacity, though, so.
And note that Shalom Bao now has this on his Hourglass as his 3 items.
So he does have armor and MR. Zanya's in the Athenes.
And Quincy's Rage Blade on top of Gala. Their ability to do this Baron just got a hell of a lot quicker, especially with 3-item Jace, who's in front of it, and that ward will be spotted out. The Xiaohu one-shots it. RNG have now cleared all the vision that Top Esports have laid bare in that water work, or whatever you call that river.
Yep, so, and this is what we expect, right? RNG are the team that have pressure right now. They have great vision control. They're going to have a great job if TS kind of try to walk through a corridor of being able to throw out a Shock Blast plus a Spear and burst someone out instantly. And we know Ming has been playing like so aggressively this game that if anyone ever gets in range of a dredge line, it's going to come out.
Good to see Ming in form. I think another identifying factor of RNG is the success of the support, who's been here almost as long as Xiaohu.
Ming has had the best form this split, in my opinion, overall on RNG. I feel like he's had a very solid split, playing with both AD carries.
I think we started talking up Xiaohu as then you became, you know, the official Xiaohu apologist.
I also like how now we're just defaulting into RNG trying to bait Top Esports into coming into River, but TS have no reason to go into River. They even still have a blue trinket up for Jackie Love. Obviously, he's also an Ashe, right? So at some point, we'll have that hog shot back up. Right now, it is on a 35-second cooldown. We saw the scrying orb just come out, but TS have no reason to walk into topside River.
Also, Orianna makes it hard to bait a brush, right? You know, command attack will spot out the brush, and those lying in it.
So TS are doing a good job right now of making sure that RNG can't find these picks because they realistically don't have a way of attacking the map anymore. And you could say, oh, but send Xiaohu into a side lane, have him force turrets, but hey, he doesn't actually have TP, and then you're opening yourself up to potential picks with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow up against the Renekton as well. So I like that RNG are playing this more, grouped team, siege and poke game with their comp.
Everyone back, everyone rejoins. RNG making sure that Baron's not being started. We've had a bit of a lull here for a couple of moments, but that's for the benefit of top esports.
We also haven't highlighted that RNG are on Soul Point. We did say it when they picked up the last Drake, but this will feel very nice for them.
They want an early Elder as well, right? That kind of sealed the deal of the game.
Yeah, definitely would. RNG are definitely the team looking for an early Elder.
The ability comes in 20 seconds. Off to the side. Great angle from Xiaohu.
So close.
Doesn't connect. That's a crucial factor against the Ashe and Orianna.
And we can see how well they do at controlling terrain, right? They just keep throwing out the spears, keep throwing out the shock blast. Even just Gala's Qs, even though, not hitting as hard. Ooh.
TP.
We talked about this. Oh, actually, the pick
They want the
onto
kill.
New.
They want the kill onto New, but he hits a trap. He loses his movement speed. That trap actually slowed down the Renekton.
Ping's coming out onto Baron. Are they going to go for it?
Well, they're just going to lose the soul in the same.
I mean, they committed to losing the soul the second they committed 369's TP towards topside.
They're not doing the Baron. So that's a free soul. May you fly with the wind RNG with 30% cooldown reduction. And remember, Nidalee Cougar form will get that buff. So there's a hell of a lot of movement speed on Xiaolongbao right now.
Well, and this is what we did expect and what we expected actually a minute and a half ago, but
Not a one.
Top Esports are the team that'll go for this. Actually burn it down so fast.
They really do, but the poke's starting to fly through. The Javelin Toss dodged away from 5k into 4. Xiaolongbao on the back of the pit. Solar Flare in front. He'll be spotted out 1k for the steal. And we saw that coming with the level advantage now for Top Esports. They have to get the hell out of dodge, but they're in the pit of despair as Carson manages to fly his way out, but for 369, he gets a hammer to the face. With New on the tail of Carter, he's dead too. All but Knight suffer at the hands of RNG.
And Xiaolongbao is having an amazing game so far, putting up so much pressure, hitting every skill shot, hitting every smite clearly. And RNG in a great position to make their way towards that magic number 9.
They got long death time as they're running through mid. This will not be the game end, but a broken inhibitor is definitely on the cards. Gala had his field day there. New has been showing up as well. RNG are going to get so much off the back of this Baron and that near ace.
Yeah, great job from New. I like that you highlighted as well. He's had some really clutch ultimates, and actually not going to be one inhibitor, it's going to be 2 inhibitors for RNG.
So the base well and truly in tatters. Everyone up now for Top Esports, and this is meant to be the best team in the LPL. But RNG cannot be complimented enough from this epic game 1 off the hands of their jungler.
But so let's paint the picture for the rest of the game for Top Esports. It's all coming down to that Elder. If you can somehow, get that Elder Dragon, obviously that is your route back into this game, but let's go back here. Xiao is not actually here yet, but Xiaolongbao, great job hitting the spear, jumping in as well, going to secure that objective. And now from here on, Xiao finally joins the fight. Yu Yanja is already low. They secure that with Gala. And New fighting up on the other side of the fight, taking down Jackie Love. 369 awkwardly left at the pit in middle of RNG's members, and RNG just clean up.
Kind of impressive to see is New caught out with the Solar Flare, but that's only the cone. Double Cyclone with Depth Charge. Castle will be knocked up with Xiaolongbao over the wall. Javelin Toss doesn't connect, but New has his second wave of that Cyclone available. And Casa, Spear, almost connects, but New flies forward and he's out safely. RNG with a numbers advantage and Top Esports are grouped up under turret, but RNG dived this so easily. Yugan just sent against the wall, and Hammer Time reigns once more with a double kill to Xiaohu to end this game 1.
Yeah, RNG should just be able to end. 369 can't hold off himself. RNG, 30 minutes stop over Top Esports.
This wave coming through with supers at their back with Baron with another 45 seconds. Who cares? This game in the bag, you're right, 30 minutes for RNG to take down what is meant to be the best team in the LPL. RNG stating their cause.
And I've been talking about this all week. I knew the second that RNG became unreliable would be the second that RNG become reliable again. Because that's always how RNG works. The second you don't believe in them is when they always show up. playing great, Xiaolongbao especially. And Xiaolongbao's been a player I've been extremely critical over because he's had some really low lows on this team.
Yeah.
But man, when this player shows up, he shows up. Great skirmishing early on, especially the play on Herald where we said, well, they're not committing to it. We see Gala heading back down towards bot side, just knowing, hey, we can use this opportunity to posture for the fight, force top esports into that corridor, hit a bunch of beautiful spears, and it was their game ever since.
Jungle matchup, jungle diff in game 1 for sure. Xiaolongbao played his best game of League of Legends, I think, on stage. Or at least one of
I honestly think it might be his best game that we've seen from him all year, but still, definitely is up there, so...
We know he has high highs. This is the thing. It's like Xiaolongbao, we know he can play like this. Do you remember Demacia Cup at the very start of the year where we saw the RNG EDG final? We're like, Xiaolongbao could be the best new jungler. Young Miracle's jungler, right?
Xiaolongbao really is a great example just of RNG overall, where they have these high highs, they have this like crazy potential with the roster they have, but it just, you know, up and down, up and down, up and down. Great to see them have this up here, and we want to see if they can keep this going into game 2.
And then the strongest form of Ming needs to be highlighted too there. Ming's Nautilus was fantastic in that game. Number 1, Gala's ability to kite, you know, that fight in bottom side river. I think New as well on his Wukong. This is why he plays it.
I feel like we saw a strong 3-man core of Xiaolongbao, Xiaohu, and Ming. And then New did his kind of job like independently. He just kept coming to these fights, hitting great ultimates. And Gala was one facilitated, which I think is fair that Gala wasn't a standout performer in this game because we've had games where Gala pretty much solo carried RNG. So must be nice for Gala to be like, hey, I get to sit back and watch for once.
But it's not even that he wasn't a standout before he played a good game. It's just everyone else was that high,
exactly,
right?
yeah. Gala played well, but the other members of the team just carried this game across the finish line. But that's nice to see that you can have multiple members step up in different games and, you know, carry the team.
But isn't it nice to talk up RNG for once? Because the games we've seen, like some of the games they've won, we're like, oh boy.
I cannot remember the last series I got to say a positive word about RNG.
And, you know, whichever way this goes, I think RNG have shown us their best here, which is important. Also note that at the start of this series, you know, I was mentioning that top esports have only lost individual games to EDG, OMG, and then a series to V5 and IG. 6 individual game losses. This is their 7th, so to take a single game off top esports has shown to be pretty hard.
We also said that, hey, top esports control their own fate right now because they're the only team sitting with 2 series losses. Like, they control their destiny with ending first, but on the same day JDG goes down, things looking a bit ominous for TES.
Well, game 1 at the very least, I can tell you, Xiaolongbao MVP without a shadow of a doubt.
I also love how you highlighted every member stepping up, and then we have this damage chart where it's like, okay, well, every member did step up on the side of RNG. Ming as well, you know, great engages like you said, but Xiaolongbao, clear MVP. Clear MVP.
So what do you think about top esports here? What's your criticism? Because I think RNG played so damn well, but I think top esports as well need to be talked about how they veered into that game.
Yeah, it was very strange to where, you know, at least very early on in the game, things were working out, right? We saw everything going their way. They got 369 ahead with the initial TP top, but just that next Herald fight where I don't even necessarily think they needed to go for the Herald in that moment. We actually expected RNG to go for it, as we said, with the recalls, because Jackie Love stayed bot, getting a bit ahead of themselves, giving RNG a great position for the fight. And ever since that point, we just saw Xiaolongbao had so much pressure in that jungle matchup. As you mentioned, he was 1 to 2 levels ahead the entire time. And any lane he was able to find or any straggler in RNG, he pretty much just one-shot them with a spear.
And we know what Nidalee is capable of, you know, when she gets ahead as well. Like one of the biggest snowballing champions in League of Legends. Caster's kicks were not few and far between. They were decent enough, but we got to the point where he's like, he needs to kick to save his life.
They also never turned 369's pressure into anything, right? We talked about, potential invades topside or potentially shadowing the bottom half of the map to make sure that Nidalee can't keep snowballing, but we pretty much just saw 369 staying top, endlessly pushing out waves into New, and he was fine with that. He was like, oh, cool, I actually get gold? Feels nice.
Or he joined it, and then he joined into the fight, and he tried to get on the backline. Gala has cleanse as well, which for Renekton can be a bit of a pain in the butt, but then New comes in with his ulti, and he's more impactful.
Way more impactful, right? Wukong ultimate over Renekton, so...
A lot of elements to break down. I think RNG top esports, we're going to give them a bit of a break, much like you, our audience. And then run into game 2 with open arms to see what comes next, right after this.
Angel 已经是找到一个绕后的角度了，所以说一个人先挡在前面，看见这个闪现直接开，哇！冰在这个位置很危险。
完了，闪现大招大全部，然后警车熊直接过来一个大招，雷霆嘎巴也大全部，那这后续就没有后续了呀。
找到罪恶，
这就是他们的本事。
再见了大几3个人，哇，这个位置又大几3个，
还有一个飞牌，我的天哪，完了！
此地不宜久留。
若要修成正果，唯有战斗。
直接打得非常不错，但是刘青龙这波进场瞬间被融化了。盲僧收了他的人头，盲僧2的踢要不要踢过去？他身上是有大招的，踢过去，大招要不要踢？
一次挑战。
盲僧再次 Q 过去，再摸队友，自己是来如风，
哇，这哈肉的 Q 太准了，
疯狂的秀了起来，再次找到刘伟强，再次
连 Q 5个哈肉，这个 Q 还能中吗？
再中！
我的天哪，这波哈肉的 Q 太恐怖了，
盲人都能看到你的破绽。
远处而来的回音。
那现在黑气还差了一些。
他们最
火呀！直接被马勾勾到了，宝蓝这个预判绝佳，后续大招也跟上，逼着纷纷的一个闪现，黄牌再出去的话，闪现直接跟人头，再度让宁王拿下，已经暴走了。
淹没一切。
中国有句老话叫做“不打不相识”。 刘星说：“这边
又来了，闪现这边开的，
嘿，闪老孙一棒！
大头在旁边啊！李北翔这边转了一套，冤家的是2点击，但这边的话，杰克老师被秒了。但这边这个效果很不错，又提爆的效果的毒一变，这边残的话怎么打这个猴子呀？解决不掉这个猴子啊！又是一个一级的障碍，刘宗也要被留下。哇，这个猴子太恐怖了，太吓人了吧！
去修炼个几年，再来找俺老孙吧。”
Don't have to wait, you know my name. Sunshine and rain, some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were younger, innocent in our ways. We were dumb, girl. But nothing really mattered. I could always count on you. Your touch will leave me breathless. Let me give it back to you. 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 Don't have to wait. You know my name. Sunshine and rain. Some things don't change. Thinking about the days we were young, girl. Innocent in our ways. We were dumb, girl.
下一场打滔博的话，他们下路最近选的英雄可能都偏团战一点，然后打他们的话就尽量前中期打一下吧。 这台阶马上就要结束了。然后我自己的话，感觉平时团战还有中期站位的时候就做的还不是很好，就要多注意一下。
Seemed pretty good in game number 1, I will say. I think Gala was right on the money there. I'm Mysterix, joined by Lyric, and it's interesting the aspect of controlling early to mid game. That's what RNG did. They picked a comp to do so as well.
It's funny that he made it sound like this is a specific plan against top esports, because if you've watched RNG, you know this year they've been all about early games, so it's just the RNG philosophy overall, but hey, it worked out.
Based on this man on your screen, Shalom with MVP easily in game number 1. I don't think you go anywhere else.
I do also agree with the fact that top esports tend to have a scaling element in their comp, whether it is, you know, the Ezreal, the Kai'Sa, which you see JackeyLive go towards, or Knight on something like an Orianna. So I like RNG's read on this game, and like you said, it's all coming off the back of Xiaolongbao. And this is where it all started, like we said, finding this great position into this fight. You know, Xiaohu going aggressive, Ming also flashing forward aggressively, hitting a nice ultimate, setting up for the spear from Xiaolongbao.
And we got to fights, you know, through the rest of this mid game where top esports were trying to initiate.
Yeah, overall, RNG doing a nice job of, you know, kiting back this initiation, forcing 369 out of the fight. Doesn't matter that Ming goes down, because guess what? They still have more damage. Xiaolongbao at this point was massive. New finding such a great ultimate into this fight. They shut down JackeyLive. They also get on top of 369. And again, the snowball was never ending.
We got towards the Baron steal as well. The top esports tried to start off. And just another testament to Xiaolongbao picking up his MVP. And it's something we love to see. His best game of League of Legends so far, it feels like. For Xiaolongbao, it has been back and forth. Some of the problems with RNG have been based around it.
The great thing, though, is, right, we say it's the best game of League of Legends we've seen him play. He's played a lot of good games.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that we said up and down, his highs have always been high. So the fact that he's still able to impressive with a performance like that is really nice to see.
It was very clean, I think, was the biggest part there as well. Because for Xiaolongbao, bit of an early game scrapper. I think I'd put him in the category of.
Oh, definitely.
You know, Lee Sinner. Some people call, but not always the sinner himself. I do like that the Nidalee was picked up there. A confident play here from the jungler. I also like that New got his most played champion running into game 1. I'm curious because Draft did look similar in some aspects of that early to mid-game transition. But as you talked about, as RNG talked about, there's that safety net for top esports that they never got to use in the late game.
Yeah, and that was the difference maker, right? Because we said, hey, top esports comp has some early game avenues to play through, like we saw with the Renekton, but we saw in a lot of those fights, the Orianna just wasn't able to dish out any damage, and that was where RNG came out ahead. RNG sticking to red side because this is the side RNG prefers. They love getting these counter picks.
Same bands. 4 mid lane is gone just like that. Snap of the fingers made. And this worked out because we had such a slim mid lane pool. But Xiaohu just hopped on the Jace.
I'm actually surprised that top esports lose. They go back to the dressing room. They say, hey, guys, like let's keep the plan the same so far. I wonder...
Oh,
okay.
for this.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one because we haven't really seen Karsa pick this up. He's played it once this split, and this is a champion that Karsa has loved, you know, in his career. Karsa's always been an Italy player back in his Flash roles. He's back in solo queue, exactly. Yeah. But top esports haven't been a team that really plays around jungle. Karsa is there to facilitate his lanes, not vice versa.
Maybe we change the playstyle because we are shifting to the exact same picks that top esports rolled with in their first rotation.
It's going to be funny if RNG third pick Nidalee, not Nidalee, Lee Sin, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
And then we do actually have the same. And now top esports going back to comfort, getting JackeyLive on the Ezreal.
The set was banned away as well, so top esports get another pick that they desired in that very first game. So that, of course, being a flex at this point, Yanja or Knight could pick this up.
We do expect to go towards a support role when we look at the side of top esports. We actually haven't seen him play it yet this split. Actually, no one on the side of top esports has played set yet this split.
Yeah. Hang on. Lalu just got locked in.
Yeah, so this is going to be really interesting. This is like what we talked about with Ming, right? Ming loves these types of supports, but I guess it could potentially be a flex towards mid lane as well, because I think we saw Duinby pick this one up this split in mid. I would definitely expect it more towards the bot lane.
The RNG fans are like, if this goes towards Xiaohu again, do you remember the Karma mids, the Lulu mids?
Yes.
To support the Uzis, and Gala is like a very micro version of Uzi.
I was one of the fans that was frustrated about that.
Yeah.
It was against top esports. It was top esports. No, it was their match in summer where RNG were on a rampage, and then we saw Xiaohu back on Lulu and Karma duty, and they lost. But, you know, continuing to go forward in draft, I expect him to go towards jungle on fourth pick if they do plan on leaving that Lulu as a potential flex. So now that we see the Lee Sin banned, Xiaolongbao, is going to lose a lot of options.
see which path he takes, because there have been some top lane bans towards this Renekton counter.
We do have Graves available
Oh,
for
yeah.
Xiaolongbao, but, you know, Nidalee is a junk. Okay, well, actually, nope, now that's gone.
Do you want, like, the Trundle here?
I'd say no. When I see something like the Ashe coming out, and if they do want to go for a more supportive mid laner, you always want to see something more aggressive in the jungle that can be facilitated. Thing is, there isn't that many options left. I guess you have the Olaf there as well.
Kindred, or is that too much AD? Oh, you got Olaf anyway, who's got AD, so...
And I definitely would prefer Olaf into the Nidalee for the fact that it fits that style of, like, you know, matching the early game tempo with the clear. So you're going to be able to get involved in a lot of these river skirmishes early on. You have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to set him up, and now a Lulu to buff him up.
We'll have to wait and see where it is going.
But I mean, if Top Esports lock this in, which I expect them to, they are going like full on, you know, poke, siege style composition.
Yeah.
McKinnon going to be there to offer the disengagement with his ultimate set in there as well, can bring people out of the fight. So Top Esports at least drafting a very thematically coherent composition.
And the normals would make sense, as Yu Yanjia loves this pick, so there you go.
It is Knight, yeah.
It's Knight and mid.
And this is the combo we talked about in Game 1 draft, right? We said, hey, it's always been set mid with Nidalee jungle, trying to facilitate her aggressive invade style. You have mixed damage there as well with the gank, so it makes sense. I like Top Esports comp a lot. It really comes together, and we see how the poke and siege elements work. Jackie Love back on the Ezreal, something we love to see.
Also, you know this is Knight's 17th champion. I'll talk about that in a second. Xiaohu's going to pick this up. It is a support Lulu. Yeah, just coming back. Knight has played 17 unique champions, with Set adding number 17 itself. That's Doomby levels of insane.
Yeah, really nice to see. And, you know, going over to RNG, we did speculate that it would be Lulu for Ming because it just fits his style that Ming has always loved to go back to. But this composition definitely about buffing up Gala and Xiaolongbao early on. They do have a lot of early aggressive options coming out because their bot lane's going to have pressure. They obviously have this aggressive topside 2v2 that, you know, can come out ahead. And then Xiaohu is that late game insurance policy. But hey, when you have a Lulu, this Ashe also still going to keep hitting like a truck in the late game.
It really is. We know that Lulu is few and far between here in the LPL. It is nice to see it not on Xiaohu. And I know all the RNG fans out there will definitely agree.
The heavy sigh of relief, like, oh God, thank God. Let's put him on another pseudo-supportive mid laner. But at least this one has damage.
But you talked about Top Esports running into this game too. You talked about the poke element, the disengage available. Does it go any further than that? Do they run into RNG well? You're going to give me the lowdown?
Definitely not. I mean, as Top Esports comp, you don't want to be running into an Olaf or a Nectin, like the Lulu shields coming out for the Olaf, the Shockwave coming out that's going to be on the Olaf and the Renekton.
But
Still
this
a
is
good question.
This is another game where we've got a lot of elements to play through early, right? Where Top Esports and RNG still testing each other a little bit after RNG in Game 1 took them down so decisively in 30 minutes. Xiaolongbao was the deciding factor in that jungle matchup we're going to be talking about running into this game number 2. As we run into the rift here once again, RNG up a game to kick off the series.
Am I the only one who noticed that there was one guy who did a gyro for both teams?
Oh, did he?
I'm pretty sure the guy in the top left corner did both gyros.
What a fence sitter.
I love it.
Oh, my Lord. You can't do that.
Yes, you can. Don't pick a side.
Of course you have to pick a side.
What if he's a fan of Karsa and RNG? You know, actually, I very much agree with the Colonel's read of this game.
Oh, yeah?
I feel like RNG are the ones who have all of the early options because when you look at the side of TS and like where they're going to have pressures and priority, it's like, sure, 369 wants to fight with the Renekton early. He can pair up with the jungle well, but you have double AP, so it's going to be kind of awkward, especially if the Renekton can, you know, rush an early Null Magic Mantle or something along those lines. I definitely favor RNG's top 2v2.
Okay.
Bot lane is the Ezreal, so it's not really something we expect to see Karsa interacting with early on. It's going to be all about mid-jungle for the side of TS, and I really feel like it is waiting for Jackie Love to get to that point of strength. Everything's going to be about if Karsa and Knight can get ahead in the 2v2. Okay. But for RNG, you have the Renekton and the Olaf, so much stronger in the top lane 2v2. You're going to be very good in the skirmishes. We talked about how their bot lane should have priority because it is double ranged against the melee support, so they'll have push. And Xiaolongbao's options on both sides of the map to play around, and also extremely strong in the mid-jungle 2v2 because, you know, he is an Olaf. The thing is, I'd at least favor TS's early on.
Early on?
Early on in the mid-jungle 2v2.
Yeah. And we get to mid, and then it differs a bit. And of course, late, you talked about the options for RNG, plus the Lulu on your side with an Ashe and Olaf.
Yes, but at least late game, I feel like TS should have an easier time playing from that range option because you only have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to get onto TS's carries.
Okay, I like that. Very clear cut.
Yep, so RNG should be favored early, TS should be favored more late. Top esports really only avenue in the early game is through mid jungle.
We'll see how that buff up comes here from RNG as news on top of 369, but the cannon into this Renekton, we've talked about a little bit here. There are a lot of options into Renekton. This one has been favored by some of our top-tier top laners.
Yep, definitely does good in the isolated 1v1, especially early on in the lane, not before, you know, Renekton can get something like a Dominus up, but when you do have Renekton, he does just combo so well with a lot of junglers. Olaf not necessarily one of them, but still going to do quite well into Kennen plus Nidalee.
We're seeing some trading across the map. JackeyLove just gets absolutely bullied by that range advantage you talked about. And Joe, of course, going to give a bit more health back here with the Doran Shield. No, what do we call it now? The Plate Mail. Wish we didn't rename the...
Also, just interesting to note that JackeyLove did go for the lethal tempo Ezreal, which does give him more, not control, but gives him better time playing out the waves, right? Because you can proc the lethal tempo, you get the bonus attack speed, you can, you know, hit more minions in the wave and at least thin it out, have an easier time.
Something we started seeing it in spring, right?
We saw it for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then it just disappeared again.
The thing is, it's much harder, in my opinion, because it's a bit better in the early game than Conquer because, right, it's much harder to stack up Conquer, especially now to 12 when you got to continuously hit things like those Qs and whatnot, to where lethal tempo, you proc it very easily by hitting the enemy.
Oh, Carson was spotted out. He just came into the mid lane, pounced over in the gap of vision, and Xiaohu saw it.
This is what we've always seen, though, right? It is about Set, who can pretty much just ignore any enemy mid laner, throw down the haymakers at the wave, has the AoE clear, and allows for Nidalee to go for this aggressive counter jungling.
But here comes Xiaolongbao to the bottom lane.
I don't expect him to look for a dive. I mean, both top esports bot laners are full HP.
And no ulti available here against the Nautilus. Could be difficult, but the wave is
like
stacking up.
Yeah, looks like they want it. They definitely have the minion wave like you talked about.
Xiaolongbao ready to roll on in. Undertow connecting will be crucial. Exhaust put down against the wall. JackeyLove just dead. Ming flashes out after taking the turret aggro, and that's easily done for first blood.
And again, the execution looked hard, but RNG pulling it off beautifully. Ming does blow both summoners, but doesn't matter. You pick up that kill on the Olaf, which is massive, and Xiaolongbao's the member who snowballed the game last game.
I mean, he was the one that picked up the early kills, early advantage. Once again, Xiaolongbao in a favoring position with Chilling Smite now picked up.
And I always love when you get your kills on an early aggressive jungler like Olaf, because, right, he's going to be the target that's going to move around the map. He's the fluid one. You know, he can go towards top, look for the gank, look for the 2v2 like we talked about. So getting the advantage on your jungle is going to be massive.
As 369 tries to stop the back up in this top side. Teleport will be burned by New, who went back to pick up the Merc Treads nice and early.
He does have the wave pulled on his side, so it's going to be really awkward for New to go up in CS. But the Merc Treads are something we talked about, right? Because you're facing Nidalee plus Kennen. So if we do ever get these skirmishes that devolve in the top side of the map, you're going to be set up very well.
And you talked about the aggressive 2 versus 2 as Yuyan Jia just walking out of the river after getting bullied by Gala and Ming. Who, after that trade, are looking pretty good. Pulling in the Lulu. Maybe not. Yuyan Jia with an undertow. He's getting targeted down. And Xiaolongbao with kill number 2. JackeyLove, the undertow, dodged away from, though, as Xiaohu nails him with an auto. And RNG, where are you coming from?
And when their backs are against the wall is when they're playing some of the best League of Legends we've seen. Great play coming from Xiaolongbao, reading the aggressive play coming out from TS themselves. Xiaohu coming in with the TP as well to secure 2 more kills for RNG.
One of them again onto Xiaolongbao, and the gold lead at 1,500 at 6 minutes in the game. Knight stays mid, picks up turret plating, but you can't deny that this Olaf will now run down anyone.
Yep, and sure, we see a plate. Carson's also picking up the dragon on the mini-map right now, but RNG's comp, we said, wants to find this gold advantage, wants to snowball very early, so losing something like an early Cloud Drake really doesn't mean anything for RNG.
Yep. You get to see what it's rolled into as well, into the ocean. So Infernal or Mountain Soul coming up this game.
And we've already seen Xiaolongbao finish his jungle item. Xiaohu keeping into this play, hits a very nice Q, goes in with the auto aggressively, lands another Q, and just finishes that one off very beautifully.
Hits ult, and there's no way the top esports are going to engage after that anyway. So again, early advantage for RNG in this game number 2. We've also got an early Cinderhulk for Xiaolongbao.
Yep. And the thing I want to see is, right, we're at the 7-minute mark, so Rift Herald will be up in 1 minute. I definitely want to see RNG be the one to pick that up. We said, hey, they want to keep their foot on the gas pedal. They want to keep moving forward. It looks like they're going to do that right now.
Might be able to. Shockwave pulls Knight back on in. Escape options through the showstopper, but Shalambao hits the undertow and a bit of miscommunication. Maybe the kill could have come through as Dominus now in the top lane. New wants to get on top of 369 is slicing Maelstrom for the disengage. Both top laners now low.
This is what happens in this matchup, right? The second you do get that dominance, even against the Slicing Maelstrom, just gives you such nice stats in that isolated 1v1. He already has some Merc Treads, so feels fine going into 369 and forces 369 away.
Kasa not going to hear the spear. That was a couple of seconds of difference. Walking into trouble for Kasa on this Nidalee, who does have a bit of a CS lead, but the couple of kills are going to make so much more gold in the back pocket here for Shalambao. Disappears out of the enemy jungle, goes back to his own. Red buff available, plenty more camps available too.
I also want to highlight that Xiaohu's going towards the GLP rather than the Ludens, and I actually love that in this game, especially when we said, hey, they actually don't have much, you know, CC or lockdown potential into what TS have drafted, so going towards this, especially when your comp is designed more to kind of snowball through the early game, I think it's a very smart purchase coming from Xiaohu.
The early options we talked about. Also like that when you have a late game insurance, to use your words, on Xiaohu, and when he gets, you know, kills early, when he pulls himself into a very good position before he even gets to that relevant point, we are talking about his first item. We are talking about what Xiaohu's going to do, especially around these early objectives.
And we're seeing RNG move up for the Rift Herald. As we highlighted, we definitely want to see them pick it up. They want to keep accelerating the pace of the game, and we see Shalambao starting it up right now.
All right, no one else here. 369 does have the slicing Maelstrom, but he's just walking towards the mid lane at this point, and
you know, random tangent, despite doing this, you know, all season long, unconsciously, whenever I start saying Shalambao, my mind still tries to say Xiaohu.
Yeah. Thought I was the only person. Ragnarok used slicing Maelstrom there as well. The flash here from Kasa. A crucial shutdown to the Nidalee was big.
Yeah, nice pick coming out from TS, just abusing the small window where RNG are backing off from the Rift Herald. And, you know, a bit of gold in the pocket is going to be nice, especially when we said, hey, they are the comp that should have a better time the longer this game goes.
And now you're someone like Xiao who's actually threatened away from the mid lane turret because Kasa's busy in the enemy jungle, taking away some camps.
Right, and he has to respect the dive potential, not necessarily because of the Nidalee, but because Knight does have the ability to get on top of Xiaohu with the showstopper. So, said obviously an extremely tanky champion, great in dives with the shield coming from the Haymaker.
It leads to another as well with the Scuttle Crab being taken. Kasa gets some topside camps, gets bottom side Scuttle, and is now at about a 20 CS lead with the Runic Echoes sitting in his back pocket. He's got double buffs as well. There's a lot of camps for him to take, so much like game number 1, but on the other side,
I was going to say,
like Kasa has a lead.
He felt very disrespected last game having to play against the Nidalee. Wanted the Nidalee himself, wanted the EXP advantage. It's feeling good.
But there is a Rift Herald available for Shalambao, so I'm curious as to where that gets put down.
And again, I always say, just throw it down mid. If you don't have a long side lane to play through, throwing it down mid is just kind of the nicest option of opening up both sides of the map, forcing Knight, you know, a champion that does just want to kind of clear waves mindlessly under his tier 1 turret.
Could also put that game back in the swing of RNG when it was them who started out with 2 kills on this Olaf and Shalambao having another great game.
I could also see them using it towards the side lane just for the fact that they've already started taking plates down there. So at least being able to secure a turret in one go is obviously always better than, let's say, they just get 3 plates mid.
It does feel like setting up for bot here might be the play, but spotted out by a good trap from Kasa. As Shalambao is veering his head around this bottom side jungle, dropping some deep vision as he does it, while Kasa is up towards the top side. This electrocute Nidalee trying to pounce towards mid.
Knight has Ghost, he has Ultimate, so it will be very easy for him to get on top of Xiaohu.
But a nice ward placed by Top Esports to spot this rotation in action.
And look, but also, I was going to say, look at Karsa, because Karsa's just invading the top side jungle.
Dominus used Slice and Dice, Knight on his way. Half health as the heal comes through. Kasa still positions. Rift Herald going to be placed down, and Gala and Ming going to be happy about this.
Yep, and like we said, makes sense to use it, especially take a turret in one go. Can also set up for this dragon quite nicely.
Shockwave to use. Yu Yanjia gets pulled back, but not before the dredge line gets him to safety. Bit of movement speed for Xiaohu, but he can't get the kill on the support. But at the very least, you mentioned the dragon, low health bar. He needs to back away.
I was going to say keep your eyes on 369 because he was heading over, but it looks like the call comes out from TS and just, hey, give up the Drake. It's only the first one. It's not too big of a deal.
Carsa's on the back of the pit. Will be spotted out by a ward here that's just tracking him.
Gala has arrow.
Good dodge of the spear. Just stands in front of the dragon. Can't be stolen away. The arrow not used in the end.
Yep, Gala was ready just in case. Karsa was looking for some sort of shenanigans.
But now what, Lyric? What am I pacing my eyes towards?
Yeah,
Maybe 9.
for RNG's comp, you kind of get an awkward place where no one wants to sit in a side lane, especially bot right now. So it's more of a 1-4 setup with the Renekton constantly pushing and moving because it is still more of a 5-man.
Yep.
So I want to see, do RNG just send their bot lane top, which it does look like they're doing. We're going to send Renekton down to the bot side and potentially set up for the next Herald and start playing for topside plates.
Still available for the next minute and a half.
And since New does still have TP, I would just expect to see Xiaolongbao play aggressively around the top lane, maybe look for invades in the enemy jungle, steal away blue buff, get some deep vision aggressively, because New always will be in an angle where he can join out. He also built the Tiamat, so has at least signaled he's going to be a lot more about moving and supporting the team.
Very true. Does delay his first item, but wave clear is going to be quite exceptional. Holding off against JackeyLove in that bottom lane, who's stayed there quite consistently with the Manamune. But Yu Yanjiao with a bit of a deep wall that won't be spotted out. Xiaohu now going to be flash face breaking his ulti back on. Everyone on top. It's a Xiaohu sandwich.
Yes, it was. Yu Yanjiao coming in so aggressively. Didn't even matter what happened. Knight flashed in with the ultimate as well, so Xiaohu was definitely going down. They actually might be able to potentially pick up this mid lane turret off of all the plates that Knight had gotten previously.
Every single lane plates are going down, though, at the same time. JackeyLove getting some solo gold, which he definitely needs after getting bullied a bit in the early game. But Gala and Ming, we have to talk about this Bladed Ruin King comboed with a Lulu. They're going to be quite large and in charge.
Yeah, especially later in the game, right, when he's able to pick up something like an Arden. So Gala going to be in a good position. And, hey, you know, we are trading sides. RNG are going to be able to pick up this turret. We expect TS to get one on the other side. Luckily for RNG, they weren't able to take down the mid lane turret because New was hovering.
That's 2 turrets for RNG and 1 for Top Esports, though.
And the nice thing, too, is, you know, because of obviously which sides of the map are cut, RNG were also able to get vision into TS's topside jungle with Rift Herald going to spawn soon. This is definitely the next place where RNG are going to look. Both top laners have TP, so it's something to keep our eye on. So even if New is in the bot lane, it doesn't matter.
Especially with these one items we talked about coming online. The Athene's now picked up for the Lulu, plus a Cloak of Agility and Dagger in the back pocket of Gala.
I do want to highlight TSO because 369 also does have his Proto Belt too.
Very true.
You highlighted earlier, right? New still hasn't finished the first item because he did make his way towards the early Tiamat for the push.
I mean, he's also got a needlessly large rod. That big thing in his inventory sits alongside it with a completed cull.
So a massive Slicing Maelstrom can be the thing that turns a fight in Top Esports' favor.
We'll now find out. 20 seconds till that spawn. Xiaolongbao in the river first. Xiaohu moves his way as well as Yu Yanjiao has made his position known. But look at where New is. Even with the TP, he's pushing in with a bit of a level lead.
Yep, he's trying to force 369 back, and it looks like it's working. You said he has the level lead, so if a fight breaks out right now, we're getting the level 2 on the Dominus for New.
Tactical arrow used, shockwave as well onto Yu Yanjiao. He's delayed a bit of time as Xiaolongbao stands on top. The teleport used on the off our screen as RNG get the first kill. Knight jumps in without the rest of his team, gets the face breaker, showstopper as well, survives long enough, Slicing Maelstrom, hits pretty much no one, and Top Esports, one by one, the ants go marching in to die.
And beautiful fight coming out from RNG, great Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and a massive whoopsie coming out from Knight with the ultimate into the enemy team
this
all
has not
by
been
himself.
His series. This really has not.
This has been one of the worst series we've seen from Knight all year. Actually, it actually might be the worst series we've seen from Knight all year long. But, you know, great job coming out from RNG. We talked about the level lead coming out from New as well, right? That would play a massive role, having that level 2 dominance compared to the level 1 Slicing Maelstrom. Great ultimate coming out from Ning to keep Xiaohu alive that whole time as well.
And RNG now 2k gold ahead with a Rift Herald taken. I mean, Xiaolongbao dictating the pace once again. Is everything used on this North, but it works out.
They find a great pick onto Yu Yanjiao here. Xiaolongbao able to go in aggressively. Now Knight goes in. Karsa was not on the same page. He was running away. JackeyLove over the wall.
Yeah.
369 kind of getting in here, but obviously not fast enough with the TP. Goes one way. 369 New doing so much work on the opposite side with that dominance as we talked about. Just setting up Gala to pick up another kill.
I love the ships passing in the night from Knight and Xiaolongbao. He's just like, yep, you go one way, I'll go another. And bit of a highlight on Gala here on the bottom of your screen. 8.8 CS a minute here in this game too.
This also goes back to what we saw early on in spring of Karsa going one way, Knight going the opposite, not being on the same page. The synergy wasn't there. That was Top Esports' massive flaw.
It was fixed with JackeyLove coming into the roster. But today might not be their day as Chat Across the Arrow comes out once again. The Shockwave pulls in Carter. One Nidalee is not like the other apparently in this series, as Knight's still positioning for a flank, but the Rift Herald gets the mid turret. RNG pick off the kill. They're going to walk down towards the Dragon as 369 tries to hide and wait.
Yep, so they still want to contest for this fight. It is 4v5, as you mentioned.
But he's spotted out. Slicing Maelstrom in on 3 again, but RNG respect it. Flash away themselves onto 369. He's just dead. Low health bars for RNG, but there's not that much damage bar Jackie Love. Ming pops his ulti. They want to kill Knight, who kites his way away. And that might be the end, but the Dragon should be theirs.
369 thinking he can burst out multiple members right now in a fight, you know, just overestimate his damage. Both Gala and Ming still had Flash. Now Knight.
But no one else with him.
Kind of posturing in a very sassy way.
Yeah. And you know what? Top esports are down 3k gold all of a sudden. And there's an Infernal Rift.
Yeah, and we're seeing RNG now potentially being able to stack up 3 Infernal Drakes. I mean, right now, Xiaolongbao and Gala are both massive, and these were the 2 members we highlighted coming out of draft, right? We saw Lulu, we saw Orianna, we're like, oh my god, the shield's gonna come in for Xiaolongbao and Gala. 3-0 and 5 on the Ashe, 4-1 and 4 on the Olaf. Things are looking great.
0-0-8 here.
Damn it, Hysterics. I said it all week. I've said it to you all week. The second we got off the RNG hype train, RNG would do good.
And even though it's so hard for them to make playoffs, this is definitely where they begin. It's an impossible 2-0 that we're facing, yet here it is.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough because, again, it's not in their hands. It's up to teams like FPX, and FPX play, their schedule is DMO and Suning left, a very winnable schedule for the side of FPX.
But RNG can hit 9.
Yes.
The problem is their game differential.
This was the hardest thing left in their schedule. The rest of their schedule was pretty easy after this. I think they still play BLG. You're going to have it up in front of you. So
I have a laptop. BLG and Rogue Warriors, and Rogue Warriors aren't looking great, so they should be very winnable series with RNG in this form. But still, they have to close out this series. And we talked a lot about range options for top esports in the late game, but they're not going to get there because they keep getting caught out.
Yep, there is no late game for them. Great job of Xiaolongbao. We see the value of the GLP as we talked about Xiaohu picking that one up first. We've seen a lot of great arrows this game. RNG are just so good at pushing the pace of the game, and it's where it's been their strength all year long, right? They've been a great early game team all year long. It's just kind of been after that where they have been prone to flounder.
369 looked like he was checking River, and then the movement speed, pretty insane from the RNG combo.
And it's always great to see Ming, I'm sorry, pull out these picks. Things like the Lulu, like the Morgana, like the Karma.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if Ning pulled those picks out in the jungle too, though, but
again,
I don't expect it.
I wish we got to a point where Ning was an AD carry once more, and you know, like he was when he started League of Legends, when he played with Ming.
I scrimmed that team.
Did you?
Yeah, they
Ning
were,
and Ming.
Yeah, Ning and Ming were. We used to scrim Young Miracles quite a bit.
B1 and B2.
They were so good.
Yeah.
Every iteration of Young Miracles was so good.
Whatever's going into that team is, I mean, I haven't looked at the recent iterations, but expect them to be on the tip of our tongues.
I don't think they're doing as good. I'll look. Ooh,
Might not matter because of the organization. Let's pause though, because yeah, the enchant across the arrow does go wide. True Shot Barrage was used by Jackie Love as well.
To be fair, there's nothing on the map they're fighting for right now. Like it's literally just to find kills. And sure, if they got that pick, they can turn it into Baron, but. Right, we're waiting 2 minutes for that next Infernal Drake.
Here we go, onto Gala. Depth charge being used, 369 with a subpar ulti. They just run in again. The Wild Growth is used on the Olaf. The Shockwave brings them in. Knight takes Gala back, but he's like, okay, closer to the fight. Eureka, baby, as RNG look unstoppable against what was the best team in the LPL.
And RNG coming out so strong, going to now be able to pick up a Baron, like you said, 2-0ing top esports. Most teams can't even take a game off top esports.
And top esports, again, that range advantage does not matter because RNG are in first. They're in with a 5k gold lead in this Baron.
Range advantage also doesn't matter when you're the ones running in. You asked me after draft, so do the top esports want to run into RNG? No, that is not how this composition plays out. And they've just continuously fallen behind. RNG doing a great job taking advantage. I do understand the logic, right? They think they found this pick. Yuyaja failing that Q. Didn't work out, but still, Gala's stopwatch, even had he hit it, he wasn't going down. Great reaction time coming out from RNG. Xiaolongbao playing that fight beautifully as well. Ming providing all the shields, all the ultimate. Xiaohu flashing in aggressively.
Yeah, what you like to see out of the mid laner of RNG.
That's what I love to see. That's what I was born to see, Hysterics.
What we've been waiting to see for weeks. This is the thing, RNG may have a very deep name within the LPL. People remember Royal Club at Worlds. You know, where Uzi made his debut year and his debut at Worlds at the same time. have to pause because we're now into the wild Ragnar Lothbrok moment of Xiaolong Bao. And we know that Ragnar's king, as Xiaolong Bao has been in this series. That arrow lands, but RNG can't get over the wall. They're kind of flexing a bit here because the Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds they want to kill. 2
ultimates wasted, so that's going to be pretty massive with Dragon up in 30 seconds, but I'm all aboard with the Colonel.
Yeah.
I think RNG has this one locked.
Something has to go drastically wrong at this point at 22 minutes in the game.
And the thing is, we've seen top East. You know, I'm going to slow down. For this fight, I mean, realistically, you would need some kind of miracle play coming up from TES. As we can see with RNG having the Baron, they really don't even have a way of controlling the waves.
You just hitting the side lane with the Baron buff. 369 forced to respond, but this turret's going down. And now more threat as mid-inner goes down as well.
But I do want to take a step back and go back to the point I wanted to make that even against IG, we've seen top esports draft these comps that want to play from a range, want to take it a bit slower than the enemy composition.
Yep.
But top esports don't do that. Top esports do always want to go toe-to-toe. They do feel like they can, you know, outplay a lot of these situations. They do have the skill on their roster, and it always gets them into situations like this game, like that last fight, where they pretty much just give the game over to the enemy team.
Where they got limited options left available. There's an Infernal Soul coming up on the board here for RNG on Soul Point. And the Baron still has a minute. So RNG trying to get that pick so they can break the base indefinitely.
Yep, and now they're going to recall and, you know, having the 2 Infernals. I feel like they feel fine taking the next 4 minutes and 40 seconds slow. They realistically shouldn't have a way to open the inhibitor turrets of the base. You know, we can see them send, let's say, a Renekton bot, their core 3 mid, get the push, hover topside with the Orianna, and take that last tier 2 topside turret, but you're definitely going to rely on either a pick, so mispositioning from TES, or a teamfight win in front of Baron or Dragon to break down the base from TES.
And RNG, that's very possible at this point.
To be fair, though, their wave clear actually isn't that good, right? Nidalee provides no wave clear, and even Ezreal, I mean, all of your abilities are single target other than your ultimate.
Yeah. I mean, the cannon has to run through the wave, which is also his escape tool.
Yeah, so RNG potentially might try and set up a siege potential where, you know, they hope that someone from TS over-aggresses and walks forward. I just don't necessarily think they need to or even should.
Feels like we're in like that late game moment, right? We're only 24 minutes in. The reality is this, that RNG could actually beat top esports in under 1 hour. And for a best of 3 series, that's pretty bonkers, flat out.
I don't think we've seen any team beat top esports this decisive. Like, sure, IG 2-0'd them, but we saw the clip from that game too. Top esports had that game won.
It wasn't decisive.
It was over.
This is the most decisive victory against top esports this entire split.
Oh, this is what I've been telling you guys all along, man. The potential's always here.
If they win this, are you now the Xiaohu
I'm back.
appreciationist again?
I'm back, baby.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, RNG will make a fan and a believer out of you. They're 8K gold up in this game, 25 minutes
will
in.
make me a business card.
Oh, yeah?
He said he would do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what a nice guy.
Well, if only predicted RNG for this series.
I know.
We all went top esports. Of course we would, but backing on a ward. You might be caught on out. Slice and dices away. Dredgeline doesn't connect now. Turning it around with the movement speed. Enchanted across the arrow. 2-man shockwave. And you thought you were baited in, but you was the one doing it as Gala gets hit with a spear. But Xiaolong Bao, it's Ragnar again. All hail the king of this game in 2-0 fashion. It's what it's about to be.
And massive play coming out from New, just, I mean, dodging away from the dredge line. Yuyaja not in the position he wants to be in, and you pointed out the shockwave. I mean, New was in front of our eyes, and then he wasn't.
And gone just like that with large death timers, especially on Jackie Love. RNG piling through the bottom lane.
Yep, they are definitely going to pick up this inhibitor. And if TS fight, this might just be the game.
Knight, Caster, Yuya, and Jack giving them the space as the inhibitor is definitely dropping. Knight positioning for a flank, but RNG are backing away as a 5-man unit.
They're posturing. 369 has TP. 369's going for the TP. Has slicing
Never
Maelstrom.
mind, RNG, like, let's turn around and kill Yu Yanja. Teleport to fly through as top esports are bringing in the cavalry in Jackie Love. True Shot Barrage flies through only Gala.
Shockwave's back up.
369 here, needs to get that flash. Slicing Maelstrom, pulled on in. Knight gets the engage. It's a 2-man phase breaker. In comes 369. The surge of electricity does something, but RNG might be too far ahead. Jackie Love with the carry, comes close, and may have just done it actually, with RNG getting aced by Jackie Love.
And Jackie Love finding Top Esports' way back into this game. Massive play. Great coordination coming out from both Knight and 369. Massive AoE onto the team, and Baron's just about to come up.
And Baron might just be theirs. The death time, as you mentioned, very long. Somehow, game ain't over.
And somehow, I mean, look at Jackie Love's face cam if you can see it. He was actually just laughing, realizing, hey guys,
Dude.
I don't know how he pulled this one off, but good job, team.
Jackie Love types in all chat. He says, winnable. And the enemy team going to get tilted from that.
I wouldn't be surprised if Carson did type it all chat,
yeah?
honestly. If you were Carson, you would type it all chat.
That's good form.
It is, I agree. And again, so now TS have a way to start playing the game back. Sure, let's slow down and say they're still about 6k gold down, so realistically, you should expect them to win. Their RNG have the potential to pick up Infernal Soul right now. Oh, God.
But Xiaohu might have found 369. The cannon gets pulled back in, and he's just dead.
Well, we were just praising Top Esports. We're talking about how it's potentially their game again.
And we got an Infernal Soul still for RNG, so now that 369's dead, that's going to be huge. But watch how Top Esports stayed in the game.
Yeah, we see them go for this fight. As I pointed out, the Orianna Shockwave's already back up, but Knight finds a great avenue into the fight. Jackie Love just laying down all this damage on the outside. Good ult comboed in. 369 now going to follow with a slicing Maelstrom as well. And actually, let's ignore this because on the side of our screens, RNG are aggressively pushing for the end.
They're running it through mid with a broken inhibitor bot. Now one through mid. Topside's getting set up as a free Infernal Soul, and I think 369 just undoes all that great work put down by the rest and himself of 369. Oh, sorry, Top Esports.
That's looking, I mean, again, even with that last fight, RNG were still in control, but Top Esports shouldn't have had a way to even come back into this game, at all. Full stop. It was supposed to be over. Great of them to find that team fight, but hey, I don't think you're going to find any more team fights with this Infernal Soul coming out. And triple Infernal as well, right? Let's highlight 3 Infernal Drakes as well.
And still, that big gold lead of 6k. Now, Top Esports have Baron. That may have slowed things down in a sense. But you're not saying that at this point because Elder up in 5 minutes, the Baron expiring in 130, and RNG are so mobile, they're so quick. All it takes is one more misstep from Top Esports, and they are out of this series. They take another 2-0 loss. And chat across the arrow, flying through Arcane Shift away.
I'm surprised they looked for it because the thing is, the macro for RNG now should be so easy, right? Because 2 inhibitors are down.
Oh, hang on, Xiaohu's in off the side. Gets his shockwave onto 3. Jackie Love slow and dead. Xiaohu may have just ended this series. Running into Xiaolongbao as Knight gets knocked up by the wild growth. Movement speed slowed on down, but he's onto 369. And again, it really does feel like he's the true Viking, as RNG might just look to end it here.
Yeah, massive play from Xiaohu. Like you said, they're just going to end.
Running on top, Knight gets slowed on down. New has the damage first. Nexus Tower drops on down. Xiaolongbao getting low with Ignite and the burn. 369 with the lightning. Knight pulls him in, but he's dead. Top laner down. Infernal Soul paying dividends. And Top Esports once again show that they can bleed, and RNG do the cutting.
And RNG show this team at its height can play up with anyone. Smiles all around from the members of RNG. Gala looking so happy, and we even remember the pregame video came in so humble, saying, we hope we can do it. It's going to be close. Top Esports are so good in these team fights. But RNG looking better in these early game team fights.
This is a team that wants to make that near impossible run. 7-7 now after beating Top Esports. Can they do it?
You know what's disappointing about this? That right when it's not in their hands, where it should be impossible. RNG start coming back. RNG just came off a win against DMO, now coming off a win against Top Esports. Have massive momentum going into 2 series where they are massively favored.
That should be their 4-series win streak. That still doesn't 100% guarantee them into playoffs. But boy, you can believe after watching this, and I love Xiaolongbao took off his headset. He started shaking his head. That boy, he feels the blood in his brain. Because that 5-head game and game 1.
MVP of the series.
MVP of the series.
Easily. Looked amazing on this Olaf, found the windows.
And then Xiaohu. Xiaohu in this game too. He ended the game.
Like, the thing is, I agree. Like, Ming, though. Those shields.
Man.
Those shields, those ultimates, right? Ming played so well. And this was a pick that, 3-pick Lulu.
Yeah.
That's so weird. We don't expect to see that. He didn't even know what he was playing against it in the support role. He blind picked Lulu, sure. It was a flex pick, but still. Massive confidence coming out from him. and he did great this game.
The biggest thing is RNG. The whole roster came together. There wasn't really a weakness within that game. Sure, you know, the pick-off from Top Esports, the engage, the full 5-man that worked. More so to the side of Top Esports, but RNG, there was no weakness in that roster throughout the series.
Let's remember, this goes back to early in summer, where this roster first came together, shirt at Betty, but they brought in new, and are like, my God, like this team looks scary with new. Everyone's firing on all cylinders, and you know, then they started disappointing us. Then once again, Gala gets brought in. Gala looks great despite the losses. He's, you know, going in aggressively with those Kai'Sa ultimates. Everything is beautiful. Again, the disappointment comes after that. Now, once again, after everyone being disappointed countless times by RNG, bringing like the massive happiness, the biggest gift anyone can ask for.
And the franchise player performing is what matters here. Xiaohu playing out of his mind in that second game, but Xiaohu just having better performances overall. Another crucial part to make RNG successful.
Well, and Xiaohu's individual form has been on all year. It's a place where I've disagreed with, you know, some of us on the cast team, you know, fans, because I thought individually Xiaohu's played well all year long. Things with the team haven't always come together.
True.
Even in his solo queue on the Korean ladder, he's been pretty much ranked in the top 10, top 20 all year long. I think even making his way up to top 1, top 2 at some point in the year.
Yeah, recently 3, right? So,
yeah.
Like Xiaohu performing even better than Will is another crucial part there. So I think for RNG now, it's about, I actually need this open, so I'm going to open my laptop again. I'm sorry, I slammed it. But
hey, there's the damage.
What a game.
Yeah, looking great. Overall, RNG coming together. 2 30-minute games against Top Esports.
Yeah.
Like, there was no question who the better team was in this series.
Top Esports can bleed. Now, since IG, I don't know what IG did, but they're hurting.
Even before, right? We talked about even against teams like Vici, we saw, sure, they were coming out with 2-0s, but they were looking shaky in the series.
Yeah.
And I remember I was having this conversation with Munchables, I think it was on cast, maybe about a month ago or a month and a half ago, where I said, hey, what if this team's peaking too soon? Because that's the thing, right? Like where you hit your stride, you know, either early or in the middle of the split, and then by the time the end of the split comes your playoffs, like, the meta changes, or guess what? You've been the target of every other team, so they can figure out the preparation of how to target ban you. They can figure out the strategies that beat you. And it's kind of looking like potentially Top Esports might have peaked too early.
Might have been figured out at the very least, right? Because for Top Esports now, they themselves have a decent schedule to finish off, but they needed this series win to guarantee top 4, to guarantee at least quarters, get as many points as possible, and also get very close to getting the highest seed in regionals. That was on the cards, but now they're only guaranteed in playoffs, but not guaranteed in that top 4.
Let's say they are still most likely going to be in top 4 in my mind. Like,
yes.
Like, they definitely should be when we think about Suning or V5. Okay, you have a point.
Because of this, V5 fans and Suning fans can rejoice. Top 4 is now easily acquirable for a team like V5 and Suning.
I was going to say, where's but can you imagine a world where Top Esports doesn't end in the top 4?
It'd be weird, right?
It'd be weird.
Because 12 is the guarantee for top 4 at this point.
No, you know what's so weird, actually? Imagine a world where TS aren't top 2 and aren't just slotted into semis?
Semis, yeah.
Semis, there we go. But that would still be strange to me. They've been our favorite team all split long, and now JDG and IG are kind of like sitting there laughing in their rooms like, cool, thanks Top Esports, now we can both finish above you.
Yeah, true. And because of this as well, you know, teams like EDG are watching and going, well, damn, we got another contender running in for one of those final slots.
And Top Esports' schedule left, I don't think it's the easiest. I think they still play WE and, I mean, you have it.
Yeah, I said it was reasonable just because it was Top Esports, but E-Star's next.
It is reasonable. Like,
and WE, you're right, the final series.
Yeah. So, E-Star, right, they're heavy favorites. Even against WE, they're heavy favorites, but WE is a team, you know, a playoff caliber team. So, with the shaky form recently, I mean, WE at least have a chance of taking that.
They really do. Sitting now 11-3 for Top Esports will leave them there. Their third series loss, but their second 2-0. They're now on a 1-loss streak. But let's just say, after IG, you know, they did beat Suning, but they've looked shaky ever since.
Well, exactly. Suning looked shaky. The Vici series looked shaky. They lost to V5 right before that. So
they did.
Top Esports, at least the past like a month, have not been the same. But hey, okay. We've kicked Top Esports a lot while they're down. They're not down all that often, so, you know, I feel like they're going to be fine. Let's go back to RNG.
Yeah, let's talk about RNG. Let's talk about Xiaohu. Bit of a highlight here for him. I think this could go many different ways, but Xiaohu, the person who set this game up for the final victory march.
Yeah, he had a lot of great ultimates this game, as we saw, and I mean, his Orianna looked night and day different to Knight's Orianna in the first game.
When we talked about Knight not having the greatest series, but for Xiaohu, a player who was very impactful in the second game.
Knight missed a ton of ultimates as well, to where we saw Xiaohu just playing great, and I mean, this fight, 369 tries to find his way in, isn't able to get there. We see Xiaohu hitting a great ultimate on the end of that fight to, you know, pick up the kill onto Karsa. Keeps going. There's a flash forward aggressively here to hit the Q onto Jackie Love.
And the early game play that we didn't see, right? In the bottom lane, which picked him up his first kill, which was really nice to watch.
Yeah, and even here, he just keeps going. And this fight, right, we saw Kennen, and then we did massive damage coming up from Xiaohu. Even his build, which I highlighted. Like, I love that he decided to go for the GLP rather than the looting this game. It made a lot of sense for the way they played out the game, and, I mean, it shows right here why.
And this was another defining moment where Top Esports got their fight, and then they didn't, and then 369 dies, and then we get a 3-man Shockwave. That also ended the game. So props to Xiaohu. He will be the MVP. I know we'll see that one when we see that one, but good to see some top-level performance out of Royal Never Give Up. I don't know how, but we got an RNG to be proud of. 35% of the damage. There you go, son.
Xiaohu, I am sorry that I jumped off the hype train. I was not a true believer.
We're back. Yeah,
I mean, I'm also supposed to be an unbiased caster, so...
Yeah.
I mean, I guess to be fair, it was never in my contract I need to be unbiased, but...
Don't say that. Yeah, you, V5. RNG were into the list. What is it? V5?
It was V5, RNG, and Rogue Warriors.
And Rogue Warriors. Now, Rogue Warriors, you can get off that train. And then put RNG back on.
There we go. There we go.
Always two, right?
Hey, I'll be like the guy who did the gyos for both teams.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
yeah, the fence sitter.
If he
Shout out to that man.
I respect you.
I don't. Absolutely not. Fence sitters not welcome.
You're a fence sitter all the time. What are you talking about? Yes, you are.
What have I sat fence off?
Vici.
Damn. Yeah. But apart from that, I haven't sat on a fence.
That's fair.
V5. I was in from week 2. True. Just saying. Now, Vici, well, I thought Vici were good. Vici are a frustrating team to watch. But hey, let's talk about RNG a little bit, because 7-7, their game differential now with a 2-0, and I said to you before broadcast, RNG getting a 2-0 is super important, because the game differential was quite low. They now have a higher game diff than FPX, and their schedule is BLG and Rogue Warriors to finish off. Now, if FPX somehow lose to DMO...
Well, let's have the realistic one. If they lose to Suning.
Yes.
If RNG can 2-0 and FPX can lose to Suning, then, I mean, it's gonna be something.
And even if FPX end on 9, or even like a team like LGD don't get any more wins, WE don't get any more wins, if anyone sits on 9 and RNG keep 2-0ing, they will have the best game differential out of any of these teams. So,
oh god, we actually might live in a world where RNG make playoffs.
Might make playoffs. Vici have a -3 game differential at the exact same score of 7-7. So Vici are now like, oh man, RNG are making the run. Their chances get epically lowered, and so does EDG's of making playoffs, just because RNG are here.
Yeah, it's great to see. Again, I'm excited for RNG. I've always thought the talent on their roster is there. The question is, can they keep doing this? Can they beat BLG? Can they beat Rogue Warriors? I don't know.
Questions to be answered. We are at the end of week 9, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show you what happened here today, because next week we're moving into week 10, but before that, V5 beat JDG, our first place team.
Who could have predicted it, Hysterics? Who?
Us.
Oh, it was us.
It was us.
It was us.
It was us.
Oh, God. Well, you know, also WE beating E-Star was pretty cool.
Yeah, but what do we predict? WE as well?
Yes. And then RNG showing top, something no one predicted. But hey, it was a fun 2 games. It was great to watch.
Today wasn't really the full day of upsets, but we definitely got a day of upsets.
Yes, we did.
The sandwich in the middle was what you expect, but everything else on the line. Now, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to V5, who was 0-16 in spring, and have now secured playoffs at the end of week 9.
And
thanks
look
to
at their
win.
game differential, +11.
Yeah.
It's literally right under IG. Like, that's actually insane. Great job for V5. Suning as well. Happy to see them in the top 5. Ton of talent on their roster.
And because of the RNG Top Esports Series today, Top Esports are not guaranteed in that top 4. And RNG trying to make that near impossible run. They move up to 9th. They're on the tail of FPX. And you can see their game differential there. They're rivaling some of these 8 and 9
But
teams.
Hysterics, what's coming up tomorrow?
Oh, would you like to know?
Yes.
Yes, I can. Here's the graphics I prepared earlier. Week 10, the final week of the LPL regular season. We're heading towards playoffs
And
and
tomorrow will be, you know, a serving of some Lunchables. Lyric and Munchables bringing you those casts. FPX versus DMO, BLG versus LGD. It'll be something.
LGD, BLG should be good. LGD still need those wins. They get 10. And for everyone now, ladies and gentlemen, if they pick up 10 wins, they are guaranteed for playoffs. So 10 is the magic number of summer. One more than spring, apparently. But 9 will be that guarantee once the cutoff of 8 and 9 is secured. So we'll see. But 10 for LGD, that's how they secure playoffs tomorrow as team number 6.
True.
Yeah. Good. Nice. Good chat. Thank you to Lyric for putting in so much effort to the closing remarks. My name is Hysterics. I will not be here tomorrow. I'm going to go and sleep, but then watch the games from home if that's okay. Thank you to our English production team, as always, here 5 days a week. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you for the start of week 10 tomorrow. Bye for now, but not forever.
Won't let you down. I always get a rush when